Oh, hey. Welcome to the show. It is nice to see you. How's everybody feeling today? Pretty good? I hope so. Do I see? I see so well. And I'm actually colorblind, so I don't actually see that well. Another problem with the flesh vessel. Woo, they just keep on building. They just keep on building. What if I streamed like this? It's weirdly not a bad look. It's not a good look, but it's not a bad look either. Oh God, I don't know which one I like more. That's bad. That's trouble. 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 Trouble? Trouble. Hi, guys. Welcome to the show. If it's your first time here, say hi. If it's your second time here, say hello. If it's your third time here, why are you still here? I don't got anything new to teach you. You know? Did we just get a Twitch sub? What happened? Kipper, you fiend. I don't know why the announcement didn't ba-ding. Kipper, thank you for the 3 months. It's very kind of you. You're out of here, Bildo? See you later, buddy. Tonight, friends. Oh, tonight is a special night. Tonight is a special night indeed. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, did you see that? I can't actually do the thing where I lift one eyebrow intentionally, but I can do it unintentionally. And I just did it unintentionally. I don't think I can do it again. I don't know. Life's hard. Bildo, did I say to go? That wasn't intentional. It might have been an internal monologue. You know? A cascading diatribe of some forgotten thing I was saying to myself, spilling out into the ether. Well, friends, today we are going to be looking at spells. Oh, yes. Magical spells. So magical. Wow. Wow, magical spells. Everybody loves magic, right? You love magic? I love magic. Anyway, we're going to be looking at some magic spells today. My call-in show was dope. That's very kind of you to say. Very kind indeed. Bananas, an excellent source of deliciousness. So, tonight we're going to be looking at spells, but not just any spells. We're going to be looking at spells that do not deal damage. Now, why? Why would we do that? Why would we look at spells that don't do damage? What would the point be? You know? What are we doing with our lives? What is happening? Well, maybe the point is that if we cannot lean on the glorious crutch of pain and satisfaction that comes with rolling those sweet, sweet little dice to do damage, then we must hold tight to our own creativity and come up with something a little bit more outside of the box. You know? Because within the constraint we find focus. And with focus, we can master. And through mastery, we can have a good time and make some cool homebrew. You know? You picking up what I'm putting down? You wiggling what I'm waggling? I know you are, California Ninja Lawyer. I know you are. Stingman, you probably are. Lady Azalea, definitely you are. SpongeMan, definitely. Buttbot, fuck. Buttbot's not. Buttbot's on their own team. Nobody can control Buttbot. They're out of control. Well, except for the mods. Anyway, we're looking at spells today. Magic spells. So, hey, if you would like to submit a spell to me today, a spell that is not going to do any damage, then you have 2 ways to do it. 3 ways to do it. Way 1, you're watching on YouTube. You click that little more thing, or you just go down to the description, and you find the link in the description. Bing bang. Thank you, and good night. If you're on Twitch, you do the command wheel. And it should pop up, I think. Unless I didn't set it up correctly, in which case that won't happen. But I'm 99% sure I set it up correctly. Let me test it. Hi, Radiant. What's up, buddy? Does this go to the right form? It does. Okay, it works for you too. And if you're one of those people that doesn't want to deal with links in the comments, well, guess what, friendo? You can also find it in the Discord. So everyone can be sending all the spells. So really 1 spell each. Does that sound good to everybody? I hope it does. Oh, that might have been why that was messing up. Little curiosity happening behind the stream. No worry, no bother. Is it okay to submit homebrewed spell that you might want to publish later? It is, but you're sharing it publicly. But everything that's here gets shared. So if you don't want to share it publicly, no. But if you don't care because you're like, it's not published yet, then yes. The only real rules against things you can't share are, 1, I don't want to read something that you did not write. Don't submit something on behalf of someone else. Actually, there's 3 rules. There's many rules. Doesn't matter. But the big ones, don't submit something on behalf of someone else. I don't want to see anything written by AI or any AI art. I want to see your work, not a computer's work. And then the last thing is, it has to be something that I can contextualize. So if you send me a subclass to a homebrew class, I can't really review that because I don't really know the homebrew class. And I also consider the Blood Hunter basically a homebrew class. So no Blood Hunter stuff. And that's it. But none of that matters for today because we're looking at spells. So why are we even talking about subclasses, Cinder? What's going on, man? What's going on? Where are you going? Cinder, open your eye. Pay attention, man. So do you guys want to see the wheel or what? You probably want to see the wheel, right? Probably. I could show it. You want to see it? Here's the wheel. Ready? Boom! Behold the wheel. Who is DC Nightwing? 5. Whoever you are, your name is not here anymore. Well, we'll figure that out when that happens. But I noticed that very quickly. My God, I've got amazing eyes. I've got the eyes of a demon in my back pocket. He let me borrow them for 2 weeks because I let him borrow my car. His name is Azelblock, and he's a good friend of mine. Works on the 47th layer of the Abyss. Pretty chill dude. Are we updating the wheel colors soon? What do you want? You want Valentine's Day colors? What do you want? What do you want? We need to do new colors? What is young? How about this one? This is cool. How do you like that? What do you like that? That one's pretty nice, right? It's good. You guys have to keep in mind, I am colorblind. Spencer, you're DC, and then you changed it, so you're Spencer. So, you're Spencer here. Okay, I'm gonna change you on here. Wait, you're here anyway. So I just gotta erase that then. How did that happen? Life is weird. We'll figure it out when we get there. Right now, there are 33 submissions. That is correct, Bildo. Good eye. Good eye. Good eye, mate. I'm so bad at Australian accents. You guys want to start this thing off right? What are you thinking? Like all colors? How colorblind am I? Oh, I'm very colorblind. I am enough colorblind that sometimes it is a benefit. That's how colorblind I am. Because I am less reliant on color in some situations than you guys. For example, when it's dark. One of the main things that disorients you creatures when it's dark is that you have less color to rely on. You see in almost black and white, but it's just a little bit of a different shade in the darkness. That doesn't bother me. So I've got very good vision when you can't see anything. And then the other thing is that camouflage that is very color reliant is less effective on me. So essentially, I and all colorblind people, we are the hunters of man. Predators in the night. The shadow that brings forth from your nightmares those things that you choose to build heroes to fight against. So yeah, that's what it means, I think. Cinder, you're in a weird mood tonight. Sorry, buddy. The thing is, I'm going to be honest. I'm still a little sick. And I drank a bunch of medicine before I started. It tasted really gross. And sometimes when things taste really gross, I have to goofy it out. But I did buy cough medicine. So hopefully it'll be less, it'll balance itself out a little bit. Anyway. How are you guys doing tonight? You just gotta lean in sometimes. Do you know what it's like? Alyssa, do you know what it's like? It's like when you're at like a sleepover and you stay up too late and you're really tired, but that makes you kind of goofy. That's the mood that I'm in right now. I am a goofy, tired mood. We're gonna sit in it. We're gonna let it ride. And I actually think it's an excellent mood for the types of magic we're gonna be looking at tonight, which is gonna be that of the non-damage dealing. It's goofy magic, right? What are we doing? Goofy stuff. Or maybe very evil stuff. Because you can actually do quite a lot of evil stuff without damage. How long am I streaming for? Hundreds of years. An eon or two at least. But tonight, I would like to go till midnight. But it'll depend on how I feel. Because if I find myself getting not fun tired, the whole thing might fall apart. Cinder, I have an idea for a homebrew spell. I end up making one that already existed or something similar. Short of just memorizing every spell, what's the best way to not have this happen? You do not need to memorize any spell, but if you know what you want your spell to do, you can sort of realistically research. So let's say, for example, you want to make a low-level damage-dealing spell. You could just look at low-level damage-dealing spells. I want to make a level 2 spell that deals damage. All right, that's not that many spells. Might be 10 or 15, but you can look at those. Or if you want to do a spell that summons creatures. I want to do a new spell that summons. I want to summon a little monster to help me. Look up spells that just summon things. There's not that many of those either. And in fact, if you look those up, you'll start to notice, oh, there's different types of summoning spells. There are the summoning spells that are like the Dungeon Master picks and they have to be a CR whatever monster, and there's a lot of them. But then there's the summoning spells that summon a single monster that you control very closely for a short period of time. But then there's the summoning spells that summon a really little monster, but that monster lasts a really long time. And then you're like, okay, so it can, the research can kind of help guide you in figuring out where your spell sits compared to the others, and that can help you in how you might want to edit it to make it unique, or if you're finding a niche that needs to be filled. Do you know what I mean? This is the Mark Rober music? Yeah, he and I wrote this together. You didn't know that? It's nice to know that Mark Rober and I used the same sound library. Epidemic Sounds. It's good shit. Cinder, are you familiar with wizards taking permanent damage when their familiar dies? Nope, I am not. Maybe that's something from an older edition or something that your Dungeon Master wants to do because they're dark and cruel. But no, that's not something I'm familiar with. How do I make a link to a homebrew spell? Well, I think the easiest way to write your spell would be in a Google Doc. And then you could make that Google Doc shareable, and then you share it and as the link. That's what most people do. I'm not going to say he helped, but I'm not going to say he didn't help. I'm looking at D&D content when the campaign I'm going to run isn't even D&D. I can't find good resources for any campaigns in the system I'm using. That's hard. Honestly, that's one of the reasons why D&D ends up becoming such a big thing a lot of the time, because it is so resource aplenty. It's part of the reason why when they were going to close all their doors and be like, nobody can make anything anymore. It's just us. Fuck you. People were like, bruh, we made you what you are. The open gaming license is why 5e was successful. You dumb fucks. You silly goose. If you have an item you want to share, I will look at it on another day. Because today is a magic spell day. Speaking of which, let me see if anybody else sent in any homebrew while we were doing this little rant. AKA giving everybody time to submit. I'm going to be honest. I genuinely think sometimes this first half hour of the show is the best part. From an entertainment perspective. It's like, okay, my energy is 100%. We're goofing and we're gaffing. It's just fucking nosedive as soon as the wheel starts spinning. Tell me of your item, Dragon Player. The circlet of the spider's eye detects the direction of invisible creatures, but not their exact location up to 30 feet. That's all right. That's all right. That's a pretty solid uncommon item, I'd say. I might even give it something a little extra. Because being able to see invisible creatures, I think, is good, but it wouldn't be the everything. That might be a rare item. What did you miss? Oh, what didn't you miss? Just some goofs and some gaffs. My personal favorite part is when we have a random 30-minute tangent. Dude, I love the random 30-minute tangents too. But I also do like this part where we're sort of hanging out, and mostly what I'm doing is stalling for time for the few of you that are like, oh shit, I forgot. I want to make something, or I have a spell, you know? Remember that invisible creatures still need to hide unless they do know. That's true. That's true. So that magic item only works if you don't fully use those rules. That's a good point. Bayalzul! Byzalul. I keep saying your name wrong. The thing that's cool about your name, Byzalul, is that every time I say it wrong. And then usually the second time I say it right. But I do think I say it wrong almost every time I say it initially, which holds a sort of magic, don't you think? What a weird power that name has. Alyssa, I'm glad that you like the chill. Is there a rule of thumb when making a spell to get it to the right level, factoring concentration, components, duration, casting time? There is with damage, but not really with anything else. You kind of have to eyeball it based on other spells. A good way to balance your spell is to think about other spells that do similar things and sort of benchmark them as anchor points and try to figure out where your spell sits in between them. But you do need to kind of decide on anchor points, or decide on anchor point vibe, which is just reading lots of spells. For damage spells, I don't remember exactly what it is, but it is roughly the equivalent of, I think, 3d6 plus 1d6 per level of the spell, or maybe it's 3d6 plus 1d10 per level of the spell is like average spell damage, but I'm making that up. I don't actually know that off the top of my head, but the general scaling of like spell scaling up is 1 dice up, and I think it's roughly that. How do you feel about multiple armor spikes on the same piece of gear in 5e? I love it, man. Spikes for days. Ba-dong, 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 ba-dong. Are you going to do a stream for mechanics, such as alchemy system or new familiars? Also, does wild magic account for this? I think wild magic could count for this for sure. But also, I don't know if I'm going to do a stream for that. I think if I was going to do a stream for exploring new systems and new game mechanics, I would need to set the parameters up in such a way that would limit the size of what people were sending me. Because reading new game mechanics, not for everybody, but for me, is sort of like reading a new class, where it's hard for me to really understand it until I've really read the whole thing, and then I need to like think about it for a little while, and I don't know how entertaining that would be. You know? But if I could figure out how to do that, then I'd do that for sure. The Battle Rager doesn't need that many tweaks to be good. Basically, you need to make its initial damage thing better. And maybe one other minor thing. But some of the unfortunately, some Battle Rager features are pretty good. I think it has a really cool 6th level feature. The Battle Rager, the lesser known barbarian subclass because it's so bad. At 3rd level, they get special armor that can deal piercing damage, but it deals 1d4 if you hit with it, and creatures take 3 damage if you grapple them, but it's like, that's kind of nothing, you know? That's sort of like a nothing burger. Why is my window fucked? Let me fix that. What is going on here, window? Window? I hardly know, though. That's me. No, that's that thing. Okay. Oh, you're all fucked up. I didn't even realize you were so fucked up. Oh my god. Alright, well, let's fix that. Give me a second. Sorry, chat. You guys couldn't even see what I was looking at. Okay, we gotta do some resizing. Give me a second here. Resizing, activate. Doot. Okay, there we go. Anyway, Battle Rager. Their 6th level feature is pretty fucking cool. While you're raging, when you use your reckless attack, you gain temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier. Simple, but good, because you're going to have resistance on your damage while all this is happening. And it ties into reckless so nicely. I don't know. I feel like it's such a simple, good feature, you know? Anyway. The wheel. Behold, it in all its might. The glory of the wheel. What is this music? I think this music is setting the tone. Chat, why can't I see you? Come back. Chat! Oh, there you are. Patrick, do you want to come on stream today or no? I'm going to warn you, Patrick. I'm in a silly mood, but do you want to come on stream today? You're down? All right. Let me know if/when you want to, and just give me a call. Or I'll give you a call. We can do either. You're messed up today? Oh, buddy. Hey, man. Listen. Come here. Come here, man. Who said that? Gene. Listen, bud. Being messed up is real. That sucks. And I might not be able to unmess things up. But I believe that you can survive and persevere. And I hope that hanging out with us tonight will help you a little bit. And I hope that if I read your homebrew, you don't get mad if I make fun of your grammar a little bit. Because I might forget that I shouldn't do that. But also, you're going to be all right, man. Anyway, let's get back to the show. Sorry. Anyway. Also, hello, FMB Holy Runner. And Fantasy Failure. And John. Jean. John. Whatever you prefer. Ian Grimes, what's up? Neko, I saw you in here earlier. What's up? Down to join whenever? All right, Patrick. Let me turn this fucking madness music down a little bit. The music's doing crazy stuff tonight. Let me give you a call. Hello. Patrick.
Yo.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good. Dude, that music was a bop. It was the goofiest music I think I've ever heard on this channel.
So I've been building I have a couple new playlists, and my opening playlist has gotten twice as big, and it's with bops of that energy because they're just fun
great,
bops. You know what I mean?
Fucking great. We need it. We're out here crafting whole universes. We got to keep it light, you know?
We do have to keep it light, but sometimes we have to make it dark.
We got to get real intense.
You know?
Yeah. No, I do. I've been on this ride before.
You have?
At least once. I'm sure at least once.
Are you sure?
Yeah, positive at least once, maybe more.
What tone of music should I do now? You pick. You're not gonna have to listen to it. Here's your options. And then we'll spin the wheel. Here's your options. You get option 1 is gonna be like sort of like jazz cafe little guitar. Option 2, sort of fantasy background music, but not ambient, like songs, like songs like Governor of the North, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then the third is more ambient, like what I would play if I was running a D&D session.
I feel like Jazz Cafe, right? I feel like we should lean in. We're designing spells tonight, aren't we?
Yeah.
I feel like when wizards sit around designing spells, they want to listen to Django Reinhardt.
Okay.
So that's the mood.
All right, cool. Give me 1 second, and then we'll spin the wheel. I have to get jazz music ready.
Okay, well, maybe I picked the hardest one. Whoops.
No, it's fine. It's playing already. It's a little too. It needs to be a little. We need a little bit more bop.
Yeah, all right. I accept. I can't hear any of this chat, so I'm trusting the process.
Found it.
Here.
Found what we need.
Amazing.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Not. Okay, actually, this is I made a mistake.
Oh, did you?
All right, whatever. This will do. This will do for now. This will do
All
for
right,
now.
Cool. Let's spin the wheel.
Actually, this won't do. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
No. I took us down the wrong rabbit hole here. Give me a
no.
second. Give me a second.
Baba Ganoush has pretty big wheel for a special prompt. I'm inclined to agree. I feel like
Oh,
people
yeah.
came out with the
Oh
out
yeah.
forced
Yeah. Oh
the
yeah.
spell.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Okay, found it. This is what I wanted. I wanted like lounge music.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
Non-damaging spells, right? That's what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
so the goal for tonight, my dear Dungeon Master, folks, by the way, if you don't know who Patrick Perini is my Dungeon Master for our little podcast, Unbalanced Encounters, which you can find anywhere podcasts are podcasting. So you should go listen to it. It's good. Elevator pitch. What happens when the aggressive imperial regime turns magic into an industry that it carves from nature, and it forces little colony towns to harvest trees to take the magic from them, but then the old magic of the forest is pissed off and it's fighting back, and 2 of the players are working for the army, but 2 of the players are from the town, and they have to figure out how to come together to save everything. That's the plot in a nutshell. Spoilers.
That's the whole plot. That's the whole thing.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
How's Pat's volume, guys? Does he need to be a little louder? Is he just quiet to me?
How do I sound, chat? Do I sound okay? Do I need to be louder? Should I project?
It's good.
Give me notes,
All
chat.
right. I made you a little louder.
Fine by me.
A little quiet? Yeah, I felt like it was a little quiet. If it continues to be a little quiet, somebody let me know. But let's spin the wheel, shall we, Patrick? But yeah, the idea for tonight, so I explicitly said no, this spell, not only can this was the parameters. I wanted the spell not only to not deal damage, but I also wanted it not to be able to deal damage. So, for example,
we're talking prestidigitation, right?
yeah,
We're talking about,
or like, but even a spell like, a teleport spell, you'd have to make it very specifically that you couldn't like throw someone with it or something.
I've never actually considered using teleportation circle offensively, but I take the point. Cool.
Yeah. Spin the wheel. You need release. Okay, sorry. Oh, we're starting with DM Bildo.
Nice.
All right, chat. Get it out of your systems. Get it
all out, chat. Let it all out.
Let me hear it. Where is it? There it is. Here it comes. Rigged. Yeah.
Bildo's sitting happy.
Yeah. This is a spell I get a fair amount of use of as a player. Oh. Looks like it's a spell that our dear Bildo has maybe perhaps play tested?
Yeah.
We shall see.
Seems it.
Rigged. Yeah. Get it out. This is the tetrahydrocannabinol.
Oh my god.
What is
also,
that? What is that? Tetrahydro
Can we get a link?
Yeah, but what does that mean?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to.
There it is in Twitch.
It sounds like a weed thing.
Oh, it's THC. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a weed cantrip.
There we go.
If you are under the age of weed,
if you're under the age of weed,
mute the stream until I go like this. Okay. All right.
Yep.
There you go.
Good. Great. Cool.
Let's see if I can say it fast because I've never seen this word before. Tetrahydrocannabinolin. Tetrahydrocannab. I feel dumb. This is chat. Can I be honest with you guys for a second? It is important to humble yourself sometimes. Okay?
Occasionally, yeah.
Especially if you are somebody that talks a lot and starts to think of yourself very smart. So this is what I'm doing. I'm humbling myself by showing that I can hardly pronounce this word. Tetrahydrocannabinol. Okay,
There you go.
that's a hard
That's
word to
one.
say. But it's a conjuration cantrip. One action, range 10 feet, duration an hour, verbal somatic. You instantaneously harmless. You create an instantaneous harmless sensory effect, such as a shower of sparks, a puff of smoke, faint Rasta musical, or a skunk odor.
That should probably be music, and also you have a space before your comma there that shouldn't be there.
Oh, Patrick's coming in with the grammar.
Listen, if you're gonna come at me with fucking THC,
Yeah. No, fair. I was getting lost in the fucking tetrahydroblockaldogle word. I mean, I couldn't even see the paragraphs.
Truly lost in the sauce.
Yeah. You instantaneously light or snuff up to 3 joints. You instantaneously clean all ash in an area no larger than 5 cubic feet. You instantaneously soil the air no larger than 5 cubic feet. You create a non-magical weed or marijuana that can fit in your hand and lasts for 1 hour. If you cast this spell multiple times,
non-magical weed.
Yeah.
Big daisy.
Yeah, I feel like that's like you call that like that's the stems.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like you're getting the stems and the shake. If you cast this spell multiple times, you can have up to 3 weeds activated. I love that they're called weeds as opposed to like features. And you can dismiss each marijuana as an action. Okay, well, okay.
No,
if we're reviewing this thing, if we're taking this review seriously, I'm gonna say 3. I'm gonna say 3 things immediately.
Yeah,
1. 1, this is very clearly structured off of the spell Prestidigitation.
Or thaumaturgy.
No, it is Prestidigitation.
Is it Prestidigitation? Okay, cool.
Because everything this does is literally something Prestidigitation can do.
Cool,
it's just
cool.
focused on weed.
More specific.
But if you're gonna do that, please keep the good formatting and write all the features as bullet points at least. Like, that spell is formatted in a way that's clear. You can copy that formatting. The other thing is that I am all for calling the magical charges of these things weed or marijuana, but I think you need to pick one word and stick to it. Because you do switch around a little bit. And then the third thing that I'm going to say is that I appreciate the energy of it, and I appreciate the silliness of it, but I do wish that you took the skeleton of Prestidigitation in terms of what a spell does, but really made each of those things a little more of their own thing, as opposed to just a narrowing of Prestidigitation. That's my serious review of the fucking tetrahydrocannabinol THC spell.
I gotta pile on a fourth thing. Why is there a limit to how many non-magical, harmless, quote, weeds we can create? It says if you cast this spell multiple times, you can have up to 3 weeds active at a time. What does that mean?
I think it means 3 of these features.
That's what it's supposed.
I think that's what it's supposed to mean.
That's not clear at all. Because you don't call them weed.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I'm saying you have to pick a word that you're using to represent the charges, and that word could be the marijuana charge. You could.
Yeah.
I'm all for coming up with new vocab for your spell, but you just have to clarify it in the spell.
And 100%, but there's genuinely nothing at the top that suggests that any of this is charge based. All of these features read as, from the first sentence you can create, one of those things. Then the second sentence, light up to 3 joints, just happens. Then you clean out ash in an area no larger than 5 cubic feet, just happens.
Mm-hmm.
The way that you've listed these things out, there are a couple of optional things, and then there's just some stuff that happens.
Oh, I see.
And then you introduce a charge mechanic.
There's not enough ongoing effects.
Yeah,
I think the implication I think there's implied effects, like the joint being continuously lit. But yes. But
it's not written clearly.
Yes. Either way, here's what I'll say. I think it works totally fine.
Sure.
I think that it would be a funny spell for a game where you're playing with more mature humor, where you're talking about drugs and stuff. I think it would work perfectly well in that. But the only nitpick that I really have is I feel like there would be a good argument for the spell Prestidigitation to do almost everything this does, except for one thing, which I do think is the best, which is the soiling 5 feet cube of air. That, to me, is like gold. Because that is very different than what prestidigitation does, in that you can clean or soil like a much smaller piece of object. Either way, it's very silly.
What class or classes is this on the spell
Oh,
list
this is for everybody. No, this is for druids.
I was going to say, if it's for druids and potentially rangers, if on the druid ranger spell list, then I start to become a little bit more okay with it stepping on prestidigitation a little bit in this specific way.
Because they don't get it. That's true. That's true. They don't get prestidigitation. That's true. Yeah, no, bards also. This is bards and druids. For sure.
Bards do get prestidigitation.
Yeah, but bards don't get any damaging spells. They get a mix of other people's spells in a way that makes them feel special.
It's fine. It's fine that they get that if you want to give bards this, but I feel like if you do, it needs to step less on prestidigitation. If you just make it druids, then maybe it's okay that it steps a little bit.
I appreciate the neurosis of how pedantic this is getting.
Yeah, it's great.
I do, though. If I was gonna, okay, if somebody was like, Cinder, you're the president, and we're gonna send the nukes unless you can put in the code, and the only code is saying what classes this cantrip should be for, and you can only pick the ones you really want it to be for, and none of the other ones. Or we're gonna send the nukes, Mr. President. I would say, Governor, you're crazy, but I would say the bard and the druid, sir. And then I would make him salute me, and then I would punch him in the nose, and nobody could get mad at me because I was the president. But
Immunity.
But those two make sense because I think they fit the funny vibe, you know?
I agree.
Anyway, I don't know. This is very funny. Very funny.
It'd be wild if we had more feedback. It'd be truly unhinged if we had more feedback.
Yeah. No, it sparked a good conversation, though. All right. Here you go. Round of applause to Bildo for his fucking weed spell.
God damn it.
Oh, Bildo. You fucking goof. To be fair, I do feel more comfortable calling Bildo a fucking goof. Just because he is a mod who does a lot of does work for the channel.
Bildo's great. Yeah. We have somebody in the chat saying, "What is the line between illusion and enchantment spells?" And I'm not going to say that I'm the sole arbiter here, but I would imagine whether or not you're dealing with a physical object. Illusion is illusion; it's not a physical object. Enchantment is affecting a physical object.
Enchantment is affecting in D&D. Enchantment is affecting a person.
Is it only people?
Yeah, you don't. All the spells that enchant items are like transmutation or spells or conjuration spells.
Got it. Cool. So enchantment is specifically a person, and I guess that actually
it is sort of like illusions of the mind versus illusions of the world.
Yeah. Are you creating it in the world? Are you creating like a hologram? Or are you changing someone's perception of reality? Which is that is a subtler line than I thought initially. That's a good question.
Yeah, it could be either of them.
Yeah.
What about Phantom Steed? Phantom Steed me to the wheel. Boo. Crazy Moose with the super chat. Thank you very much. Remind me to introduce you to my favorite spell from 3.5/Pathfinder, All Food. Alfood. Alfoody Woody.
What?
Wait a minute. Why aren't my fucking announcements going off? Alex and Druid, thank you for the Prime. Dice Admiral, thank you for the resubscribe. I always forget what day this happens on. Happy to be here. Why didn't the sound work for it, though?
I don't know.
What is going on with my announcements?
Shit, man. Is everything broken?
I hope not.
Yeah, me too. Otherwise, we would have a crisis, Mr. President.
We might have a crisis, but we're not going to worry about it right now.
Spoken like a true leader. Oh, somebody said you didn't do the thing to let the kids know that they can unmute.
What?
Thank you. Somebody said
the kids. Oh, yeah. Kids.
They're muted.
Fucking unmute.
What was the phrase? You were gonna do a thing. What was the thing?
What thing?
You were gonna it was blah blah blah. What the fuck was it? You said mute until and then you did like a whole protracted series of sounds and gestures.
Oh yeah. Oh, those poor kids.
All right, now everybody's unmuted. We're safe now.
They've been missing out.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. We got to keep things PG.
We got to keep them something.
Got to keep it on the level with this jazz.
Oh, I think I know what's happening.
Are you trying to fix your notifications right now?
I'm not trying to. I fucking am doing it because I am a G.
Yeah,
I think.
I accept. Somebody super chat him so that the notification goes off.
No, don't do that just yet. I haven't fixed it just yet.
All right, hold on, not yet. Hold fire.
No. Listen, guys, listen. We're gonna spin the wheel. We're not gonna worry about it. We'll worry about it in a little bit. Midnight Prohan.
Midnight Prohan.
What you got for? Oop, that's the wrong button. What you got for us, Midnight Prohan?
What you know about this?
I am not sure if the level is too high or low for this spell, but thanks for reviewing it. All right, let's take a look.
Yes, happy to.
This
Links
is called
in the chat.
Contract. I pulled it. I just pulled it myself. Give me 2 seconds. All right, there it is. It's in the chat.
Cool.
All right, let's see. This is a cleric, paladin, warlock, and wizard spell. Ooh.
Okay, so all of the arcane boys. Good. Oh, and paladin. And cleric, never mind. So divine and arcane. I'll shut the
fuck you, bard and sorcerer is what this spell is. Casting time 1 minute or longer, your choice. An unusual timing. We'll see what it leads to.
Not generally the way that would be phrased, but carry on.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It might be a weird spell. Verbal somatic material. We got some gold worth something. It can't be used to cast the spell again. You would say which is consumed by the spell. Duration until a creature breaks their oath. Okay, let's see. That's odd. Also, let's see. Touch one willing creature.
Duration special.
If the TTS worked.
Yeah, the text to speech worked. TTS worked. Whoever did that.
Amazing. Fantastic.
Okay, touch one willing creature to make a deal with. During the casting time of the spell, create a contract for you and target to follow. If each creature agrees and both ends of the if both creature agrees with both ends of the contract, then you can cast the spell. Okay, that is a confusingly written sentence, but I am going to keep reading. But that is poorly worded currently.
Yeah.
Needs addressing. When the spell is cast, the terms of the contract are written on the scroll used to cast the spell. Okay. No magic spell or effect short of a god can persuade you or the target to break the contract. After the spell is cast, if either you or the target break their end of the contract, then they become paralyzed and the spell ends. If both you and the target break the contract at the same time, then you and the target become paralyzed and the spell ends. And how long do you become paralyzed? How long?
Yep, that's necessary information. Just forever.
Well, it seems like it is.
Yeah.
So, okay, so what okay. So what are we trying to actually do here?
Thoughts.
Yeah. What's your thoughts?
So there's a bunch of places where this could get cleaned up. We got to clean up the casting time thing. We'll talk about that. That's, I think, very easy to clean up actually, but as it's written right now, it's very complicated. But to your point, you were about to make, what's happening right now? There's a contract. You both have to agree to that contract, and it does two things. One, it enforces a penalty if anyone breaks the contract. In this case, indefinite paralysis. My pitch, and I'm curious as to where this is going to land in the course of the conversation, I think petrification might be a little bit more on brand for this kind of thing than paralysis. And also help to make it make sense if you want it to last for a very long time. That's a thought. We'll put that aside. That's one side. There's a contract. The other side is you can't have your mind fucked with to want to break the contract, right? So like Gesh doesn't work here. You can't use suggestion to get the person to break the contract. A god has to intervene, right? And that's the only way that your mind can be changed or altered in order to want to or be willing to break the contract.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are the two main components, as I understand them.
Yeah. Yes, I think so too. Yes, we're trying to make a contract, and I think the goal is that the contract is that it's open-ended. Like, this is not, the magic of this is basically a pinky swear.
Pretty much. Well, yeah, which is a contract, and maybe not a written one, but it is one, right?
Yeah.
So I think, first things first, clean up the way that this is cast. I think you can just say, when you and a creature that you can touch sign a contract written on the scroll material component of this spell.
Mm-hmm.
That's the casting.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Make the casting time an action. There's no reason for it to be any longer.
Yeah.
You're signing your name. That's all it is.
Yeah. And then you could say, you seal the contract in arcane magic. And then you could go into the rest. If either party breaks the contract, they immediately suffer this in effect.
Right.
Something like that.
And there's no reason for you to have like a variable amount of casting time. The writing of the contract doesn't need to be the casting. The casting is done at the magical execution of the contract, which could be, stamping it, right?
Yeah.
Like a very simple thing.
I think that also I might include something where the person who you made the contract with could end the petrified in addition to you. Like, they should be able to turn it off.
So let's talk about the consequence of this, right? Because I feel like it's so hard to actually break the contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing can make you want to, the way it's written, nothing can make you want to, including like your own thoughts, right? Like, this contract is it is an enchantment spell, right?
No, it's abjuration. It's not intended to enchant in any way.
Ah, okay. So
any enchanting, I think, is being interpreted, but I don't interpret this as enchanting anything.
My question for the author would be, can I break the contract of my own free will? Because the way this is written, it suggests no. Because it says no magic spell or effect. I guess you could just break the contract of your own free will.
I think the intended is, I would say, I think the intended is spell or magical effect. I think that's where you're getting mixed up here. I would say
I think
the problem is that this word magic needs to be in front of the word effect.
I think that's exactly right. So, yes, then I would agree with you about the paralysis thing, or at least to clarify that it is indefinite, if it is.
Mm-hmm. I also, though, if you do change it to being based on the signing, I do think the willingness still probably needs to be in there. Like, you could coerce someone into signing a contract, but I wouldn't want to coerce them into this.
Yeah,
Pat,
I agree.
You texted me 30 minutes ago? Oh,
yes.
I just saw it. I don't know. My phone just got it. I think it's kind of a neat idea for a spell. Fifth level. Do you think fifth level makes sense? I might put it higher because of the duration effect. Because of the duration, I might put it at 6.
Honestly, I feel like 6th, or if you're making it an indefinite petrification, maybe even 7th, because that's pretty substantial. But somewhere in that range.
If you were gonna make it 6 or 7, I think you could add a contingency that the person who didn't break the contract is pinged at where you are also.
Ooh, that's very good. Whenever the contract is broken.
So when the contract gets broken, the person who did not break it knows that it got broken, and they know where that person who broke it is.
That's cool. I like that a lot.
Because there's a reason to petrify them. You can, go get them.
Yeah, which I really like. And all of a sudden, that, for me, becomes a really cool, one of those spells that, it's good from a player perspective, but it's real good from a GM perspective. Because this is the kind of thing that you could start giving to, warlock patrons and, warlords and stuff, right?
Yeah. The more I think about it, the more I think
really
it's definitely got to be a little bit of a higher level spell.
I agree. I think it does, but I also think that if you make it much higher, 7th level, you clear some room to do some really interesting narrative stuff.
Yeah, I don't think it should be paralyzed. I think it should be petrified, because that way you don't just die of starvation. You just become stone.
And it also just feels thematically right? Like, the contract is broken, and we see them solidify into stone as their screams are choked off by the rock, right? That's cool.
Yeah, I would not give this. I would make this a spell that doesn't scale. I wouldn't do higher levels, do higher things. I would just make it a pretty high level spell, make it do the cool stuff. Bippity boppity, whippity woppity, Zip it up and zip it out.
Yeah.
As they say.
It is, honestly, though, I will say, kudos for finding, very clear narrative space for a non-damaging spell that
Yeah.
I don't think has anything in the canon that exists, right? There's nothing like this in 5e, and it feels like a really cool space to play with.
There are spells that could emulate this, like contingency, or I bet you could do some shenanigans with like moving magic mouth and glyphs. You could probably do some weird shenanigans with.
But now we're kind of getting into the redstone territory for D&D, right? Like where it's like if I string 5 spells together, I can maybe kind of emulate it, and this is elegant. This is a cool way to do it.
Yeah. All right, cool. Kadonk, kadink. Thank you, Midnight Prohan, for sharing. Let's hear it for the Prohan at midnight.
The Prohan themselves. Midnight. Definitely at midnight.
I wonder if anybody else sent any spells in. Matoiki is the bottom of the list right now.
All right.
Look, these guys got bolded because I misclicked. So now these ones get to be bold names. They're the bolds.
Fun.
They're the
bold crew.
We don't know if they're the Braves, but we know that they're the bolds.
The bolds feels kind of like a West Side Story gang, right? Like I feel like they've got like pomade in their hair, and they're really well choreographed. You know?
Oh yeah, sure.
How you doing tonight, Chad? You having fun?
Oh, they better be having fun. If they're not having fun, what the fuck are we doing with our time?
What the fuck are we even doing?
What are any of us doing here? What a waste of time this would be if we weren't having fun. Genuine waste. Yeah, clap. Thank you, Baba. Baba loves to give us that little clap at the end. Speaking of which, Baba, you clap and you shall receive.
Oh, shit.
This has been a fortuitous night for those participating in the TTS. Oh, it must be rigged. Push people around with this. All right, let's see what you got for us. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. It's called Gale. It's named after everybody's favorite wizard to fuck.
God fucking damn it. Dude,
Here's
the first time I played
Twitch.
Baldur's Gate, I didn't realize that just like being a decent person and also making sure he didn't explode was going to singularly result in him trying to bone several times. And I had to have the real awkward conversation of like, maybe not, man.
I'll be honest. Of all of the proposals that I've seen so far, his is definitely the coolest because he's like doing magic as he's doing the proposal.
It's pretty great, yeah.
Yeah.
Made it all the harder to be like, not tonight.
maybe next week.
I think that was genuinely an option.
Maybe later. I have to wash my hair tonight.
That's so
all right,
funny.
Let's see. This is called Gale. Level 4 conjuration, casting time 1 action, range 90 feet, concentration up to 1 minute. Components.
We gotta get the link.
I gave the links. I gave the link already. You're late.
Wow.
I'll put it back.
What?
I'll put it back.
Absolutely right. That's on me.
I'll do it again. Man, listen, I am the gift that keeps on giving. I'll give links for days. I'll give so many links, Zelda won't know what to do. That was a good Star Wars, not Star Wars, fucking banner of sword, claw, grapple hook, shoot a thing, wear a mask, throw a bomb. What's the thing called? Fucking Zelda. That was a good Zelda joke.
You said the fucking
I was trying to think of a specific Ocarina of Time. I was going to say that was a good Ocarina joke. And I was going to make that another joke because it's not called Ocarina, but that is another reference. And it's fun to use a reference that is a correct reference, but an incorrect use of it is funny.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. Speaking of which, Gale. You summon a mighty current of wind onto the battlefield within a 20-foot cube in range. When you cast this spell, and at the start of each of your subsequent turns, you choose a lateral direction that the wind blows in. You can't direct the wind up or down. Creatures that start their turn inside the cube move into the cube during their turn must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, they are pushed to the closest unoccupied space outside the edge of the cube that the wind is blowing towards and knocked prone. The gale is difficult terrain. Any ranged weapon attacks that pass through it have disadvantage. As an action on your turn, you can move the gale up to 40 feet. You can't move the Gale farther than 90 feet away from you. Huh.
So first things first, I'm a nitpick here. Lateral directions aren't a thing in D&D, and you know that, which is why you said in parentheses you can't go up and down. There is a way to say that in D&D, which is horizontal directions.
Yeah. Or you could say horizontal.
Yes,
horizontal.
Horizontal.
But yes. The way it's
kind of like kind of a Wall of Force-y type thing going on here, which is interesting.
It does a little bit of wind wall, I think is what you mean.
Wind wall, yes. Thank you, yes.
And it's a big area. Here's my question. I don't know how I feel about being able to move it 40 feet. Because technically, if I move it 40 feet, I could affect the same creature with it a shit ton.
Yeah, I mean, it did say push people around with this, right?
So I could, like, push people, knock them, and then follow it, and then knock them, and follow them, and knock them, and push one person, like, 90 feet. But maybe that's fine for a 4th level spell?
Because it's also, they can save, right? Every time they're affected by it, they can save.
Yeah, they can save against it. So maybe it's not too much.
If they save, is it a creature... Wait, hold on, let me see. A creature that start their turn or move within. So, yeah, I think it's probably fine, because if they save, they're good.
Oh, that's true,
until...
that's true. It has to be at the start of their turn. Okay.
So it's it now becomes once per turn.
Yes.
Really
I understand it. And it's a whole action to move it. No, I understand. Yes. I understand. I think it's pretty fun.
I would say maybe 20-foot movement if you wanted to nerf that at all, just so you're not moving it twice its own length.
No, you've talked me out of it. I don't think it needs that kind of nerf.
Yeah, okay.
It's better feeling than Wind Wall for sure.
Yeah, it's cool. Would this be mechanically, from like a practical perspective, would this be worse if it was a sphere instead of a cube?
I think it would be harder to manage on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think that's probably
like literally from a technical perspective of the battle map.
Yeah. The only reason why I bring it up is because for my brain, a sphere feels more like the shape that this wants to be.
I think if you were going to be a sphere, it would need to be smaller. Because you still would want it to take up roughly a square of shape just for the logic of moving creatures like on a battle map, I think.
Yeah, so a cube, an area is probably fine. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. I like it too.
Only note is that you don't have to use the word lateral and then define it in place. You can just use the word horizontal. That's crazy. Is that the least feedback I've ever given on a bit of homebrew?
Maybe. I mean, we did talk about Gale for a lot.
Yeah, I mean, true. And that's feedback. That's necessary for you to understand. That's cultural context. For your naming conventions.
So, Baba, the reason why I think the cube feels more like wind to you is this is what I think is happening. You are imagining a block of wind moving in a direction. Patrick was imagining a swirling vortex of wind.
Yeah, I was. That's absolutely
I was opening the eye you cannot see so that I could see that which those could not behold. Sometimes I start a sentence and don't know how it's going to end. You ever do that?
That's all right. Yeah, most of the time I speak, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, let's give Bob a round of applause. This is a fun spell, dude. This is one of those spells that, honestly, this is how I'm going to tell you where this spell sits in the game. This is one of those spells that optimizers would not pick, or they would only pick if they were like doing a combo with someone else.
Yeah.
But people that weren't optimizers would pick, and they would have fun with, and it would still be situationally useful, but the optimizers would be annoyed that they picked it because they weren't using it as a combo. That's where this sits in the action economy of players, I think.
Which, to be fair, I feel like that is also reflected kind of across the like I feel like rangers often fit in that space for me, right? Where it's like I've never seen or I very rarely see optimizers pick rangers, but rangers will pick the wackiest fucking spells, and I'm here for it.
I think it depends. Rangers also have a weird spell list, so sometimes they have to pick wacky spells.
That is certainly true.
Anyway, Baba.
I feel like this is at home.
What?
On the Ranger spell list. I like it. I feel like this is at home on the Ranger spell list.
Yeah, me too. If I was playing a Swarmkeeper Ranger.
Oh,
And
God,
I reflavored it as like an air elemental.
That'd be so good.
Yeah.
Testing if the wheel is rigged.
Oh, you're testing if the wheel is rigged? That's a great test. That's
The wheel
Urban
is
Hagman.
rigged.
Anyway, let's see. This is Baba. Thank you, Baba.
Well done, Baba. Baba, Baba, Baba.
Baba says this is in their Druid Compendium. Yay.
Cool, 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 cool.
Speaking
That's
of
good stuff.
Compendium, I hardly knowedium.
Oh, yeah, true.
Uh-oh, you know I'm in a good mood when I'm getting those jokes in faster than chat. I will say, one of the things that I am legitimately the most proud of is that I've cultivated a culture of people making stupid, like, dad jokes in the chat, which makes me very, very happy.
That's how you know that you've, like, landed on something wholesome, you know?
Well, I don't know if I'd call it wholesome, but it's maybe half some. We're on our way.
Some.
We'll get to
Right.
3/4.
You're working toward it.
Yeah.
3/4 some.
Yeah, we'll see if we hit the sub count for the day. Buggada, 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 buggada.
Everybody go sub. Quick, before the wheel.
Arcade.
Rigged.
You know what? Everyone thinks it's rigged because they make a big deal of the moments where there's coincidence, but no one's making a big deal of this moment. But it is still a big deal for Arcade. We should make a big deal of it for everyone.
Yeah.
Rigged! Rigged, guys, rigged! Let Arcade know you care about them. Rigged! Rigged! Show your support. Rigged!
Rigged.
Thank you.
God.
This is the only spell I've made so far that isn't intently damage dealing. The 4th level spell, Veilfire. Veilfire is a cool name. Oops.
Yeah, it is.
Why does this keep doing that? Stop it. Click on the right thing, please. Click on the right thing, please. Oh, it's a little... is it a compendium we're being handed? Oh, it is. A series of spells. So we're going to go to Veilfire. So as always, folks, if you send me a document with multiple things in it, tell me what thing you want me to review. If you don't tell me what thing you want me to review, I will review the first one. But here it is. This is from our dear Arcade.
Amazing. Veilfire.
Veilfire, a 4th level divination spell. Casting time 1 action, range, touch. A sample of ectoplasm and an opal worth 50 gold, which consumes the spell. Which the spell consumes, I should say. Duration 10 minutes. An otherworldly white flame burns to life from an object you touch. The Veilfire provides bright white light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet. The flame emits no heat and doesn't require oxygen and cannot be smothered by non-magical means.
That's cool.
The light provided by the Veilfire reveals the landscape of the ethereal plane.
Oh, that's really cool.
As well as the creatures that inhabit it out to a radius of its light. You can see and communicate with creatures revealed by the spell, and they can see and communicate with you in the same manner. Creatures on their respective planes still cannot physically interact with each other unless a special ability or magic has given them the ability to do so. And it's on the Druid, Ranger, Sorcerer, and Warlock spell list.
Bro, that's awesome.
I think it's a pretty fucking cool spell, too.
And, like, it's so evocatively written, and, like, the material components are really well thought out, right? Like,
I have one major piece of feedback.
What's up?
Give your say what you were going to say first.
No, that was it. That was the end of the sentence.
If anybody in chat can guess my main piece of feedback, and it's a big one, you will win a prize, but I don't think anyone will. I think it's a real it's a really good feeling spell. It's a really good feeling spell. It's a really good feeling spell. No, I think it totally should be divination. Definitely should be divination. Because remember, the ethereal plane isn't like the plane of death. It's just the ethereal plane.
Yeah.
There's an argument for conjuration, but I think divination makes sense.
No, divination.
No, really I think 4th levels kind of makes sense too, because it actually is really powerful.
It is.
There's no other way you can communicate with the ethereal plane like this. It's not a small deal. Situational. No, this should be a ritual. This should be a ritual spell.
Be able to ritual cast it.
You should be able to ritual cast this. This is such a ritual casting spell.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's a good piece of feedback. I don't know that I would consider it to be a big change, but it is a good. It's
No,
an important one.
but I think it's really important for this spell because think about this. This is a 4th level spell. 4th level spell slots are important. You don't just spend those willy-nilly. So when you have a spell like this, where it's so situational, and it's also designed in a way, it's really, I mean, you could use it in combat, but it's not, it doesn't feel like it's designed to be a combat spell. I guess it could be used for one, but
meh. I mean, if you're fighting ghosts, it's helpful, but it's not, again, you can't interact with the ethereal.
But then you can still cast it as an action. But most of the time, you want to be able to just, this is like a, this is
light the torch.
This is a spell that I would cast if I was in a dungeon and I wasn't sure what to do. And I feel like I would be way more likely to take this spell if I knew I could cast it as a ritual. So by making it a ritual, it makes it so much more usable.
I will pile on that this is another really good ranger spell. This one maybe even more thematically so than the last one we just looked at. And rangers basically don't get 4th level spells. So they're working toward this. And you don't want to take that away from them, right? Like, ritual makes a tremendous amount of sense here.
It also should definitely be on the wizard spell list too. There's no reason. This makes more sense on the wizard spell list than I think it does on the sorcerer personally, but that's just me. Ain't no divination sorcerers. We got divination wizards. Just saying.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, Horizon Walker could definitely use this. Yeah.
This is
it's a cool
one
spell.
of the coolest spells I've seen in a long time.
It's a cool spell.
Really smitten with this.
Yeah, it's a cool spell. How do you feel about the opal and the ectoplasm?
It's perfect, right? Because like by making the opal the material component, when you start to describe the white fire, my brain fills in opalescent. It fills in that like orange and blue streak through that shimmering white flame. It's really evocative. It's really fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's good writing, is what that is.
Yeah, I think it's fun. I also like it because ectoplasm is a little vague, but in a way that actually I think is fine. Because it's the kind of thing where, like, you probably could buy this at a store that sells parts, you know, magic parts, but also you could be like, maybe a ghost leaves it behind. Maybe it's residue you can scrape off a dead thing, you know, it makes sense.
Well, and also the ectoplasm is it does not have a gold cost, so it is accounted for with your arcane foci.
Oh, that's true, that's true, that's true.
Your spell component pouches. So, like, if you don't have it, it doesn't actually matter. What matters is the opal. But in both cases, it's something that, like, the world could have.
Baba says that they don't think it should consume an opal. Lawson, yes. See invisibility does allow you to see into the ethereal plane, but you're not accounting for 2 things. 1, this allows everybody around you to see into the ethereal plane, but 2, it allows you to communicate. I think the communicating is also what makes it a bigger deal.
Yeah, I agree.
And it doesn't require concentration, although see invisible might not require concentration. I don't remember. But those be my thoughts. Arcade, this is your first non-damage dealing spell. Main feedback, make more non-damage dealing spells, please.
Out of the fucking park.
We need these. Yeah. Why are you keeping them from us? No, I don't think it should require concentration. I think it's fine without it.
I think it's actually very important that it doesn't require concentration. And I think that there is an element, like, if this required concentration, that would be such a hard nerf that I would say, like, you got to scrap the material components, and then we start to lose, like, some of the flavor. As is. I like where it is.
10 minutes is only too short if it's not a ritual. If it's a ritual, I think it's fine, because you can just cast it forever.
Yeah.
You could make it like an hour, I guess, if you wanted to. That could be fine. Either way, thank you, Arcade.
Well done.
What's up, Sloth? Sloth comes into stream at almost the same time every day, and I always catch their hi, Cinder. I don't know why.
Good for Sloth. They're out here.
I try to catch everybody's, but I don't.
That's all right. We're not all perfect, you know.
Yeah, but you know, we're not perfect. But what's compared to what? You know what I mean?
Compared to whom? You know,
Whom for some, what for others.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying. This is what I've been saying, frankly.
If I'm comparing myself to like an anglerfish, that's a who. But if I'm comparing myself to like a graphic designer, that's a what?
Is it?
I don't know.
All right, maybe
not graphic designers.
Definitely a graphic.
What if they're not a graphic designer? What if they're a crypto bro?
Yeah. I think I might be okay with the dehumanization happening there implicitly.
Well, it's not about dehumanization. It's about just accepting that humanity is a thing that is separate. It's humanization, if anything.
All right, I accept.
Because anglerfish aren't. I'm not dehumanizing an anglerfish because it's not a human.
That's true.
And
That's true. That's true.
Humans dehumanize each other.
And that's not your job.
No. That would be impossible. Like,
that's true.
Can you really tell the difference between like 3 mosquitoes? I'm in a similar spot. Boo, boo. Alfredo sauce.
Ooh, tasty.
Well, these days make me have a tummy ache, but I
yeah.
Hello.
But that's okay.
I'm not sure if this spell is too high or too low.
You
know what they say, you got to get up to get down.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's some good wisdom.
This spell is called Sandstorm. I was gonna say, how long till that starts?
Oh my God. All right, this is probably a real sandstorm though, so you know.
Yeah. Isn't that the Mortal Kombat song? All right, good review. Thank you very much, Alfredo sauce. Let's give them a round of applause. No, I'm kidding.
We gotta dig in.
Sandstorm, another level 4 spell. Another level 4 spell. People love them level 4s. You know why?
Man, I have guesses, but I'm curious as to what you think.
I think because it feels like a level that you can start to do powerful stuff, and I think that people are hesitant to try to push too many ideas or too many of a new idea into lower level spells, because level 1, 2, and 3 are like the common spell slots. 4 little less common, 5 less you know what I mean? That's my thought. My thought is it feels like you have more wiggle room when you hit 4.
That's a better thought than mine.
Everybody chill out. There's an SCP doctor in the house. If anybody asks, I'm just a regular guy. I am a human flesh streamer. I just stream. I'm a human. I have all the human inside of me and outside of me, and my mind is the human mind. And we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons, and not secretly coercing the masses into slowly but surely building a hive mind army for me that I control by tapping into their imaginations to rule other realms. We're just looking at D&D homebrew, okay?
Yeah, simple as.
Okay. Sandstorm, a level 4 spell. Casting time 1 action. Range self 20-foot radius. Duration 1 minute. School conjuration. Attack save none. As an action, you conjure windy sands that swirl around you in a 20-foot radius. Now, call me insane if you need to, but I feel with the severity of 1,000 hammers, with the certainty of the sun rising tomorrow, that you should not say windy sands, but you should say sandy winds.
Yep.
Am I insane for feeling that so strongly?
No, because the sands are not filled with wind. That would just be air beneath the ground, I guess. That would be nothing.
So I haven't lost my mind?
No, I agree.
Okay, good. Because I wasn't sure.
Yep.
Okay. Well, then I think we can
We
continue.
can proceed. We're good. Everybody, chat, calm down. We're okay.
As an action, on the end of each of your turns, and as a part of the action you use to cast this spell, you can choose one creature within the spell's radius to suffer one of the following effects. The target is pushed 20 feet in any direction. The target is restrained until the end of its next turn. The target is blinded until the end of its next turn. There is a big problem here. Just a little bit of a big problem here.
There's no save.
There's no
So I
save.
guess it happens.
There's no save. There needs to be a saving throw.
I mean, if there's a saving throw though, and you're only picking one of these things, this needs to be like a first level spell.
I disagree. I think being able to, I think the versatility of it bumps it up a little bit for sure.
It's equivalent to, it's a little worse than
the blind
third level ranger feature.
Well, think about it like this. There is a ranger spell called Ensnaring Strike, which essentially allows you to potentially restrain a creature at a distance. That's a second.
I guess is a first.
It's a first level. It's a first level spell, I think. There is a spell called Blindness Deafness, which allows you to blind a creature. That's a second level spell.
Yeah,
I
but
think.
that's for a lot longer. That's
a
more
minute.
than one
It's a minute.
turn.
It's a minute.
Yeah, that's 10 turns.
Yep,
That's more than one.
And then there are not spells that I can think of, but there's class abilities that allow you to push creatures. Very few that allow you to push a creature that far.
True.
So I feel like fourth level might be a little high, but I think third level would be reasonable.
Maybe. I could even see the argument to bumping it down to second and fiddling with maybe some of the precise numbers, but
yeah.
But somewhere in there, fourth is too high.
You could definitely lower some of the numbers and make it second. If you made it 10-foot radius, the target is pushed 10 feet. I think that could be a second level spell. I also think you could maybe make it a bonus action to use these features, and that could sort of keep it in this area if you wanted to keep it a little stronger.
Yeah, then it's like a third level spell again, third, maybe even fourth for a bonus action, because that's really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really powerful, because then you're setting up, like, this is a really good spell for, for anyone to have, but certainly any ranged fighters. They can put blindness on something and then hit them, right?
Yeah.
And you get an advantage on everything.
On the call is Patrick Perini. He is the dungeon master of the show Unbalanced Encounters, which is the show that I am on. Here it is, the website. If you guys want to take a look at it, you should all listen to it. It's quite good. Patrick is the main dungeon master, and then I am the dungeon master on about 2/3 or half of the one-shots that we run.
Yeah, about half of the little bonus arcs, yeah.
You would like to say thank you, because I really want to submit a spell, so I tried to make a silly one, but I think you ended up making a really cool spell, and I'm super excited to use it in my campaign, just like how I'm definitely going to use all these spells in my campaign! Yes! Yeah. Victory!
There you go. That's the win.
Mission accomplished!
We're done here. Everybody packed up.
Everybody go home!
Collect your paychecks.
It's almost like you
out.
know what that person, listen, FN Nash YT, you just looked at the group and said it looks like the real treasure is the friends we made along the way. That's what you just did. You just did that in real life.
Yes!
Just so you know.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it.
Just so you know.
So
anyway, Alfredo,
good.
Thank you for sharing. It's a fun spell. An interesting utility spell. I think it's I like spells that allow you to that kind of combine powers together. And I think they really only work if those powers feel reasonably balanced against each other, and if they also all feel like they push towards the same vibe. And I feel like you accomplish that really well with all of the different things that spell could do. Anyway, a round of applause.
We applaud ye, Alfredo Sauce. The Alfredo Sauce.
I would argue that I am the worst actor in the show, and Patrick can comment on that or not, but I'm assuming he just won't, because he knows it's true. But I also am a giant. I'm a giant robot.
Unconvinced that you're the worst actor in the show. Unconvinced that anyone is the worst actor in the show, because that's not how we do things in our lives.
No.
I will say that Cinder definitely occupies the space of a methodical, ruthless killing machine very well.
Yeah, but with a heart of gold. I'm the Iron Giant. This is my character in a nutshell. If you want to, here's my elevator pitch for my character. If you want to go listen to Unbalanced Encounters, he is the Iron Giant. If the Iron Giant came from Dark Souls or Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Yeah, one of those games. Elden Ring. Yeah. But that's my character. He is Iron Giant from Elden Ring. Bagada bagada bee, bagada bagada boo, ringataka haka laka maka laka poo. Next is the King of Awesome 22. Don't you confuse this with the King of Awesome 20 or 21, okay? Those guys, fuck those guys. This is the King of Awesome 22.
Hell yeah.
Divisible by 11, divisible by 2. Nothing else. 22. Got inspired by one of your vids and got bored at work. If my videos can inspire you while you're to get through boredom, I have accomplished the goal of entertainment, I think. And that feels good. This is called Detect Caster. Dark Souls does have an Iron Golem. Well, I never played it. I just know the vibe. Yeah, but is theirs made of porcelain and can he talk to animals? Because that's what mine does.
That's true.
All right, because of your formatting, it can't make it big. So chat, I'm sorry, but I don't know what your formatting is, but when I zoom in, it gets big like this. It stays in the middle. So it's a little hard to read. So chat, you all have to read it yourself, I guess. Also, who sent this in? King of Awesome. Stop fucking sending things with this format. Just put them on a normal document. Or this is Google Docs. Just make them shareable in a normal way. Or fucking spread out your margins. Or something. Just do something. Do something. Please. Ask someone next time. You know I do these a lot. I love you. I believe in you. Don't be apologetic. You've done nothing wrong. I'm encouraging you to take this moment and to decide to yourself, I can figure something new out that is stupid because it makes life easier, even though it's stupid and I shouldn't have to figure it out, because that is a lot of life, having to figure out things that are stupid. Speaking of which, let's look at something that's not stupid, but perhaps rather interesting, a spell.
A spell.
Detect Caster. Casting time 1 action. Range self. Level 2nd. I would write the number. You don't usually write the word out. Divination. All casters can learn the spell except warlocks. Duration, 10 minutes. Concentration. Spell description. You use your magical senses. You wrote
scenes.
You wrote scenes. Your magical scenes? I think you mean sense. Fix that. Fix that. Fix that. Use your magical scenes to see if others can access magic around you.
That is a weird way. That's like saying you use your eyes to see what is in front of you. That's an odd.
Perhaps you could say you open your eyes to magic users around you. Your eyes open to magic users around you. Also magic users around you begin to reveal themselves. Something.
All good options.
While the spell is active, you know if there is any spellcaster within 60 feet of you. You know their general location and how many casters there are. As a bonus action, you can make an Arcana check equal to half the caster spell save DC to see what the class of the caster is and if they are concentrating on a spell. Why half? Just make it their spell save DC. As an action, you can make an Arcana check equal to the caster's full spell save DC to know their highest level spell slot. They are currently. I think this is where I would say I would probably not do all of this and split them up into different things. This is like, if you want to do an alternative to detect magic, I would keep it simple in the way that detect magic is simple, and I probably would not do this action bonus action thing. I would probably make it so they glow with a faint aura in the same way that magic does, and you can tell if they're concentrating on a spell. I would probably do that, and I probably would cut these parts out.
I mean, you could maybe probe deeper and put a save, and then if you probe deeper with a save, you can get some of this information, like their class.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So maybe actually make it more like detect thoughts. So it's like detect thoughts. I would look to that spell because detect thoughts also makes you aware of creatures with a certain intelligence. You can see their surface level thoughts. So copy that vibe. And then if you want to probe in deeper on a creature, you can force them to make a saving throw. And if they succeed, then nothing happens, but they know you are probing in. But if they fail, then you learn the highest level spell slot they have access to. Something like that.
This is literally detect thoughts, but instead of thoughts, it's whether or not they're a caster. So I think you should lean into that, because the last two paragraphs here are like other things that detect thoughts does.
Yeah. So just lean into that. Drop this action, bonus action, shenani.
Yep.
Drop this at higher range, shenani. What level is this spell? Second level? I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, that seems about right for me.
Yeah. Also, it should be a 30-foot radius, not a 60-foot radius, I think. 60 feet feels a little high. No? You disagree, Patrick?
I think 30 feet is certainly conservative, and I think it's totally fine. I'm not sure that 60 feet breaks the bank.
Okay. Maybe keep it at 60. But that's another thing that I think about a little bit. Upcast for further range. Yeah, I guess that could fit into. Might argue that detect thoughts could use to detect casters. Yeah, but not with any certainty.
Yeah. They'd have to be focused on their surface level thoughts would have to include the spell, which that is a clever thing that like concentration would theoretically be a surface level thought because you're concentrating on it. I've never seen a GM run it that way. I like it, but I think it's less locked.
Baba says it would be interesting if this revealed the spellcasters in a way that everyone could see. That's true. That would be a little bit of a different thing. That would be like spellcaster alarm.
It also would need to probably be a higher spell level.
Yeah, it's a neat idea for a spell, though. I like it. I like the idea of taking something like detect thoughts or detect magic and coming up with like a new detect.
I like it. Let's detect some things.
Yeah, I think it could be a ritual too. Totally, for sure. The other detection spells are, for the most part. I don't really have more thoughts than that. I think that there's some cleaning up to do in the action economy, but other than that, it's a pretty neat idea. A clunk! Thank you, King of Awesome. Let's give them a round of applause.
Applause.
I think that Nistul's magic aura would still make it would be a counter to this, in the same way that's a counter to the other types of magic, because you can make somebody seem like they're not a spellcaster with that spell. Like that's a big part of what that spell does. Anyway, thank y'all. A click. King of Awesome.
Is he really though? That's pretty impressive.
Well, he's like, the 22nd, so.
Still though, that's a good innings.
Yeah, is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in the? I don't know if I've ever been in the 22nd of anything.
Yeah.
So maybe that's really good.
Yeah, that's a lineage, is what that is. That's impressive.
Yeah, I think if you're in the top 100, you're pretty good.
Yeah, man.
Should we spin this fucking thing again? This wheel of calamity? Bibbidi bobbidi bibbidi bobbidi bibbidi bobbidi boo. Riggedy raggedy riggedy raggedy figgity foggity boo.
Homebrew that we should learn.
Hakase. I hardly nakase. Don't take this one too seriously. Well, that's going to be hard to do today, guys, because we are taking stuff very seriously today. In fact,
it's great.
We are only going to be serious for the rest of the whole review. Hakase. Yep. Here we go. The serious review. Here we go. It's time to be... We're going to read the serious review for the serious spell. Everybody get serious. In fact, here.
Very serious.
We got to change... I got to fix the music for this. Give me 1 second.
Cool.
We got to
get
no
more jazz.
Yeah, we have to have some No, we just need some serious music.
Yeah, man. Some real music,
Yeah, like some dark stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, okay, let's get really serious.
Hell yeah.
Okay, here we go. Huggy Wuggies. A second level conjuration spell. Patrick, there's no laughter. We're being serious.
A minute.
We're being serious. You imbue an attractive force between two creatures or objects that you can see within range. Each target must make a Constitution saving throw. If one fails its save, it is pulled to an unoccupied space nearest the other creature. If both targets fail their save, they are pulled to adjacent unoccupied spaces halfway between them. Objects the size larger or smaller automatically fail their save. I don't think you mean to say larger or smaller. I think you mean to say large or bigger. Objects the size huge or larger automatically succeed. Oh, they automatically fail. You do mean to say that. And then it has flavor text. Roar, roar, roar. Pounce on you. What's this?
Goodness.
All right, that was pretty serious.
It was seriously something.
That was very serious. I've never been more serious in my whole life.
Yeah, truly.
And I might never be that serious again.
I hope not.
What do you think?
I'm gonna report you to the FBI for that flavor text.
Yeah, it's very weeb cringy. It makes me think of uwu.
Yeah, I think that was the intention.
Yeah. I will say this, Hakase. I appreciate that a lot of people like that stuff. But it is generally... here's what I'll say. It's like anchovies.
Yep.
Some people are going to see a pizza with anchovies and they're going to be like, yeah, that makes that pizza so much better. But some people are going to see that pizza with anchovies and they're going to be like, I'm going to slowly close the box, throw the whole thing away, and never tell anybody that I ever even saw it.
Yep.
And that is what happens when you decide to make things a little bit ooh-woo. So just be thoughtful about that.
Can we get that? Can we get you saying ooh woo on a fucking voice clip for chat?
That's up to chat. If they want to clip that, they can. I'm not in charge here.
Chat, I want you to be able to play that back on demand.
Now, in terms of what it actually does.
Yeah, sure.
I feel like it should not be a con saving throw. I feel like it should be a strength saving throw because you're like pulling stuff around.
Yes.
Secondly, other than that, I think it's kind of very fun. I like that. I like it moving of large objects or smaller. I might make it medium objects or smaller automatically fail. Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe it's
probably.
fine. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine.
Large objects is like a whole desk, right? Like that's pretty big.
I could also see maybe just eliminating the objects as a part of the spell. I don't think they're necessarily needed to make the spell be what I think what it needs to be.
Yeah, because when you start including objects, you start to kind of get into the catapult space in a way that I don't know you want to be in.
Yeah. And I think that also, because of the way the spell pulls things, depending on whether they fail or succeed on the save, it sort of dramatically changes what the spell is if you can know if the thing is automatically going to succeed. Maybe that's okay.
I don't know. I think it's kind of weird because I think it's like, what is the point of that? And it's generally to like.
Well, this could now just it could pull a
right?
creature 60 feet is basically what it could do.
Well, from the object perspective is what I'm saying, right? Like you're gonna try to pull people toward objects, in either meeting in the middle or, slamming one into the other. I don't know. It feels like it does wander off of the vibe a little bit for me.
Yeah, just a little, especially with the name. People are saying is catapult conjuration? Is it transmutation? This should definitely be the same spell of catapult. This should definitely be the same spell school as catapult for sure. Transmutation. Yeah, I would make this transmutation too. Yeah. I think that makes sense because conjuration is pretty explicitly limited to summoning things and teleport spells.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's summoning things in the way that it's actually just a damaging spell, but it's like summoning daggers. Yeah,
right.
There's no real save. Well, the save would be there's a save right here.
Yeah, we were saying make it strength.
Yeah, just make it strength. 60 feet is relative to what? That's a good point. I mean, technically the creatures could be up to 120 feet away because they could be that far. So maybe the creatures have to be within a certain distance of each other as well.
Each other, yeah, maybe.
Pick two creatures within 30 feet of each other, or something like that.
Or 60 feet of each other.
Or 60 feet of each other. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's probably right.
All right.
In general, I like it.
I like
it's weird, it's quirky. But
I'll tell you what. Here's how I feel about it. I want to like it.
That flavor text.
But I want to like anchovies too.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
No, but what it does mechanically, I think, is interesting and could be a lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty, who was this? This was Hakase. Did I share this one in the chat? I think I did. All right, let's give Hakase a round of applause. What classes get the spell? Not listed. Unlisted. Thank you, Hakase. A clunk. This is a good theme for a night, man.
Yeah, man. This really worked.
Some themes I think don't land. This theme, we have a lot of submissions, and everything is weird in like a lovely way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what you can do with game design when you just turn off numbers go up as like an optional thing.
Yeah, I think what we're gonna do probably, realistically, is try to figure out how to capture that vibe more in future ones, because I like it quite a bit. I think feels good. Feels good. Oh my god, my chat's going crazy for a second. Okay, chat. All right, we're not gonna worry about that. Chat, you'll figure yourself out. Let's give her a spin. Oh, there's working again. Cello.
An actual cello. Who would have ever thought?
Chaos Strip. Thank you for the 2. I don't know if you rigged the wheel, but you were a little late on that spin. You can try again for the next one if you want. Hey, Cinder. That's me. First time creating Homebrew, I feel like I managed to convey the vibe, but would love to know if this needs more detail/limits. I'm going to burp. Do I need to specify if this effect occurs before or after a simultaneous opportunity attack? We have no idea. It's hard. Who can say? Is there a standard way to determine which class gets this spell? Is there a standard way to determine what class gets a spell? We could talk about a little bit. The main thing is that sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards don't get healing spells. That's and bards don't really get damaging spells unless damage is like a fairly small part of the spell, or the spell is sort of like a you could imagine it's coming out of someone yelling really loud or something like that. But in terms of like the other stuff, we'll see. We'll see when we see. Here's the trip spell. Here it is in YouTube. Here it is in, there it is in Twitch. Trip, first level conjuration. A reaction which you take when a creature within 60 feet of you moves. You attempt to trip the target by conjuring an obstacle in its path. The target must make succeed on a dexterity saving throw or fall prone. In either case, the obstacle immediately disappears. The obstacle takes the form of a patch of ice, a banana peel, a raised step, or another similar form. Okay, that's very funny. And the component is a banana peel, which is lovely. What I would say is this probably would not, this would make it so their movement wouldn't happen until they stood back up. So I would say this would not have any impact on opportunity attacks. And you could write that in the way to do that, to make that more clear, is you put that in the text here. So what you say is, when a creature moves, you immediately summon an obstacle to trip them before they can take a single step or something like that. Like, you just put that into the text here. But I think mechanically it would happen basically before anything else happened. It immediately ends their movement as well. I don't know if it needs to immediately end their movement as well. It could, but that would be sort of different. That's almost like sort of the same, because knocking someone prone and making their movement speed 0 is very similar to just the restrained condition.
Well, and also those are two different things, right? So this spell, as it is written, they can use, if they have half their movement left, half their movement to get back up right away.
Yeah.
Um.
So technically, what this spell does,
feel-
yeah. So it kind of is weird in that way.
Yeah.
Because the spell
like
basically says, I like it too, but what does it actually do? Because what the spell actually does is
Burns half their movement.
takes half of your movement away from you.
Sure. Which is it's a little point of difficult terrain, right? It's a little like, I'm going to make things a little harder for you right now, which I think is fine. Though I will say, and I thought this from from first glance, I don't think this is a first level spell. I think it's a cantrip.
This could, I don't know how I feel about a cantrip being a reaction. That's a pretty powerful thing.
Are there any cantrip reactions?
No, because it's like it's like adds a whole new element to the action economy.
I mean, I'm gonna go double check that because I would be really interested as to whether or not that is a rule.
I'm 99.9% sure there are no cantrip that are reactions.
So interesting. I've never thought about that.
It's an interesting idea, but I do think you got to really limit its use if it's a reaction, or limit its power. And obviously, this should not work on flying creatures. If you want to drop a flying creature, there's a second level spell that does that. Yeah, the Warcaster feat allows you to cast a cantrip as an opportunity attack, but that is not a cantrip. That is a reaction. That's an opportunity attack. Yeah, a cantrip reaction could be done every single turn. Well, it couldn't because you only have one reaction. But regardless, it just adds something that you could do every single round forever. That's why it's a little bit of a big deal. Most special reaction features that characters have either are resource based or they have to trigger off something very specific. And this is a pretty vague, like a creature moving, you can pretty regularly assume is going to happen, you know?
One interesting thing that you could do if you were to try to make this a cantrip, and I don't know that this may not even be enough, but it would be interesting, is make it like a 10-foot range. So it's really just about getting people as they're coming up toward you, right?
I think the only way this would work as a cantrip would be if after you cast the spell, you were limited in what you could do on your next turn. Like after you and you could only cast cantrips on your next, and you couldn't cast level spells on your next turn, or something like that.
That would be weird, though.
But yeah, no, I don't think you could finagle it. There's definitely things you could do to finagle it, but I think it's hard to make it work as a cantrip.
Yeah.
But as a first level spell, it also feels like it's not quite enough.
It's not quite doing it. Yeah.
What if it was this? What if it was like a thing that you cast on yourself and it wasn't a reaction? This is a very different direction, but I think it's a way you could do it. Where it was you cast it and it was a concentration spell and it was on for a minute and it was like an aura. And whenever a creature moved within 30 feet of you for the first time, they would make a saving throw or have to fall prone. So it's like they trip as they move towards you.
Yeah, I like that.
You could do something like that in a different direction, like aura of tripping. Yeah, it's almost like there's a little wire around you in a ring that everyone's tripping over. A banana zone. Yeah, that could be a way to make it a little bit more of a leveled spell and keep the vibe. Total Wipeout. Yeah, these are excellent names.
One way or the other.
Blade Ward in 1D&D is a reaction cantrip. Well, we don't fully know. I mean, maybe it will be. This is not for 1D&D off the top of my head. This is not. Because 1D&D is going to have some pretty major different rules. But when 1D&D comes out, we'll probably start looking at 1D&D stuff too. But we're probably going to look at core stuff and try to get familiar with it as we try to learn how to do homebrew for it. The prone zone. The prone zone's really good. That's really good. All right. Cool. Fun idea, Cello. Let's give them a round of applause. Consider turning it into a prone zone. I don't know if anyone's going to beat Prone Zone. I'm sorry. I appreciate people sharing more ideas, but Prone Zone is pretty top tier. This person wrote background music spells as their name. But now they have to keep that. They can't change it because that's what it is on the wheel. excuse me. Bucket a 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 boo. Ride K Riddick. Probably not Ride K. Riddick 240.
Ride K240.
Do you think they'd pick 240 because 420 was taken?
Yeah.
Rigged. I wanted to create.
No, not rigged. Riddick.
Oh, excuse me. I wanted to create a random spell to being somewhat counter to ghost and other possessing beings. Well,
counter to ghosts.
I will say there is already a spell that's a very good counter to ghosts and other possession beings, and it's protection from evil and good.
Also, there's like a whole class about it.
But this spell in particular is the spell, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
It makes it where you cast it on a target and it shunts it. People can't be possessed, and it shunts possessed creatures out. I think. Oh no, it doesn't. They just have advantage on any new saves they make, so it doesn't actually directly shunt them out. Miscusi. Okie dokie. Here we go. This is what I need. Click this. Okay. Indomitable Will. A 3rd level spell. Did I click the right thing? I think I did. Yeah, okay. Indomitable Will. Dispel evil and good. Is that maybe the spell I'm thinking of? Is that a spell?
No.
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Yeah, let's see what it does.
Protection from evil and good, right?
It's dispel evil and good. You can end. Let's see. For the duration, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undeads have disadvantage on attacks against you. And you can use your action to touch a creature to break their charm or frightened possession feature. And you can dismiss it as an action. And you can make a melee spell attack against the creature, and on a hit, you can drive them back to their home plane. So it does like a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see what this one does. 3rd level, concentration, 10 minutes.
Okay.
1 action. You bless up to 3 creatures of your choice within range. Target is immune to charmed. You want to think about the way you're writing your sentences. If your first sentence talks about there being more than 1 creature, you don't switch to the singular. So target is like, this is a broken sentence. Say the targets, or they, or say for the duration of the spell, they are immune to the charmed and frightened conditions and cannot be possessed by any means, period. If any of them, or if a creature is, or if they are already charmed or frightened or possessed by these conditions, and immediately, the targets are also immune to any condition, any magic that modifies memory or perception. You spelled perception wrong, and your sentence is also fucked here as well. This is weirdly
also not a 3rd level spell.
Well, it's
doing too much.
It's basically dispel. It's basically protection from good and evil, protection from evil and good, but targeting 3 creatures at the same time.
And also dispel evil and good, because you immediately make them immune to possession, even if they've been possessed.
Oh, that's right. So it's actually
a 1st level spell, a 5th level spell, triple target, and then also like a protection from memory modification and mind manipulation.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest.
It's kind of like an 8th level spell.
I don't think it's an 8th level spell, but I would say that if you are so clearly pulling from protection from evil and good, I would call it mass protection from evil and good.
Yeah.
And I would just make it that. Don't add any other things. And most massed protection spells are like 4 or 5 levels higher than the main one. So this would probably be like a 5th level spell or a 4th level spell.
Well, again, it's also doing on 3 targets a 5th level spell. So not only is it mass protection from evil and good, it's also mass dispel evil and good.
Oh, that's true, because it just makes them immune. I don't think it's an 8th level spell, because I don't think it's an 8th level spell, but I could see it being a 6th level spell or a 7th level spell. Because dispel evil and good does, but dispel evil and good does 6 different things. This only does 1 of those things.
Does it? Hold on, let me double check. Because
Dispel
right,
evil and good.
Yeah.
It's only self-targeting.
Yeah,
You get
there
things
you
have
go.
disadvantage on a bunch of stuff against you. You can dispel it to send a creature to another dimension. There's a bunch of stuff it does.
Yeah. So this is plucking one thing from it. Okay, 6th level spell then.
Yeah, so I could see this being a 6th level spell, though. I think it could work. And I could also say if you made it a 6th level spell, I think you could make the duration an hour. I think that would be reasonable.
Yeah, I think that would be.
Those be my thoughts. And don't call it Indomitable Will. Call it Mass Protection from Evil and Good. Or don't make it so much Protection from Evil and Good and make it more Indomitable Will if you want to keep that name.
I will also say that you can do something like Mass Protection from Evil and Good, because Protection from Evil and Good is part of the basic rules, which has been released into the Creative Commons. So it is free for you to use and remix, and you don't have to worry about cribbing the name.
You can be like that band. What's that band called? Girl Party? Girl Rock? Remember that band?
Not really, no.
The Mix Band? What were they called?
I have no idea. No idea what you're talking about.
Mix Up Band Girl Party. What are they called? What was that fucking band called?
Chat, help me. What is happening?
Girl Talk. Girl Talk, maybe?
I have no idea.
Yeah, Girl Talk. Girl Talk. Girl Talk.
Okay.
There's
All
a
right.
DJ called Girl Talk who made albums that were entirely built on taking other albums and overlaying them on top of each other to do these weird like kaleidoscopes of like party music.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
All right, I'll have to check that out. And to that end, I am actually
out of here.
Out of here.
All right,
boys
buddy.
and Goyles.
All right, buddy, get out of here.
Nays and thems. I love y'all. This was a lot of fun. You guys did a great job with the spells. Keep up the good work. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye, Patrick. Hey, whose name was background music? You better change your name back to background music. I'm gonna assume it's this person. Because your name isn't changing automatically on the wheel. Now I'm not gonna be able to find you. We must live with our mistakes sometimes. We must live with our mistakes sometimes. Okay, guys? Boo! It's Salty Swan! The saltiest of swans. A ring ring, who's there? A honk honk! Just a salty swan honking up. Honking their life away. Hickety honkety swiggity swankety. A bing bang. What you got for us, Mr. Swan? This spell is put on lay away. It's a little wacky and probably too strong as well. Tongue sticking out emoji. Classic tongue sticking out emoji. Show me. Arcane Overlord. I mean, it's a first level spell and it has this many words. It's probably got too much going on. Just so you know, that's a good guess right there. Our first level spells don't need that much going on. This is called Arcane Overlord. Casting time special. First level. Duration special. Evocation range self. Evocation is normally pretty exclusive to healing spells and damaging spells. Let's see what's going on. You're able to draw your innate magical ability to cast more powerful spells with a drawback. When casting Arcane Overload, you can choose a different spell from your spell list with a spell level equal to or less than your spellcasting modifier. The spell's casting time, components excluded, range, duration, and concentration are the same as the chosen spell. You need to say this spell's casting... So here's what you would say. You would say, this spell's casting time, components, range, and duration, and concentration become the casting time of the chosen spell. Immediately after the chosen spell is cast... Wait a minute. Are you casting the chosen spell, or are you casting Arcane Overlord? What the fuck is... Okay, clarify what's happening. So, immediately after you cast Arcane Overlord, make a Constitution saving throw with a DC of 12 plus the chosen spell's level. Period. On a failure, you take 1 level of exhaustion. Period. The next time you or an ally within 90 feet of you casts the chosen spell, the magic fizzles out and fails, and any material components would be consumed. Wait, what? So what does this spell do? Am I missing something, chat? What is this spell doing? You're casting Arcane Overlord to cast a different spell. Oh. Yeah, no, that's way too strong. This doesn't really work as a spell. If what's happening is you're able to cast this spell to cast another spell, that's kind of thing I think it needs to be a magic item, I'd say. Yeah, I don't love being able to cast a 5th level spell with the 1st level spell slot. Because there's a lot of ways to really juke that system, especially there's so many ways to get really good con saves. This doesn't really work as a spell. This is like a game mechanic that you want to introduce. This isn't like a spell. It's a neat idea. But I feel like, yeah, this feels like a subclass feature. This feels like a magic item. I mean, hell, there literally is a magic item that does exactly this, where you basically roll a check to see if you can cast a spell you don't know. Yeah, Mizium Apparatus does basically exactly this. I think that's what it's called. So, I don't know, man. I wouldn't make it a spell. I think it's a little too much to make it a spell. Wish to. Yeah, but that's not exactly what's happening here. It's a neat idea. I love it as a magic item. The other reason why this spell doesn't really work is because at higher levels, this would be such an optimal pick spell. Think about it like this. Wizards at a certain level can cast some 1st level spells for free. So if a wizard got access to this spell, then they could cast this spell infinitely, basically with no downside, because realistically, they're going to be making that save most of the time. And I also feel like exhaustion is just kind of a shitty mechanic to lean into in a spell. It's a neat idea. I don't know if it works as a spell. Yeah, Wizard Hat does this. Due to the intense nature of casting powerful spells at low levels, you can only cast this spell a number of times equal to your spellcasting modifier. When a spell that was chosen by Arcane Overlord fizzles out, you're able to cast Overlord another time. Unprepared and re-preparing this spell does not reset the number of uses. But that's what I mean. This literally is written like a magic item. This feels like somebody, like, no spell does this in D&D. Nothing works like this in D&D that's a spell. What works like this in D&D is magic items and subclass features. So, I don't love trying to squeeze this mechanic into a spell. I think it would just make more sense as a magic item or a subclass feature. This spell excludes any material components, so even that can't restrict its power. That's true. You could cast, like, Revivify for free and stuff, yeah. Well, I don't know if this was an item that was changed into a spell to fit on the wheel. We don't want to make assumptions, Geostellar. Best to assume ignorance, not malice, you know? Either way, thank you for sharing, Salty Swan. It's an interesting idea. Feels like it fits a little bit better in other places, but an interesting idea. I would look to magic items like Mizium's Apparatus if you want to keep expanding its growth and try to make it stand out in a slightly more specific or unique way. Even if, okay, I misread it. The components stay the same, but regardless, the issue still sort of stands, I think, in that I feel like it just fits better as an item. Yeah. Those be my thoughts. I feel like the resource system on it might not be the move. And it's just a little too easy to juke, I think. All right. Yeah, I agree with Sponge Man. If you need to give something multiple drawbacks to make it work, it probably just means make it something else. Usually. Not always. Not always. Never always. But sometimes, mostly. Words to live by. Brought to you by CinderBlocksally. The wheel just keeps getting bigger. That's what happens, man. Welcome to the show. Every moment we grow stronger. Slowly but surely our power builds. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Anyone want to rig the wheel first with a super chat or a dono? No? I'm just kidding. Bucket, boo. Gil Edax. Gillidax. First live stream. Awesome. Awesome indeed. Oh, Gillidax. Gillidax. You didn't give me access. Guys. I'm so sorry, Gillidax. I'm so sorry. Oh, Seven's in the chat for our dear Gillidax. We will not shame those who make a mistake. We all fall. We all have moments where we misstep. We all have moments where we misread. We all have moments where we fail. And these are not moments of shame, friends. These are moments of growth. These are moments to grab yourself by the throat and to say, hey, get off my throat. But maybe, just maybe, we should walk with our eyes a little bit more open. And maybe, in what we learn here, we shall find ourselves applying to the world beyond. Maybe tomorrow we shall rise stronger than we did today because of the things that we messed up. So do not hide from your shame, dear creator. Remind me your name. Dear Gil Edax. For it is shame that we have all felt before, and it is shame we will all feel again. But we shall rise, and we shall grow, and we're going to get through it, okay? Anyway, so yeah, so you got to make your link shareable if you want me to be able to view it. When you click share link in a Google Doc, you can decide who can see it, and you can click a thing, and you need to make it so everybody can see it, but only view, basically that. Click request access, no. F Nash YT. I love you and I appreciate you sharing, but I am also going to say that I'm very explicit in the form. If I don't have access to the link, I am not going to access the link. Stop saying request access. That's not how it works, buddy. That's not how it works. You gotta follow the rules. That's why we play the sad music. Because it does suck when somebody makes a misstep. We don't pretend that it doesn't suck. But we also move on. Because it's not the end of the world. It's not like you're losing money. Or it's not like, you know, I'm taking something away. Anyway. Everybody's got to learn someday. Alrighty. So somebody put themselves on the wheel twice? Why did you put yourself on the wheel twice? Don't do that. You said your angel on the wheel? Well, you're not on the wheel, so it's fine. The best way to test the link is to open it in an incognito window. And I will say, that note is written in the form, in bold letters, in more than one place. I go out of my way to do that.
Hey Cinder,
hey.
Just saw your short about the magical map and Nat 20. My DM had a nice system for that.
Oh.
With a Nat 20 you can throw it again. 320s can do most things, even the impossible with partial success between the first and third 20s tilde.
Oh. That's cool. That's a neat way to do it. I liked, I made a video recently that was about how I don't like when dungeon masters, if you roll a natural 20 on a thing that they tell you can roll, they don't give you anything. They're just like, nope, still doesn't work. And that was the point of that video, was that, you know, don't tell them to roll if you're not going to give them anything. And somebody in the comments said something very smart, which was, I think, the better point, which I probably should have made the video about in the first place, which is you don't need to automatically win on a natural 20, but you got to give them something. You know what I mean? If you roll a natural 20 to decipher the map and you can't decipher the map still, but maybe you can learn what language it's written in so you could figure out who could decipher it. Something like that. But having you do tiered rolls could be interesting too. Ready, steady, banana and spaghetti. Bucket a 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 bow. Boo! 20. 12. Oh, you are silly goose and background music spells. Well, your background music spells on the wheel for now. 20. This was my first idea. And I did it so quickly that this might basically be an existing spell. Moment of reflection. There it is in Twitch. Here it is on the tube. Moment of reflection. Is it a spell? Oh, it's a spell. It's a spell. Oh, yeah, it's a spell. Second level illusion. One action, range 50 feet. Duration 30 seconds. 30 seconds is a little odd. I'd probably bump it up to a minute. There's very few situations I can think of where 30 seconds is going to make it sit better than a minute, but we'll take a look. We'll see. We'll see. Range of 50 feet is unusual, but that doesn't... I think it's okay. Usually things are done in increments of 30, but not always. Except for duration, which is usually done in something that can happen in a round, or something that can happen in a minute, or something that can happen in 10 minutes. More homebrew stream is always good. I really like spell days. We've already gotten through more people's than we do all through Tuesday. Yeah, well, anytime we're looking at something, this is why Lady Azalea, this is the forever, like, pendulum of trying to do homebrew stuff, is that the shorter the pieces are that we ask for, the more we can get through. But a lot of good homebrew needs to be a page long. Like, it's hard to make a really short subclass all the time, you know? Or on a 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours. Yeah, that's true. This submission, your spell is over a page? That's crazy. Moment of reflection. As an action, you select 1d4 plus 1 creatures you can see within 50 feet of you. For 1 minute, those creatures perceive all other creatures affected by this spell as physically identical to themselves. If an affected creature attempts to target another affected creature with an action that would cause a negative effect, they must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or lose their action. So, okay. This is weird, but I get what you're going for here. So you pick 4 creatures. I roll a d4, I roll a 3, I pick 4 creatures. Each of those creatures looks like each other. If ever those creatures try to do anything to another one of those creatures, they have to make a saving throw, and on a failure, they lose their action. I agree it's too strong for a second level spell. I think 2 things. 1, it definitely should be a minute. 2, the range should be 60 feet, not 50 feet. 3, the initial creatures need to be able to make a wisdom saving throw. I don't think this part should be automatic. 4, it should require concentration for you. And 5, the way that you would write this would be when an affected creature attempts to target another affected creature with an attack or harmful ability, with an attack spell, with an attack or a harmful spell or ability. That's the way you would word that. They must make a wisdom saving throw or do nothing instead, period. This is not exactly Mass Sanctuary because the creatures are only affecting each other. So it's not like Sanctuary. It's like, if I cast this spell on myself and you, we are bad at fighting each other. But if I cast this spell on you and somebody next to you, you two are bad at fighting each other. So if I cast this spell on all of the allies, it has no effect because the villains aren't affected by it. It just would mean the allies were bad at fighting each other. So it's a spell that it almost is an anti-combat spell in a weird sort of way, because basically the only creatures that are affected by it are creatures that are being confrontational with each other. And if they're being confrontational with each other, it's equally bad for both of them. Does that make sense? So it's sort of like a it's like a spell that you would cast on your ally to get them to stop fighting an enemy. Is sort of what it's like. You could make all the squishies look like the evil guys so they focus on the tanks. That's true. That's a really good way to put it. That is where the power of this spell is. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Rathenix. Kaboom! That point's so sharp it could almost pierce my infernal, ancestral, celestial hide. It is pretty strong. I think if you made it require concentration, I think if you made the initial creatures have to make a saving throw, I think that could have an impact. But even then, it wouldn't actually work that well. No, I take it back. Rathenix, I appreciate you, but you're actually a little bit wrong here. Because all of the squishies that you made look like the big bad, they would have to be making that wisdom saving throw every time they did anything against the big bad too. The saving throw goes both ways. So it actually wouldn't make that much of a difference in that way. Because if you're affecting any creature that's affected by it is only bouncing off of each other. Yeah, you would use it on your support characters that you know aren't going to do anything harmful. That would be what you would use it on. But it feels a little bit roundabout for a I don't know. It's a neat idea, but I actually think what is happening mechanically is a little convoluted. Just a little convoluted. It feels like a weird roundabout way of getting to essentially, you know, preventing creatures from attacking each other. You could also, I think, take a spell like... You could almost do like a Crown of Madness version of this spell, too. Where it would be single target, and it could be like every time they make their attack roll, they have to make a saving throw, and if they fail, they have to do something else. Very Calm Emotions vibe, too. It's a neat idea. But I think mechanically what's happening is a little convoluted. This feels like specific flavor that could be applied to a broader spell with less convoluted mechanics. I kind of agree. I'm just trying to figure out how I would even word those mechanics. It would be something like this. It's almost like, you know what you could maybe look at it like? You could look at it like Warding Bond. That's what you would do. It'd make it like Warding Bond. When you cast this spell, select 2 creatures. Whenever either creature makes an attack roll or a harmful spell or ability against the other, they have to make a wisdom saving throw, on a failure, they have to do something else. Something like that. That could work. That could work really well, actually. How is it different than Seeming or Phantasmal Force? Seeming is an illusion spell that has no impact on combat at all. It's purely just what things kind of look like. And Phantasmal Force makes somebody see an illusion that's not there that does a certain amount of psychic damage to them each turn. So it's pretty different in that regard. In the regard that they do largely different things. But similar-ish vibes, maybe, but pretty different things. Anyway, I think it's a neat idea for a spell. I do think that the mechanics right now, it sort of feels like we're running around the barn 3 times before just opening the door. My main feedback for you would be to look at a spell like Warding Bond and turn Warding Bond into more of like a utility combat battlefield control spell. That's what I would do. Yeah, thematically, I think it's fucking awesome. I agree. I think what's complicating it is the trying to do it to a bunch of creatures. I think you make it 2 creatures, simplify it all down to a one-on-one thing. I think you're in a good spot. I still think it should require concentration. And I think that would also make it a reasonable 2nd level spell. You could even allow creatures to fail the spell intentionally. So if I cast it on my ally and the big bad, the ally could choose to fail. The big bad makes a saving throw, and if they fail, now they're linked so they can't attack each other. You could do something like that. That could work really well, actually. You could also, if you do it like that, you could almost turn it into a roleplay spell where you cast it on 2 people and you're like, you guys have to talk about your problem. Teammates, I cast this spell on you. Choose to fail it. Talk about your fucking problem. Stop hitting each other. You know? Yeah, exactly. Cool. All right, 2012. I think that's a pretty neat idea for a spell. If you are one of the targeted creatures, the negative effects could break concentration very quickly. I don't think you should be able to be one of the targeted creatures. It's completely different than Seeming, Matt. Seeming functionally and mechanically is completely different. Seeming doesn't affect anything in combat. Seeming is literally, you look like a thing. It's an illusion spell. It's just making an illusion. Seeming is basically mass disguise self. But it's a little bit stronger than that. But it's basically that. Okay, cool. Thank you, 2012, excuse me. Round of applause. Wild Pappy. Angel. This angel that I just put on the wheel right now. This person. Just so you guys know. whenever videos that I post on YouTube are time-stamped, 9 times out of 10, maybe 8 times out of 10, it is Angel. The other 2 times out of 10, it's usually Matt Thorne. But Angel is the one that is like the psycho time insano champion of the stream. So anybody that has ever taken advantage of timestamps on the channel to go find and look at their homebrew later, you should put a big thank you into the chat to Angel. Because nobody asks them to do that. They're just doing that. Hey, buggada 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 boo! A duck-billed Bob. This is my first time homebrewing a spell. I've dipped my toes into homebrewing entirely thanks to you. No, you did not dip your toes into homebrew entirely because of me. You dipped your toes into homebrew because you were excited to write homebrew. You took the initiative. You did it. Take pride in it. Say it with your chest, okay? You did it. You. But I'm glad I helped inspire you a little bit. Mass Exodus. Here it is on the tube. Here it is on the Twitch. Witchy twitchy. Itchy bitchy. Hey, bitchy, that's a little bit not nice, Cinder. Be nice. Sometimes I'm saying silly word songs, like I just do nonsense words, and then I unintentionally like rhyme and say a mean word. I used to do that all the time when I was a little kid. I'd get in trouble for it. Can you believe that? Hooligans. Hooligans. All right, let's take a look. Mass Exodus. A 4th level enchantment spell. I was a kid. I have been many things, SpongeMan. I've been many things. I'm old. I'm so old. The amount of things to be. Who knows, you know? Mass Exodus. A 4th level enchantment spell. Casting time 1 minute. Range 60 feet. Target. Each non-hostile creature and creatures that do not know you are casting this spell in a 30-foot radius centered on a point you choose within range. Okay, you don't need to say any of that. Literally cut this whole sentence out. All of this needs to be written in here. It's got some material components. Concentration, 30 minutes. Again, 30 minutes is a weird time for a spell to last. Should just make it an hour. All creatures. So here's what you would do. This is how you write this first sentence. All non-hostile creatures within 30 feet of you, centered on a point you can see. No, here you go. All 30 feet, all creatures within 30 feet of a point you can see within range, suddenly have the urge to leave the area in a somewhat orderly fashion. Period. That's how you write that sentence. They leave in the safest and fastest way possible. The area is the smallest space the fits. What? The area is the smallest space the spell fits in. If only it was a room. Okay. The way that you say this is you say the spell does not go through, does not break, go through cover or through. Oh, you could just say that. The spell does not permeate cover. Creatures that are affected, also put some fucking paragraph breaks in here. The creatures that are affected do not realize that they are or were being influenced unless told. However, they might not believe who told them. If a creature notices what you are doing while you're casting it, they must make an Arcana check equal to your spell save DC. If they succeed, they are unaffected by the spell and are aware of its effects. If they fail, they are affected as normal. Creatures that are immune to charm are unaffected. Huh. This is a weird one. I guess my question is, what is the point of this spell? What's the upcasting? When you cast the spell using a 5th level slot or higher, the radius of the sphere increases by 15 feet. I would not, underline bold, would not make the radius increase. I would just not make this spell upcast. I don't know if this would remove spies, because I think they would just notice what was happening and go with you. But I guess the question is, like, genuinely, what's the point of this spell? Because to me, the point of this spell is sort of a complicated version of a spell that already exists. Well, let me ask you a question. Dungeon Masters. This is to all my Dungeon Masters out there, okay? If we were playing a game and your players were in a scene where the town was getting attacked by demons and people were freaking out and starting to panic in the town hall. You know, a time where you might want to cast a spell like this to prevent people from rioting and then to just get them to, like, orderly leave, right? So, Dungeon Master, imagine your players are in that situation specifically. Would you let them use the spell Calm Emotions to settle the crowd and say, guys, calm down, we all have to leave in an orderly fashion? Because I feel like what Calm Emotions does is so similar to Mass Exodus. The big difference is that Calm Emotions can calm hostile creatures. Mass Exodus doesn't calm non-hostile creatures. It just gets them to orderly leave an area. So, I sort of feel like I don't know if this spell needs to be a thing, or if you want this spell to be a thing, you got to make it more of a thing. You know? Like, it could be like mass expeditious retreat. You know? You tell everybody in a certain area to leave. All creatures within range can dash as a bonus action so long as they are moving away from you. You know? Something like that. But I think in its current iteration, there's not much difference to this spell than Calm Emotions, other than the fact that in this, you'd want to cast this spell before they freak out, and you'd want to cast Calm Emotions after they freak out. I don't think the area is to clear out people that they don't want noticing of things, because, like, if they're, I mean, maybe if they don't want to clear out, like, pedestrians, but if there's guards, the guards would definitely count as hostile creatures. Thank you for the 20. Do you believe in second chances or bribes? Bribes or second chances for what? I definitely believe in second chances, but I don't generally believe in bribes, no. Charisma save for the charm effect? Well, I think that if you make it force the creatures to move, it's a little bit of the charm effect, so yeah, maybe a charisma saving throw. But again, I just sort of feel like the vibe here... Oh, thank you for the sub. Who was that? Oh, the audio's working again. Frostbite, thank you for the subscribe. I don't know how I feel about making a spell that's so specific, but also could kind of just be what Calm Emotions does. So, like, I would want this thing to do something slightly more specific than, like, vague mind control. Vague mind control, I think, is not the vibe. Because you could just use Calm Emotions for that. Are guards hostile if you haven't done anything wrong yet? I would say probably not. But I think for the purpose of this spell, they probably should be. But I also think the fact that that is a question is a good indicator that this is too vague for what it does. Because if a creature that's not fighting you is considered non-hostile, then this is a very powerful mind control spell that I think is a little too powerful. Then this spell is essentially the same as Mass Suggestion, because you can, it's not quite as versatile as Mass Suggestion, but it's very similar in power level. If it was a little bit longer in duration, but yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of you being able to cast a spell that makes...
Thanks for making a place where people can feel their imaginations stimulated in a creative, positive way.
You're welcome. thanks for the 100 biddies. I feel like I would lean into the vibe of this spell you cast to like help people leave quickly, as opposed to a spell you cast to like mind control people to leave. Maybe this should target creatures with an intelligence of 11 or lower. Nah, I don't know. I don't know about that. If you really want to lean into the mass exodus thing, you know what you could do? You could have it target those creatures, and then it could also give them some sort of benefit, you know? If you turn it into a not mind control spell and figure out how to make it just sort of like casuals leave, it could be like, so long as they are taking no actions other than, you know, moving, they have some benefit against, they have advantage on dexterity saving throws, or they have some bonus to their AC or something. You could do something like that too if you wanted to lean more in that direction. But you gotta really make sure you can't make it a mind control spell if you're gonna do that. Safe retreat, yeah. If you wanted to call, yeah, if you were gonna go more of like a safe retreat mode, for sure. Faux show. The only place that I have to accept compliments, if you're going to give me compliments, is if you're going to do them on TTS or if you're going to put them in the chat, because I can't turn that off. I only hang up on people if they give me compliments on the phone. On the call-in. Keen, why were you trying to bribe me? Were you the person who didn't submit the form correctly? Is that what's happening there? Maybe. Either way, I think it's a neat idea for a spell. I think it's a little too vague in how it's written right now, but I love the idea. I think that if you figured out how to focus it in a little bit more and leaned in harder into... Okay, Keen, you know what I'm going to do? I'll do for you what I did for the other person. What's your name on the wheel? What's your name on the wheel? No. We've done this before. What we usually do for people is if they fix it, I've let chat vote on this before, and chat votes the same every single time. So what we're going to do is we're not going to automatically read your piece again, but we're going to put you back on the wheel. That's what we're going to do. Duck Build, thank you very much for sharing your piece. Thank you very much for sharing your piece. Thank you. All right, yeah, I'll put you back. I'll what was your name again? Gil something? There you go. Boop, you're back on the wheel, Gil. / Keen. Back on the wheel. I think that's a good rule. If we spin you and you are not ready, we move on. But if you say, that was me, I fixed it, we add you.
Make it essentially mass gaseous form and call it gas exodus.
Gas exodus? Yeah, you could make it a mass gaseous form. Isn't there already a spell that does mass gaseous form, like wind form or something like that? Wind walk? All right, let's see. Did anybody else submit anything after Angel? Oh, we got a couple people. Lovely. Nah. I think we can just make that a rule, because every single time that chat votes on it, they vote the same. The only reason I wouldn't do it, I think, is if I was in a really bad mood and the person was kind of being a shithead in the chat. I think both of those things would need to be happening at the same time. Because, let's be honest, at the end of the day, I do believe in second chances. Yeah, I have to. How can you not? How can you condemn somebody for being foolish if you build a whole show around pointing out times that people are foolish because you want them to grow? You know, I'm not really pointing out times people are foolish. I guess I am a little bit sometimes. The reason nobody has submitted anything other than a spell tonight, King of Nido, is tonight has a theme of spells. That's the whole point of tonight. Tonight's theme was spells. If I didn't, you wouldn't be in the chat? All right, fair. Boo! It's Wild Pappy. Oh, this Pappy's wild. Bibbity babbity, wibbity wabbity. Everybody come and hang out with the Pappity. Guys, how's the volume of the music? Is it too loud or is it good? Let me know. Thought this could be fun and helpful. It's good? Okay, cool. You think it's perfect? Okay, cool. I do like the inside jokes that are starting to grow. Dang, blank always gets picked. Yelling rigged for the wheel. Ugh, I love it. I like it so much. It's so good. Some albums have like different volumes pretty dramatically. I don't know why. You gotta go? All right, get out of here, Chaos Stripe. Be good to yourself. I had the stupidest idea for a spell. Mass, a cleric spell that forces people to pray to your deity. What's gone now? What are you talking about? Zephyr's Guidance. A first level transmutation spell that is a ritual. Casting time 1 action, range self, duration 1 minute, concentration. Wait, here, let me add it to the chat. Miscusi. There it is in the Twitch. There it is in the tube. You create a magical gust around you. Instead of saying during the duration of the spell, this is a minor thing, but this is a thing that you could apply to a lot of stuff. Say, for the duration of the spell. For the duration of the spell, whenever a ranged weapon attack is made within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to make the winds guide it, giving advantage on the attack roll. Huh. So here's what I would say. I like the idea. You got to focus it a little bit. So here's how I would word it. While I would actually say it like this. You create magical gusts around you. While the spell is active, whenever a creature makes a ranged weapon attack within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to guide their shot, giving advantage to the attack roll. That's the way I would word that. Now, the question is, the way this is written, you can use the reaction to give yourself advantage. I don't know how we feel about that, but I think that is worth thinking about. It's still eating your reaction, but it's worth thinking about. I agree 100%. Ritual makes no sense here. Ritual is best used for non-combat spells. This is a combat spell. I would probably drop the ritual. How do we feel about advantage or disadvantage? I think if you made it advantage or disadvantage, it would probably be fine. So long as it was the creature had to be within 30 feet of you when they made the attack roll. So you couldn't give disadvantage to a creature that was attacking you from like 100 feet away. So it's sort of like a close range, long range thing, you know? Yeah, I think adding the disadvantage makes it more interesting, and I really don't think it takes away the power that much. Or I don't think it adds too much power. Yeah, I think it's cool. I like it. Really, genuinely, the only feedback I have is changing your sentence structure here. You could get away with writing this in one sentence, but I could also see you trying to break it apart if you really wanted to. And then make it so instead of whenever a ranged weapon attack is made, you want to say when a creature makes a ranged weapon attack. And the difference there is the difference between a passive voice and an active voice. The passive voice is a ranged weapon attack is made. The active voice is a creature makes a ranged weapon attack. The active voice is always stronger. Use the active voice. It's sort of the difference between like a politician saying mistakes were made and I made mistakes. The reason a politician does not say I've made mistakes is because that is stronger. And they don't want to come off as saying something like that very strongly. So they say it more passively. Mistakes were made. So you can use the opposite of that logic in your own writing to make your writing stronger. But I think it's a cool fucking spell. Wild Pappy, I don't really have much more to say. I think it's short, simple, to the point. Bick, back, boggly book. I could also see... I could see myself putting this on a Storm Cleric or a Storm Sorcerer's spell list, too. If I was gonna, like, you know, Storm Sorcerers don't have spell lists. If I was gonna be like, fuck you, you deserve a spell list, this spell would be on it, maybe. All right. I think Transmutation is fine because it's like you're changing. Honestly, it could be Conjuration, too. Conjuration would also make sense here. Actually, I think Conjuration might make more sense because you're, like, summoning wind around you. You know? If you have any reason why it shouldn't be Conjuration, just listen to this argument because I'm pretty sure it's infallible. Okay? Wishy wishy. No, definitely not evocation. You've lost your mind. I love you, but you've lost your mind. I don't think this should affect spell attack rolls. It doesn't make any logical sense. It's making wind. It's not you get supervision. It's that a wind moves your projectile. And if this worked with spells, it would maybe be too strong because there's a lot of things on an attack roll that spells can do that far outclass things on an attack roll that a weapon can do. Gravity spells being evocation is not an argument for this spell being an evocation spell. But I do acknowledge that you are pointing out me saying something that excludes your Dunamancy spells. Okay, those would be my thoughts. Wiggle Wiggle Ice Cream Sandwich. Thank you, Wild Pappy. He's the wildest pappy around. He's a pappy that's wild in town. Man, it's so stupid because you get in this headspace of like, I'm not that sick, fuck you. But sometimes it's like you defy the sickness and it makes you more sick. Today I was like, I am still sick. I'm going to treat myself like I'm sick. I'm going to take cough medicine. I'm going to have like throat lozenge things. And I feel so much better. I just feel like a guy doing a stream. I don't feel like I'm fighting myself to stream. Why was I defying cough medicine? I have so much hubris. It's my downfall. So much fucking hubris. Oh no, I don't need cough medicine. I would much rather be miserable and pretend I'm fine. Such a fucking idiot. Anyway, let's see if there's anything new on the wheel. You ever have one of those like realizations where you're like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Why am I doing this? Like, who am I fighting? Who am I proving that I'm strong to? You know? No, it's fucking stupid. So stupid. I need to refill my tea soon, though. Ah, biggity, 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 boo! It's Corvin. Corvin. Oh, Corvin, you got a big... Why Corvin get such a fatty block? Corvin. Your submission was THICC thick, Brother Bear. Apologies. Just realized that a buff spell probably doesn't count as a spell that's intended to not deal damage. Well, if it doesn't deal damage, it doesn't. Even so, let's see. Hello and thank you for the review of my Metronomes Bard. It's much appreciated. Is this a bard? I submit a mini haste spell. Okay, for classes that don't get access to the actual thing. All right, let's take a look. Oh, look, we got some art. Here it is in the tube. Here it is in the, Twitch. Looks like you've got some music you want me to play. I'm not going to, for fear of copyright. But I appreciate that other people can click it and listen to it if they want to. That is a nice touch. We're not going to pretend it's not a nice touch. It's a very nice touch. How long do these lovely streams go? They usually go till like 5 or 6 hours, give or take. They've been a little shorter this week because I am sick. But I like to go 6 hours. 6 hours is my ideal stream time. By the end of 6 hours, I'm usually not really capable of being entertaining and kind at the same time. And if I have to pick between being entertaining or being kind, that means it's time for me to end stream. So sometimes that happens earlier, but usually around 6 hours. The music's loud. Well, I didn't play it, so there's a volume. You know, you can adjust the volume. Celerity. What does that word mean? Celerity. I never heard that word before. Swiftness of movement. Celerity. All right, cool. 1 action, range touch, duration 1 round. You touch a willing creature, granting it a burst of swiftness. The target gains an additional action during its next turn, and its speed increases by 10 feet for the spell's duration. The spell ends early if you cast it again. If you cast it at higher levels, you can target 1 additional creature. Huh. What do we think, chat? This is stronger than haste, by the way. There's a little mistake they made, but this spell as written is stronger than haste. And the little mistake they made is the way that haste works is you don't get a whole extra action. You get a very specific type of action. And that action can be used to make 1 weapon attack or use an object or something like that. You cannot use that action to cast spells. You cannot use that option to make multiple attacks. You can make 1 regular attack action or do like interact with objects, hide, dash, dodge, disengage, that sort of thing. So you need to get rid of that. That needs to be a specific thing. There is another pretty big deal here that I think matters kind of a lot. 1, I agree. I think the upcast is too strong. I would probably just not let this spell be upcast, or maybe it can be upcast every 2 levels. You know, you could upcast it in a way where you're upcasting it like spiritual weapon, where it wouldn't upcast at 3rd level, but it would upcast at 5th level, and then it would upcast at 7th level, etc. Haste can't be upcast. Yeah, but this is a little different because it's targeting. It's very short. I think it'd be okay to upcast this. But call me crazy. Call me a psychopath. But the way that I also see this is this spell should require concentration. I know it only lasts a round, but it should require concentration. Oh, it is upcasting every 2 levels. Oh, I see. Well, not initially, right? Because it says 3rd level or higher, you can cast an additional target for every 2 slot. Oh, I see. It is upcasting that way. I think the upcasting is fine. I think it needs to require concentration. You think this needs to have the lethargy effect? Yeah, no. They wrote it they wrote it that way. They wrote it that way. I just misread it. That was my mistake. I am error making. Behold me. The duration is only a round because it gives a creature a free action on their next turn and free movement. This is much better than Expeditious Retreat. No, it should not last longer. It definitely shouldn't. King Crusher, you are not properly thinking about how much of an impact giving creatures an extra action is. It's a big impact. This is not Action Surge. I mean, it's Action Surge as it's written, but that's a mistake. I'm 100% sure they didn't try to make this like Action Surge. They wanted it to be like Haste, where you get one extra action, and it can be used to make one weapon attack, or take the bonus action, or take, not bonus action, or to take the dash, disengage, hide action, that sort of thing. If they wanted to keep the entire extra action thing, what level would it need to be? Maybe 4th? Maybe 5th? I don't know. I don't even think it would make sense to do if it was that high, but I just don't think the game is designed for that in that sort of way. Like, there isn't a spell in D&D that does that. The only spell in D&D that gives you extra actions is Time Stop, which is a level 9 spell. If it was meant to be an entire action, then that is busted to the end of the earth and back again. So my suggestion would be to make it so it's reasonable, but still doing the vibe of a mini haste. Third level would not be reasonable, I think, to give someone an extra action. I think it's, I don't know. I would step away. I'd be careful with that. You give up an action to use it, but you could do a lot with doing two things that take an action immediately back to back without any need for anything else to participate in that is very strong. Like, strong enough where literally the only thing in D&D that does that is a 9th level spell. And even that 9th level spell is very limited in what you can do. So I like the idea. You definitely got to tone it back. If your goal was the BG3, you get a full extra action. It definitely devalues Action Surge if it just gives an extra action. 100%. Big agree there. I just think that if it's not giving a whole extra action, I think it's fine to make it a thing. I think it's not unreasonable. It also completely destroys Longstrider. Well, Longstrider lasts for more than a round. Longstrider lasts for a while. This is just third-party Action Surge. Yeah, 2 actions as a spellcaster is really strong if you can cast spells with both. All right. Neat idea. I think you've accomplished the vibe. Now you got to tone it to balance. Corvin, thank you for sharing. Muted. Thank you. I was answering your question. You can cast more than one leveled spell on a turn. You can't cast more than one leveled spell on a turn unless you, if one of them is a bonus action, the other one has to be a cantrip. That's the rule. That's the rule. Click. So if you cast Healing Word as a bonus action, your spell you cast as an action needs to be a cantrip. But if you cast Fireball, and then you have another action somehow, either through an action surge or the Wish spell, then you could cast more spells. Greater invisibility and Steel Wind Strike. Yeah, that's a pretty intense moment to make happen for sure. For sure. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Bucket a 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 welcome Tradosio. Bucket a bucket a bucket a boom. Stone Marcus. What's up, Stone Marcus? I wanted to make something that can be an option to take over Shield, since it's quite dominant in the defense spells roster. Though if I'm being honest, it's quite a bit of a text, but there are spells with more. Maybe the idea can be shortened, but wording improved or nerfed. It feels a tad strong, but that might be subjective. It's just an idea that's been floating around in my head. I am ready to be hurt. P.S. I don't really use drive, so here's hoping I did it right. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're trying to make an alternative shield spell and it takes a really long time to say, yeah, I don't, this is not a good alternative shield spell. You don't want your shield spell alternative to take this many fucking words to say. That's madness. Shield is one of the simplest, most straightforward spells in the game. It takes half a second to read and understand. I am really hoping that this is doing something more unique or different, or it requires this. Because at the end of the day, I'm probably going to say you probably should just use shield. This is a first level spell. Yeah, this is a lot of fucking words for a first level spell. It's an abjuration. Casting time 1 reaction which you take when you are hit by an attack, a damaging spell, or caught in the area of a damaging effect. You create a magical barrier around yourself to shield you from harm. The barrier appears as a clear silver film covering your body and items. It has 1d10 plus intelligence hit points and remains for the duration. Disappears. This is just... Did you just make... This is just the fucking Abjuration Wizard? Is this just the Abjuration Wizard's main ability? It absorbs damage that would hit you. If reduced to 0, it becomes fully transparent, and you take the remainder of the damage. You can use your bonus action on subsequent turns to re-roll the dice for its HP, and the barrier's HP is set to that amount. So this is just better than the Abjuration Wizard's main feature. I would... Okay, so I'm probably going to stop reading it here. And I don't want to be mean, and I don't mean to be rude by that, but if this is all it does, I think it's too strong. Because what this spell is basically saying in a very long-winded way is you get temporary hit points. Because that's all these are. These are hit points that reduce damage that you would take. So a way that you could write this spell is, instead of making it a reaction, as a bonus action, you gain 1d10. Like, all of these words, you could just write this. As a bonus action, you can gain 1d10 plus your spell casting modifier's temporary hit points, period. And you can do that for the duration of the spell. That could be all of these words, is just that. That is really fucking strong for a first level spell. On your turn, while your barrier has any HP, you can use your reaction to expand it up to 10 feet in every direction. It becomes stationary, and each 5 feet of the barrier has the HP it had at the moment of expanding. What? It becomes a wall? Is that what's happening? While expanding, the barrier crosses harmlessly through creatures. Okay, yeah, we're going to stop reading it here. It sounds like you're trying to make a shield spell that also turns into a wall spell. And I think that that is a confusing thing to do. I think if you want to do that, the spell needs to require concentration from the start. And it needs to basically... This is how you could make this spell actually work. Make it an action to cast it, okay? When you cast it, you gain some amount of temporary hit points. And then, on each of your turns, as a bonus action, you can re-roll those hit points if you lose them. So that's part 1 of the spell, okay? Part 2 of the spell is you can choose to, maybe as an action, you can choose to end the spell early to create, like, a barrier that is, 5 foot by 5 foot panels that are 1 inch thick and interconnected that have a total hit points equal to however many hit points your shield thing has when you finish casting it. And they absorb any damage that goes through it. You could do something like that. This is not the way to word it. You're making this spell essentially just do 100 different things. Not 100, but like 3 or 4. It also looks like it's like restraining creatures or blocking creatures. Yeah, that's just too strong. So, even this first part would be too strong as a first level spell. Because we have first level spells like False Life. Now, I'm not going to pretend that False Life is a good spell. It's not a particularly good spell. But False Life is a first level spell that does... Oops, where is it? That does a worse version of this. And that's all it does. So, I would go back to the drawing board if your goal is to make a low-level spell to replace Shield. Or, I would just use the spell False Life and give yourself temporary hit points. And maybe do a more advanced version of False Life that costs, a 3rd level spell slot that lets you re-roll these every turn. Heroism is a better comparison, maybe, yeah. Heroism is about frightening creatures. And you gain temporary hit points equal to your spell casting modifier at the start of each of its turns. But the spell ends... but that also requires concentration, only lasts a minute. So that is a better comparison, I agree. But regardless... This is so much weaker. Yeah, so I would say go back to the drawing board. If you want to do a spell where you're, like, turning a shield into a wall, that's kind of a neat idea, but I would make it its own thing. And make it much different level. I would... Oh, yeah, False Life is outdated for sure, but Heroism isn't. Heroism is a much better example. All right, Stone Marcus, an interesting idea, but... For a first level spell, way too much going on. Focus your idea in, try to simplify it, and I think you'll be in a much better spot. Champion of Flight says they feel like the alternative to Shield already exists, and it's Absorb Elements. I could see that. I could see an argument for that. It does a little bit of a different thing. I think they really wanted like an alternative, like direct alternative. As opposed to covering different grounds. But I see what you're saying. Did we give a round of applause? Let's do it again. I don't remember. Round of applause if we didn't already. I think we did. Round of applause more. Boo, it's Sloth Spaghetti. That sweet, sweet spaghetti sloth. Come here. Give me that spaghetti. Give me that slothy spaghetti. Very, very silly. It might not be balanced. Also, first level spell. A lot of capital letters there. Spaghettify. You are missing any formatting. Okay. So, when we look at a spell in D&D, it doesn't need to be written in this way, but there are some really important things you need to give us at the top of the page. You gave us the level. Great. We need to know the casting time. Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? Is it a minute? Is it an hour? We need to know the range. Is it touch? Is it 10 feet? Is it 100 feet? We need to know the components. Is it verbal components, somatic components, material components, all of those things. Duration. How long does it last? Is it conjuration or is it concentration? We need to know, is it enchantment? What school does it belong to? These things you don't need to put if you're writing it out, but this is what D&D Beyond does. But all of these other things you need to put at the beginning of the spell, like separate from the text. In the same way that you wrote 4th level spell and transmutation. All of that needs to be up there. If all of that is not up there, it's going to be very confusing. It's going to be a confusing time because nobody's going to know how to use your spell. And you want them to use your spell. You want them to use your spell. You summon magical strings of spaghetti with a range of 60 feet that lash out from your hands with a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they are wrapped. You spelled wrapped wrong. This should have 2 P's. Around, and they are turned into spaghetti golem. Okay, we're going to stop reading this piece here. I'm going to be very honest with you. If you don't format your document and you don't write with periods and commas and stuff, I don't really want to read it. If you don't want to take the time to, at the very least, put in periods and commas and stuff, why am I reading it? So you summon tiny little guys for 30 seconds, and if there's a natural one, they're turned into a minion spaghetti golem. Okay. Here's what I'm going to say, Spaghetti Sloth. I appreciate the effort, but please put in a little bit more effort next time. And I'm not asking for much. I am asking for the bare minimum. I'm asking for you to write your piece like a stat block. Not a stat block. Write it like a spell. If you are going to be writing something where you want things to be doing dexterity saving throws, you need to say that. So, for example, pick a creature you can see with a range, pick a creature you can see within 60 feet. They have to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they're wrapped in spaghetti and they're turned into a spaghetti monster. I would look at spells like Polymorph, which basically do this, but turn creatures into beasts for how you would write this language. But if you're going to be doing, you can't be writing these as, these aren't stat blocks. There's no information here. We don't know what the fuck is, if you're going to become a spaghetti monster, you need to know, their whole stat block. So if you're going to summon something, you got to summon something. You got to give us the stat block for the thing you're summoning. And if you don't want to write that stat block, don't write that spell. So that's my thoughts. This is kind of convoluted and confusing because you're doing 3 different things at the same time and none of them are really written in a way that is easy to understand. And I think a big part of that is your lack of grammar, and I think a big part of that is your lack of formatting. Now, from a power perspective, this spell seems to have no limit. We need to know how many creatures it can target. Turning a creature into a monster that you can control is insanely powerful. So that it would be more than a 5th level spell. That would probably be a 7th level spell. Because there are spells that can turn creatures into things, and there are spells that can control creatures. And the spells that can control creatures well are they're 5th level and higher. But that's all they do. Spells that do anything else on top of that? Yeah, so you're talking 7th level spell, 8th level spell. Really powerful. Figure out how to write your formatting. Look at how other spells are formatted. And for the love of God, respect your writing, my guy. Respect your writing. I talk about this on occasion, but if you aren't going to spend the time to make something readable and legible, then it's not really fair of you to expect your readers to do that either, And you know the show, Sloth. Come on, man. You're here almost every day. I believe in you. You know how to format a document. So I think this is doing quite a bit too much. I think it's a silly idea, but it needs to be a little bit more focused. And I think the main... Yeah, Dominate Monster is an 8th level spell on its own. Yeah, so this would be like a 9th level spell. Minimum. So, main feedback would be... I don't know if it would be 9th level spell, because they're not the same stat block. But again, it doesn't matter. There's too many things that need to be fixed. If you're going to include something in a spell, make sure that you are actually explaining its mechanics to the fullest. And if you're not sure how to do that, look at other spells that do similar things. And make sure that you are covering the same grounds that they cover. And separate from that, do your writing the favor of giving it the respect to write in full sentences and to format your piece. Doesn't take a lot of time to do that. But it makes all the difference. Them's be my thoughts. It's hard for me to give more specific feedback because a lot of it is just sort of floating, you know? All right, let us give Spaghetti Sloth, our dear Sloth Spaghetti, a round of applause.
I am losing my mind here. I swear I've read something that is when you drop to 0 horsepower, as a reaction you can make a single melee attack before falling unconscious, but I can't remember what it is.
That is not a real rule. That might be a homebrew rule that you use, but that is not a real rule. It's neither it's a homebrew rule. It's not a horsepower rule. But it's kind of a fun rule. It's a neat homebrew rule. I like that idea. Sort of like a last stand move. Maybe you saw it in a YouTube video or a TikTok or something. I don't know. Rathenix, thank you for the prime. That's very kind of you. You'll start using horsepower instead of homebrew? All right, fine. I accept. Reluctantly. Yes, Sloth. I think the main feedback for you is to simplify the idea and to make sure that you can express all of the mechanics clearly, and to look at the way spells are written and make sure that you are writing in full sentences in that same sort of way. Shadow, thank you for the 5. What's your opinion on invincibility and vulnerability spell in the actual spell list? It's fine. It doesn't exactly do what it says it does. Isn't there a spell that does that already? I think it's a 9th level spell. It's an action. You cast it. You're immune to all damage until the spell ends. It lasts 10 minutes. I think it's fine. I thought you only had resistance to all damage. I was wrong. I mixed up. I like it. It's a 9th level spell. 9th level spell's got to be a little goofy, you know? Why are you losing your mind? Find your mind. All right, thank you very much. Let's see, is there anybody new on that sweet, sweet wheel? The wheel of life? Zach. It's the wheel of life. Living la vida wheel. Cinder. What are you talking about? You fucking dingle dongle. All right, ready? Cinder, are you going to be doing this topic theme again? I want to submit something, but I feel like it's too late for tonight. I don't know if I'm going to do it exactly, but I will do other topics that are similar to this. You should still make some homebrew. Just because I'm not going to maybe look at it doesn't mean you shouldn't make it. If you think it's a fun idea, use that to inspire yourself, you know? I'm just some fucking guy in a chair. I shouldn't dictate what you create and what you don't create. Yeah, I also do open, no prompt wheel nights. Usually once a week, twice a week sometimes. Boom! It's Tawera. Tawera. Hey, Cinder. That's me. Here's a spell I created for a little guy to use to steal ore, mine carts, and all from a mine. I think that I could use some advice on the clarity of the spell, as well as any situational uses I might not have thought of. Let's take a peek. Magnetize metal. Interesting. There it is for YouTube. Here it is for Twitch. It's a lot of words. That's my first thought. One action, range 30 feet, concentration 1 minute. One metal object that weighs 1,000 pounds or less of your choice within range becomes magically magnetic and lifts 5 feet into the air. If a creature is holding or wearing the object, the creature must make a strength saving throw. If it fails the saving throw, the object is pulled into the air, and the creature can choose either to be pulled into the air and move with the object for the duration, or drop the object if it can. This sort of reads like telekinesis right now. As a bonus action, you can move the object up to 30 feet, but it is otherwise fixed in place and doesn't move. You cannot move the object upwards or downwards, and if the elevation of the ground changes, the object remains 5 feet off the ground. If it is within 20 feet of another large metallic object, it is instead moves 20 feet towards that object and can't be moved by this spell. The object can hold up to 8 times its own weight or more weight. Okay, I'm going to stop reading this here. Are you familiar with the spell Tensor's Floating Disc? Because this is essentially telekinesis plus Tensor's Floating Disc. So Tensor's Floating Disc allows you to just carry heavy stuff on an imaginary disc. It's a first level spell. Telekinesis allows you to lift heavy stuff, including creatures, and swing them around. I think that is a 5th level spell. Oh yeah, 5th level spell. So here's my question to you. Does this only working on metal and getting a sort of weird magnet mechanic, does this make sense as a spell? I want to push back on this as a spell. I don't mean you shouldn't make spells that do unique things, but this spell doesn't actually do anything that unique. It just does things that other spells do in limited ways. Very specific things, too. Because there's lots of spells that do similar things. And I don't know if limiting it to metal and including a magnet mechanic makes sense, or it just sort of feels like it's overcomplicating it to make it feel more unique. Like, is this gonna be fun? Is the magnet part gonna add to the game? And if so, how? I'm not really sure. It doesn't pull everything metal in, though. That's not what it does, Shadow. It makes one thing float, and then if that thing gets near other metal things, it floats towards them. Oh, there's more at the bottom. When you cast this spell, and as an action on subsequent turns, you can cause every metal object within 20 feet of the target that weighs less than it. They're magnetically pulled 20 feet towards it, and they remain stuck to it until the start of your next turn. If a creature is holding them. Okay, so this is written really long-windedly. So a way that you would write this would be, as an action on subsequent turns, you can make the magnet pulse. Any metal object that is not being worn or carried within 20 feet is pulled towards the magnet and stuck to it. Any creature that is carrying a metal object must make a strength saving throw, or, you know, it gets pulled towards it. But that's how you would write that sentence. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I think that the second part is interesting. I think the whole Tensor's floating disk part is not. I would completely drop the Tensor's floating disk. I would completely drop the telekinesis part, and I would make it so you could pick a an object that you can see, and it becomes magnetic, and then it sucks in metal around it. I would say that's the part that is worth keeping. Everything else is overcomplicating and kind of just feels like it's doing stuff that other spells already do. So I would leave this part, but you want to make sure you have the right language in for objects that are being worn and carried. You want to have the right language in for if you want to do magical versus mundane. You want to have the right language in if you want to be dealing with creatures that are metallic as well. All of that matters, and you need to get that language in here. You could look at spells like Heat Metal. You could look at, Heat Metal is probably going to be one of your best friends here. You could look at spells like Shocking Grasp. You could look at, other spells that do strength saving throws or pull creatures around. Things like that. It should require concentration. It does. Okay, good. And then creatures that are stuck to it should be able to make strength saving throws on subsequent turns to pull off. To break out. So that's what I would say. I would just not have it upcast at all. I don't think this is another spell that feels like it doesn't really need an upcast. Well, they wrote the upcasting weird because they say 6th level, but I think they meant to say 5th. I think that's just a typo. It's a neat idea. I think you got to really focus it in, though, and I think the most important thing is going to be to drop these 2 first parts, because honestly, the fiction that you're trying to sell of like a miner collecting ore, you can just do that with Tensor's floating disk. I don't think we need to be doing telekinesis, Tensor's floating disk stuff here. You like the smooth jazz? Good. Me too. No, it's a level 4 spell. Should probably be 6th or 7th level in my opinion, since it can work like a fireball, like fireball bait. Well, I don't know if it would need to be that high. I think you could also make it less high if it was like you cut the first 2 parts out. I think it could probably, I think it being a 4th level spell would be fine. If you cut out the first 2 parts. Lady Azella, if you don't like the ignore the laws of physics because of magic argument, that is totally reasonable for your game, but that is totally unreasonable to expect anyone else to do. Because from the ground up, D&D is a game where magic ignores physics. Fireball works underwater. Lightning doesn't kill everything in the lake. You know? This is not the game the way it works. Oh, you were pointing out someone mentioned copper. And it was magnetism. Alright, I'm just saying, like, I just don't think we need to worry about physics and real world stuff with D&D magic. But that might be worth saying, listing what metals are affected by it, maybe. D&D only cares about physics when it's fun. Fireball doesn't destroy your spellbook. Exactly, yeah. I think it's a neat idea. I think you just got to tone it down and tone it in and cut out the stuff that's not the core. And while this idea might have started as like an idea for a gnome that's mining to like have a big floating rock collecting all the ore, which I do admit is a cool image. If you make the spell just do the last part, it'll work much better. And you could combine this spell with Tensor's floating disc. And then you could still do the thing you want to do. Because you could just put the thing that you magnetize on the floating disc and just have that follow you, you know? Alrighty. Thank you, Tawera. Let's give them a round of applause. Tawera. I just met a ta named Tawera, and suddenly I see how Tawera a ta can be. Tawera! Excuse me. I love burping into the microphone. I used to not love it, and then somebody complained about it. Now I really love it. West Cindy Story. I love West Side Story.
Burp.
Thank you. Burp indeed. I like if you watch any of my long form videos, I squeeze West Side Story in as references often because I like it quite a bit. Let's see here. Oh, look at this. Some new flesh for the pyre. Lay yourself upon my altar. When's my next long form video? It depends. I'm trying to decide if I want to try to do another big crazy video, like the Become God video, or if I want to just start turning streams into videos. And I think that part of me putting out new videos is going to be me needing to not stream 5 days a week, 6 hours a day. I think I need to give myself a little bit more time to do editing work. So maybe we'll start doing some shorter stream days so I can, or maybe we'll just do 4 days a week of streaming. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I don't really have the time to edit and stream basically full time and also make YouTube shorts and also do all of the back end work and also edit Rally. But I really want to make long form videos. I like the long form videos. Bow, it's Matoiki. Hey, Cinder. That's me. This is a homebrew spell I made for my Chronorgy wizard character in a campaign I'm in. It's an enchantment spell that isn't specific to that subclass. I'm just looking for feedback. I'm looking for feedback on the wording, general readability, blah, 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 all the things. You're looking for feedback on all the things. You want feedback on the things. Sorry, we can give you some feedback. There it is in the Twitch, YouTube, don't worry. Nobody's left out here. Vesifen's Echoed Memento. A second level transmutation spell. Take us on a journey. Vesifin. Second level transmutation. Casting time 10 minutes. Range is touch / 10 feet. Unusual. And it lasts 7 days. This is a second level spell? Okay. We'll see what it does. Lasting 7 days is a long time. And with the area is odd too. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen here. Oh yeah, it might fit like a 10-foot radius or 10-foot square or something. When enchanting, name a record command word and a listen command word. A record command word. Okay, you need to write that sentence in a much different way. Also, Matoiki, what is enchanting? Enchanting isn't a thing in D&D. So is this spell like putting something in a crystal, or is this something that happens during you like doing enchanting magic that I don't know what it is? I genuinely don't know. This is very confusing in the way it's written. So if this is intended to tie into some sort of enchanting mechanic, great. If this is intended to do something that enchants like a gemstone, you need to write that at the beginning. You can't say when enchanting before we know what we're enchanting. That's like me calling you and say, hey, could you hit that? You'd be like, hit what? What are you talking about? Oh, sorry. I assumed you knew what I was talking about because I put the verb before the noun. Enchanter, I hardly know her. Exactly. Okay, so figure out what the fuck you mean here. Get that clear. After enchanting a gemstone, you may spend an action to whisper your record command word to begin recording sounds. You need a different fucking word than record and listen. It does not sit well. It is confusing. The gemstone will record any sound within a 10-foot sphere centered on the gemstone. Well, you don't need to say... You can say it. Yeah, this should just be a fucking magic item. This is a tape recorder. All right. So here's what I would probably say. Let me say this. Here, let's just sort of copy this whole thing. And I would hit backspace. And I would rewrite it. And here's what you say. You can spend 10 minutes infusing a gemstone with magic. When you do, pick an activation word. After the spell is complete, whenever you say the activation word, the gemstone, the gemstone activates and it records anything audible within 10 feet of it for up to 4 hours. At any time, you can repeat the activation phrase to end the recording early. After a gemstone is after a gemstone is enhanced in this way or made magic in this way, it registers as magical for the purposes of spells like detect magic. But you need to write it that way. In fact, if I were you, what I might do... I don't even think it needs a listen command. I just could be like, you could just know, you can just hear it. You can make a permanent recording by casting the spell on the same gemstone every day and the same level originally cast for 7 days. What is the point? I don't understand that. So if you cast the spell... Okay, I think what you're trying to say here is this. After a gemstone records something, you can cast the spell on it again every day for 7 days to make that recording permanent. Something like that. Yeah, I actually agree with Mal. Just make it a one-time use thing. Once you use a gemstone in this way, you can always just listen back to it. Dice, why do you keep assuming this? This is the second time that somebody said, I think somebody wanted to make a spell, make a magic item, and then they turned it into a spell very quickly. I don't know if that's true. Let's not assume that. I don't want to assume that. But it does sort of feel like a magic item more than a spell. But I think the idea is kind of cool. You just need to really clean up your language. Majorly tone up your language. You could look at spells like Magic Mouth. You could look at spells like Contingency. You could look at spells like Glyph of Warding to get sort of the same language. But I kind of agree. It should not be... It feels like a magic item. It doesn't feel like a spell. I would not have it be 4 hours. I would have it be 1 hour. And then maybe you could add an hour for each time you upcast it. I think it's a neat idea. Needs some tweaks for sure, but definitely a neat idea. You're currently rewriting your whole Bleach campaign because you realized it would not be great. Yeah, it's a medieval CD burner. Well, it's a medieval tape recorder, not a CD. It's a medieval, like, cassette. It's the fucking Home Alone kid recorder. That's what it is. It's the Home Alone kid recorder in Fantasy World. To me, it feels like it should be it feels like it should either be a magic item or maybe a artificer infusion. If it was going to be a spell, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know if second level makes sense. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what level I would pick for it. I am second guessing second level. I feel like it shouldn't add more time to the recording, but increase the duration. I want to record audiobooks with it. Yeah, that could be fun. I think making magic items with spells is pretty cool if they are minor enough. Sure. Yeah, it definitely needs more refinement to be a spell. It is much closer to an item at this time, for sure. But I think it could work. It could be either. Dealer's choice. All right, Matoiki, thank you very much. A little round of applause, please. For our dear Matoiki. Matoiki, I hardly know Key. Oh man, that joke gets stupider every time. Oh man, I'm so happy with this turnout for the wheel. I know we get a lot of pieces when people can send anything they want, but when you get sent something really specific, normally when we do these specific ones, we get like 20 people, maybe. We got like 50. It's a cool prompt, yeah. Oh. What can I say? I'm a pretty cool guy. Yeah, I like the short and sweet ones too. I think for next week, I'm gonna try to make the prompt similarly short and sweet as well. I don't know what it should be yet, but I want it to also be short and sweet. Tell you what, if you have ideas for what it could be and it's short and sweet, hooray! And you are somebody, oh shit, who just gifted 5 subs? Stray the Gamer, thank you for 5 subs. That's very kind of you. That's very kind indeed. If you are one of those people that just got gifted a membership, or you are a member on YouTube or Twitch, or even in my Patreon, and you have that account connected to Discord, you get access to the member section of the Discord. And one of the things that I ask you, one of the things in the member section of the Discord is a place where you can submit suggestions for homebrew prompts. And most of the times when I pick prompts, it's because people suggested them. So if you have an idea for another cool homebrew prompt that could be short and sweet, and you're a member, go post it in the Discord in the member section. Wow, wow, wee wah. Well, well, well. Redemption. Do you think Keen is still here? Or do you think Keen left? This is the person who did not have their form correctly filled out the first time, and we're giving them a second chance. That's who this is. Call this whatever you want, but it's something. Let's see if it's fixed. Yeah, that's true. Could you imagine if it wasn't? That'd be so funny. This time it's linked correctly. Moment of truth. Here we go. Look at that. It's linked correctly. Here it is in the YouTube. Here it is in the Twitch. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about 5e to define the spell completely. Holy shit! 10 subs! Who just gifted 10 subs? Verms! Thank you for the 10 subs, you fiend. You're out of control. Verms. You know what I think of when I think of worms? I think of this scene from It's Always Sunny when they're trying to interpret Charlie's dream journal. And he's written worm hat, worm hat, worm hat. And they think he's saying the word worm hat. That's what that makes me think of. All right. I don't know much about 5e to define the spell completely. All right, so then we're not going to push you too much on that. But I will say, if your goal is to design spells for 5e, the best thing to do is to look at spells in 5e to make sure you get the mechanics right. It might just not... You think this is a tough one? It's just not a spell that works in D&D 5e? All right, let's take a look. 8th or 9th level, not sure how I feel. It's as disruptive as Wish, but not as powerful. 1 action, target all player characters, no range limit. Yeah, that's... Things don't... D&D... Nobody type anything. Nobody fucking type anything. If any of you fucking change any of this, I'm gonna blow your brains out. You can't target all player characters. So, Blades in the Dark is a game that is sort of narrative over mechanics. The way that you would write this is you would probably say, pick up to 8 creatures that you are familiar with. No range. That's probably how you would write that. But you can't just say player characters. Player characters doesn't mean anything in 5e. You select a time period in their past. All player characters are transported back to the beginning of selected period, but retain their memories from their original timeline and their levels and abilities. After the selected period has passed, you are immediately transported back to the time point they came from, but are... Are you seriously not going to let me finish reading your fucking spell? What the fuck is that shit? It's still working, but come on, man. After the selected period has passed, you are immediately transported back to the time point they came from. Who is they? You're transported back to the time point they came from. You have some wording mixed up here, and this is the worst place to have this wording mixed up because you're talking about time travel stuff, so you're already confusing me. But are now in a new timeline. You have no memories of the new timeline. You are no longer possess the abilities to cast the spell. This isn't really a spell. I don't really understand what this spell does. So, tell me, chat, tell me if I'm misunderstanding this. The way this is written, you travel back in time, and you see your earlier timeline, and then when the timelines catch up, the people that were part of your earlier timeline disappear and become part of timeline 2, or you disappear and you go back and rejoin timeline 1. Yeah, I don't really think you can put Back to the Future as a spell. It's an interesting idea, but it's a campaign setting plot more than it's a D&D mechanic. I would say this is more disruptive than Wish because it's like this is similar to you know what this spell is very similar to actually. There's a spell that this reminds me of. The Blue Veil spell. Spelled it wrong. Dream of the Blue Veil. Basically, you cast this spell and people go to another dimension. It's not another plane of existence. It's another dimension. So it's, for example, if you are playing a game in Dark Sun, you cast this spell, you can go to Faerun. You're playing a game in a Spelljammer, you cast this spell, you can go to Planescape, or you can go to Shadowlands, or Dragonlance. The thing that I would say doesn't work about it as much is you can't really Back to the Future in D&D. Because depending on how you do this spell, you could end up sort of retconning the adventure that you had so far in a way that I think would be disruptive in a way that would make everything you did before the time jump redundant. And I don't think that would feel fun. You know? Well, you couldn't kill yourself, but you could kill yourself in the past because technically it would create a separate alternative timeline past, so that wouldn't really necessarily matter. But I think that's how you avoid the paradox stuff. But I do think that because the amount of time is up in the air and you're just stuck there until you get back, it's like, it's not really a spell that a player or dungeon master could ever really use. So I don't know if this works in D&D 5e. I think it would work better if it was, I would probably word it like Dream of the Blue Veil. You pick a specific amount of willing creatures within, you know, you pick a certain amount of willing creatures and you don't make the duration on however long you want. You make the duration a time. 24 hours, 8 hours, 10 minutes, something like that. And it's a short little blink back. You could do something like that, maybe. Yeah, I agree, Matt. If you limit it to 24 hours, maybe it works. I think it's a neat idea, though. I also think you could build a campaign out of it if you just made it something that was happening in the game and not something that was a thing a player could control. If you made it so you couldn't see into the past, but then Gem Jar, if you wanted to make it where you couldn't interact with anything in the past, then you might as well just make it you can see a recording of the last 24 hours in your head. It's kind of the same thing then, you know? Because you're not really, if you can't interact with anything, can't change anything, then you're just watching a video of it. Which you could make a spell that does that, but that's a different thing. All right, those are my thoughts. It is an interesting idea. I think it is an idea that fundamentally would struggle a lot in D&D in a way that it might not in Blades in the Dark. But it is a neat idea. All right, Gil Edix, your second chance was fulfilled. Hopefully you're still here watching this. Or maybe you're just confused by why a bunch of people are suddenly inside your document. But either way, round of applause. An interesting idea for sure. It is cooler to transport yourself back, but I think for the purposes of making it not redundantly complex, if you can't interact with anything, you could just say that in the language. Like, you have visions of the past 24 hours as if you are a ghost walking through them. You know? Something like that. You do not believe he got spun twice? He did get spun twice. If you just uploaded it, you have as much a chance of getting reviewed as anyone else on the wheel. There is no way to wait. There is no waiting system here. Everybody is equal chances. You can't bribe me or the wheel. You can make offerings to me or the wheel, but the universe is gonna, you know, the wheel kind of rolls on its own accord. Yeah, you could try to rig the wheel. People do try to rig it all the time. You can bribe yourself. You can do all sorts of stuff. If you're going to bribe anybody, yourself is a great person to bribe because you're going to get, you know, you're going to at least get something out of it. You're hacking in now. Well, Bildo is a powerful creature in his own right. Bow! It's time for chaos. They should work in 5e and Pathfinder. Ooh, that's a bold claim. That's a bold claim. Working in 5e and Pathfinder. There it is in Twitch. There it is in Tube. Let's see. This is a cantrip. Ooh, I love a cantrip. A conjuration cantrip called Summon Guppy. One action. range 30 feet. You summon a CR0 tiny fish in a tile within range. You would say a space within range. And you wouldn't say you can specify, you would say you can see in D&D. The fish may not take any actions. This fish cannot communicate except through effects that would allow for speaking with the normal creatures. Killing the fish doesn't activate on a kill or death effects. If it is transported back to the plane it came from when it's transported back to the plane it came from when it drops to 0 hit points. Only one fish can be summoned at a time per 5 levels. So the way that you would write that is once you hit level 5, you can summon 2 fish at a time. Once you hit level 10, you can summon 3 more. And I do it based on the same levels that other cantrips grow. Genuine question. What is the point of this cantrip? I understand there could be a funness to summoning a little fish, but it doesn't do anything. It actually doesn't do anything. There's no real way to get any benefit out of it, other than you can summon a fish that exists for a minute. What utility? You don't even get food. No, you can't eat it, because as soon as it dies, it disappears. And if you kill it, you get no benefits from any of the effects that kill a creature. Is it really an adventure group morale boost because you just summon a fish flopping on the ground and then it disappears or dies? It can't do anything. So the first thing is you probably want to say what the stat block is of the fish. Whenever you summon something, if you're not picking a specific creature, you either pick a specific creature, say what the creature is so that we can look up the stat block or include the stat block. But I do think that you should try to make it do something. You could make it a distraction, sure. But if you're going to make it a distraction, you need to build that mechanically into the spell, because most of the time, especially cantrips, they do exactly what they say and nothing more. So what I would say if I were you is you can summon a fish on the ground at a space within, 30 feet of you. Any creature that sees the fish, must you can make them make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they are distracted by the fish and they have disadvantage on perception checks to notice things other than the fish, until the end of their turn. Something like that. You could make it do something like that, but you want to include some mechanic for the fish, I think. I don't think you should just summon a fish if you're going to be putting limits on what it can interact with and what it can do. If you can communicate with it using magic, its first statement is, "Oh no, not again." It's not concentration, so you could polymorph it. That's true. You could change its form. You could also cast Enlarge Reduce on it. You could cast Greater Invisibility on it. I think polymorph is the real thing there. But you have no control over it. So if you polymorph it, it's just a wild animal now, which I think is maybe good. I like that. Yeah, it's just there. I don't know. I guess if you want a feature that just summons a fish and kind of just does nothing, it's kind of cool. I like the vibe of it. I think, you know what? I think the problem for me, and I get it. A lot of people in the chat are like, it's just a funny cantrip. It's just summoning a little fish. But the problem for me is the way that it's formatted and the amount of caveats that it has and the way that they're being written makes me feel like it's not just a little fish. It's complicating it. You're adding complication that makes me start to think about it mechanically. And now that I'm thinking about it mechanically, I want to think about it. You know what I mean? Like keep it, get rid of, simplify all that shit, I think. Or at the very least, write it in such a way that it's a little bit more clear in the way it's written. Cantrip slots are kind of valuable. Yeah, you don't have that many cantrips. Anyway, those are my thoughts. It's definitely a goofy, weird idea. Definitely a goofy, weird idea. But apparently it ruins rogues in Pathfinder. It won't have any effect on anything in D&D. But in Pathfinder, apparently it ruins rogues. But I don't know Pathfinder, so... JK, I leave that up to your wisdom. Yeah, it's too simple for how complicated it is. One of the things that I think is very much worth thinking about in D&D when you are designing... Excuse me. Whenever you're designing something for D&D, it is worth thinking about what is the outcome and how complicated is it to explain what is happening to get to the outcome. And if explaining the outcome is more complicated than the outcome, you should probably rethink the way your piece is written. Does that make sense? You don't want to have people jumping through hoops and figuring out stuff and looking at exceptions to get to a thing where the end goal of it is kind of play. You know? If you want to get to an end goal that's kind of play, make them basically getting there is also kind of play. If wish was not a thing, would wish work for this prompt? Or would replicating other spells disqualify it? I don't think I would disqualify it, but I think if I was giving feedback, I would give that feedback that this technically doesn't really work with the prompt because there are a lot of ways you could use this to deal damage. But I don't think I would just not read it. I think I would only not read it if it was like a subclass. Like, if somebody thinks they... I don't actually care if somebody follows the prompt. What I care about is... Let me rephrase that. I care a lot about somebody following the prompt. I don't care about somebody following the prompt correctly. I care about somebody trying to follow the prompt correctly. Does that make sense? The only time I would do, like, harsh disqualifications is if we're doing, like, a contest or something. That was yours? It's set up for magic traps? Oh, yeah, magic traps aren't really a thing in D&D in that sort of way. But it's a neat idea. Welcome back, Bildo! Alright, let's give Chaos a round of applause for their goldfish summoning cantrip. This cantrip is probably a lot stronger in Pathfinder, based on the comments that we've gotten. Thank you for sharing. Chaos. They're out of control. Entropy. Troy, okay. Find familiar? Nah, summon Guppy. Fuck your rat, I got a goldfish. Oh, what, you gotta spend 10 gold every time your pet dies? I could just fucking snap my fingers. That's how, you know? All right, Wheel. Come on, Wheel. Come on, Wheel. You got a lot of desperate people out here tonight. Yearning for some wheeling. Who are you gonna respect? Are you gonna shine a light on those that are being humble and quiet? Are you gonna shine a light on those that are bold or those that are begging? Are you going to shine a light on those that are asking with kindness or demanding with severity? Let's see. It is Gwen. Gwen Stefani? Are you Gwen Stefani? This spell is very negotiation heavy and is intended for political intrigue and heavy blah blah games. Well, you know what they say, blah blah black sheep, have you any wool? Yes sir, yes sir, 3 bags full. This is called coherent explanation. All right. Here it is in the tube. Here it is in the Twitch. Coherent explanation. It's a cantrip. Another cantrip. Divination. Casting time special, unusual. Range 15 feet. Somatic components. Somatic verbal components. Instantaneous duration. It's Gwen Stacy? I thought it was Gwen Stefani. The musician. You target... Let's make it bigger. You target any creatures within range that you share a language with, speaking to the creatures. Get rid of this. Say this. You begin speaking. Say this. You begin speaking and can target any number of creatures within range that can hear and understand you. Period. Oh, they understand you anyway. Say... You begin speaking, and all creatures that speak a language understand you, even if they do not even if you do not share the same language. Period. Additionally, the targets perceive everything you mean and say in exact detail, even through dialect, slang, and figures of speech. The meanings of your speech can't be lost. You must speak the truth while casting the spell. That's kind of interesting. The targets understand that you are casting this spell and that you are truthful. The creatures are under no duress to be hostile or to become friendly if it was hostile, unless the knowledge of you casting the spell would do so. Okay, this is a cool idea for a spell. This is not a cantrip. Because every other spell that allows you to... Yeah, this is comprehend languages, but a little bit potentially... Well, it's not better, but it's different. But it's comprehend languages is basically what this spell does. And comprehend languages is a first level spell. But the other thing is comprehend languages doesn't allow you to communicate back. So this spell is... Can you understand them? I don't think you can understand them. So it's the opposite of comprehend languages. This is the opposite of comprehend languages. It's not a better zone of truth because you're the only one that's talking. Oh, no. You have to share a language with them. I'm sorry, I missed that. I thought this last sentence is confusing because you say you have to share a language, but then you say they understand you regardless of what language you speak in. So I would just cut this. If the targets understand you regardless of what language you speak in, then you shouldn't have to share a language, you know? So that's the level of confusion that I think needs to be addressed. Secondly, the only person who has to tell the truth is you. No one else has to tell the truth, so it's not zone of truth. It's just making sure that people know you're not lying, is all it is. The spell is trust me, bro. Yeah. Here's what I would probably do. If the spell is not intended to make you be able to understand creatures or make them be able to understand you, if that's not what it's supposed to do, then I would completely rewrite it and just keep the second part. As an action, it definitely should cost an action too, by the way. Casting time is not duration. The casting time is an action, the duration is special, because the duration is how long you're talking. So switch these two. I would probably say, as an action, you can begin speaking. All creatures within 15 feet of you that can understand you know if you are telling the truth or lying. Period. And just that. That's what you would make it. But if you're trying to hold a conversation with several different NPCs in different languages, the way that you would write it is that just everybody understands you. Regardless, you don't need to have any of the language thing is here. You could just say, if they speak a language, they can understand you. So you don't need to build it in this complicated way is what I'm saying. You basically can either cut it out or you can say it in like half the words. Tongues. Isn't tongues a spell? Yeah. So tongues allows a creature you touch to understand any spoken language it hears. Still kind of different. Still pretty different. But I do think that you got to get rid of this part. Just make it so they have to understand you for it to work. And then make it that whatever you're saying, you can decide for them to, you know, they can instantly tell that you're telling the truth. Doesn't this completely invalidate quite a lot of interactions where persuasion would be necessary? Not as many as I think you'd think, but also yes. And I think because of that, Matt, because of that specifically, I think that I would probably not make it a cantrip. I don't think this works as a cantrip at all. This is what I would probably do. This is what I would probably do. I would probably make it a first level spell. And I would make it work like this. When you cast the spell, you can designate a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you. Make the spell last 10 minutes. Throughout the duration of the spell, that creature instantly knows if you are lying or telling the truth. And maybe there's more to it than that. Maybe there needs to be more to it than that. But it's got to be something like that. And the idea would be you cast it on somebody, and then you could be like, hey man, we're not here to negotiate. This is just the truth. I know that this guy killed that old lady. I saw it yesterday. To like prove it to the judge. But then the other thing that you could do with it is you could cast it on somebody and then kind of like wink at them. And then say to somebody else, there's a big monster over there. And then the person you cast it on would know you were lying to help you sort of like trick other people, you know? The second half is good. I like the second half. I think the first half is where we're tripping over ourselves. And I think the fact that it's a cantrip. The problem is, this is nicely written. Like, this is all really nicely written as sentences. But we don't actually need it. Because tongues basically does the same thing. Like, when you cast tongues and you understand every language, the dungeon master isn't going to use dialect that you don't understand. They're just going to start talking to you in, you know what I mean? Like, there's an implicit... I feel like there's an implicit amount of you understand what is being said here. So, while I do agree it's nicely written, I don't know if it's actually needed. I feel like it's a little bit redundant. Oh yeah, the not being able to lie is definitely the buff. I agree. You want to cast Tums? Tummy Tum Tum. Anyway, I think it's a neat idea. I think it doesn't work as a cantrip. I think you should look at spells like Tongues, and Comprehend Languages, and Zone of Truth, if you want to. But I would also mostly just lean into the last part. Creatures, this part. You must speak the truth and the creatures know. I don't actually think you need to speak the truth. I don't think that's the way it works. I think what's more interesting is you can just pick a creature and they can know whether you're lying or telling the truth automatically. I think that works in a lot of different directions. Because you could also do things like, I cast this on my ally. And then that means that the ally kind of knows, like we go into negotiation rooms, I know we can sort of have a conversation without having a conversation. Do you know what I mean? I'm discounting that the target also perceive what you mean, not just what you say. I guess, but then, like... But again, I think this is overcomplicated for what it's doing. Like, I feel like it's overcomplicated, and I think a lot of these ideas... Like, the idea of the target... this is what I'm saying. Combining the features of the target knows you can't lie, and the target understands what you're saying, I think that gets across the same ideations as all of this. I don't think we need that discrepancy. I think this is extra wordy. Yeah, but Data, I don't think that this does that, and I don't agree, I guess. I don't agree. I don't think the meaning of your speech can't be lost is enough for this to feel like it's a thing. Because right now it sort of just feels like features that would be implicit in using things like Zone of Truth and tongues. I mean, you could put the target can't misconstrue your meaning if you want in there, but I would take this spell in a different direction. Because again, I feel like this is sort of just doing stuff that other stuff does. That's why I would lean into this spell being like, you can pick someone to know if you're lying or telling the truth. Because I think that would be doing more of a unique thing. Still in that same space. How can you ensure your meaning isn't lost, though? Like, the Dungeon Master can also misconstrue your meanings? That's a good point, Geo, but I think you could just ask. The Dungeon Master could say, like, hey, can you tell me exactly what your character means here? So I know. And then they can just do that. So I think it's fine. I agree, Data, that in an emergency situation like that, it could be really helpful, because you could just be like, hey, there's a problem! And they're like, oh, maybe I know more about the problem. But I think that's too niche of a situation for that to be what drives this spell. Like, that situation, I agree, is a situation. But I don't think we need a first level spell that's really the only time that it's doing something that you wouldn't get with those other features, you know? I think it would be better spent building this towards doing something kind of new and unique. I think it's too strong as a cantrip, though, because it completely derails half of the game. I think so much RP is lost if a character because you could just cast it on yourself, like, you know, I'm telling the truth, so you gotta listen to me. I don't know. I'm so anti this being a cantrip. I don't think it works as a cantrip if you have to forcefully tell the truth. I think that in a weird way is a power play. I think it could be a cantrip if you could do the first part and just the second part, and the part where you're like, a creature understands your meaning, you know, they can't misconstrue what you say, but it doesn't do anything else. That could work as a cantrip, but that's also weirdly specific. But I think the understanding, regardless of language, makes it too much, and I think the knowing you're telling the truth no matter what makes it too much. You couldn't lie by omission, no. I would say no. But even then, it doesn't matter. Being able to guarantee certainty is very powerful. Being able to guarantee certainty is very powerful. That's why I feel like you probably should be able to lie by omission. I don't know. I'm not really sure. But yeah, this is definitely a leveled spell. It's a neat idea. I would lean into the deception, truth telling, being able to let people know that thing. But other people might want to tell you to lean into other stuff. Regardless, thank you for sharing, Gwen. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. It's not useless on you, Pinky, because it doesn't... The whole point of the spell is not making you tell the truth. The whole point of the spell is proving to someone else with certainty that you are telling the truth. So, for example, let's say you have, you know, like a murder mystery campaign going. And it's... You guys think this one guy did it because you saw him there, but another guy thinks that some other guy did it. You could cast this spell on yourself, and you could just say, he did it, I saw him. And now there's nothing that guy could do, ever, to prove himself. To, like, you know, I don't know. That's what I mean. It's very powerful in that sort of way. There's a lot of situations where you can take advantage of the fact that everybody knows you told the truth because it's just literally the laws of the universe magic. Thank you, Gwen. Oh, we got another person who didn't put their name in the right spot. Forever lost to the wheel. Yeah, it is basically an automatic 20 to roll a persuasion check on any given testimony. Yeah, that's what I mean. It would really fuck with RP moments. It basically would mean, like, if you're telling the truth, you are succeeding on your charisma check. Because it would work for intimidation, too. It could work for anything, as long as you're telling the truth. It's not going to work for deception. If you were fooled, then you're not lying. That's true. But again, I think that you are looking for outliers, and I don't think that's an outlier. We're thinking more about regular everyday usage. I think that kind of thing could happen, and a dungeon master could take advantage of it, but it's a little clunky. Even if they know you believe you're telling the truth, that's still pretty powerful. It's still a sentence essentially saying you are certain. Like, at your core, like, proven physically in the universe. Like, it's not an opinion. The universe, the laws that dictate the universe are saying that you believe what you're saying. And at that point, you might as well just, you know, zone of truth it. Boo! Urban Hangman. Ooh, another one of the bolded. This spell was written for a homebrew campaign, specifically for the shadow magic subclass of the sorcerer. I love shadow sorcerers. Though it could be applied to other classes and subclasses, it was designed for a player who wanted to find familiar with darker flavoring. Shadow creature. It's a 2nd level spell. Casting time 5 minutes in a ritual. Duration 4 hours. You focus on the bones of a fallen creature up to CR3 that you wish to reincarnate with your magic. Speaking the incantation, watch as the dark shadowy tendrils extend from your hands, wrap tightly around the bones. This is too much flavor text. For a 10-foot radius around the creature amidst a freezing aura. What does that do? The creature can be dispelled by magic. The creature takes up the normal stat block of the creature of your choice that it was different. Okay. There are summoning spells in D&D. The power level of a CR3 creature is much too high for you to be able to have one under your control for a 2nd level spell. Summon Beast is a 2nd level spell. This is how powerful a summoned beast is. There are some creatures. If we just see it, we go here. We'll keep it real simple. I think Owlbear is CR3, right? Owlbear is like a good baseline. Our Summon Beast, which is a 2nd level spell, which lasts a single hour and requires concentration, cast at 2nd level, is going to have an AC of 13. It is going to have either 30 or 40 hit points. It is going to have one attack that does 1d8 plus 6 damage. That's a second level spell for 1 hour with concentration, okay? The way that this is written, you could have a creature with twice the hit points, almost 3 times the damage output, and extra features. And you could have them for 4 times the amount of time. And it looks like it doesn't require concentration. So, if you want to make a spell where you can summon a shadowy version of a creature, the thing has to be way... Yeah, I would not have it be a ritual either, but I would make it... This needs to be probably I want to say a 6th level spell. Maybe a 5th level. Maybe you could get away. No, it's 4 hours. If you want this to be around for 4 hours, it's got to be it's like, this is a 6th level spell. I also think it probably needs to require some component cost that is more expensive than just the bones of a creature. I also think the creature probably get rid of all this flavor text and this frozen aura stuff. And you need to you don't ever actually say you reanimate the creature under your control. So you need to look at spells that do things like that to figure out the language of that. For example, how do you control the creature? Is it your ally? Is it doing whatever it wants? Does it take its turn immediately after yours? Does it do things for free, or must you use your bonus action on your turn to command it? All of that language is quite important. Conjure Celestial. Conjure Celestial summons a CR4 monster, and that is a 7th level spell. So that's a good way to think about it. The other thing that you should probably do is they should probably be changed. So it would be like, you know, whatever the creature was, if they had spell casting, they should lose that spell casting. Whatever their creature type was, their creature type probably should be undead or aberration. I would say they should probably have some innate vulnerabilities. Like, what if when they came back, they were resistant to necrotic damage but vulnerable to radiant damage? Something like that. Also, this should only last an hour. Also, this should require concentration. I would not do upcasting through CR. I would just pick a number, probably. It's a neat idea, but it's a little too open-ended in its current iteration. And unfortunately, there are too many spells too similar to it that are so much weaker than it that you would gonna need to use to balance this around. Specifically, look at Conjure Celestial, 7th level spell. Look at Summon Beast, 2nd level spell. That sort of thing. It's a neat idea, but again, we need a little bit more meat on the bones, both in terms of the balance, but also, I think this should not summon... Oh, we also need all the mechanics for dealing with a summoned creature. But we also... I think the creature should be changed. I don't think it should be a perfect version of the creature. I think it should be like a shadow version of that creature. So give it some damage resistances, some damage vulnerabilities. You know, make it a little bit different. I think that would be cool. Also, yeah, it should consume the bones, so you can't use the same bones more than once. That's a great point, King of Nido. Good call, good call, good call. There also is a spell called Shadow Spirit. Summon Shadow Spirit. That might just be what you want. Or Shadow Spawn. Which is a 3rd level spell and summons a shadow monster. Yeah, it's a little too strong. Doesn't have any guardrails. Needs some guardrails. Needs a little focus. And I think it needs a little bit of something to make it feel a bit more unique. And then be my thoughts. Let's say round of applause to Urban Hangman. If you carry the bones, this is like having a Pokemon. That's very well put. Gotta catch them all. Who's the bottomless? True Strike. Ah, the old fungus among us. Fungasi. Gotta kill and revive them all. Yeah, that spell did have an ability to deal a lot of damage. That's true. That was definitely a spell that had the ability to deal damage. King of Nido. Self-explanatory. Let's hope so. Uppies. What a name. A rose by any other name, eh? Uppies. A cantrip. Casting time 1 action. Range self 30 feet. Duration 1 minute. Conjuration. You feel an invisible pair of hands grasp beneath your arms and lift you 5 feet off the ground and hover there. And hover there grammatically is incorrect. And 5 feet off the ground, period. These hands can hold up to 500 pounds. If more weight is placed on them, the spell ends, and if you you land harmlessly on the ground. Okay, can I tell you what I think the issue is here? There's one thing that I think you should remove from this spell. At least one thing. I would remove the you land harmlessly on the ground. Because if you are only 5 feet off the ground, you will land harmlessly. But if you were to, for example, jump off a cliff and then cast this cantrip, you would land harmlessly on the ground. You can't make this save you from falling. I have no idea why it has a range of self 30 feet. I'm assuming that's a misprint or something. I'm assuming they shouldn't. I'm assuming they did that unintentionally. 5 feet is harmless. Yeah, exactly. But this is basically free feather fall in the way it's written. So cut that out. Even if rules as written, you only land safely if the weight limit is exceeded, you could just do that. I cast this spell as I'm jumping off the cliff, and I hold my arms out for the barbarian, and I try to hold them. You know? Yeah, but that's still quite strong. Even if you know that's still quite strong. I think that people forget how powerful Featherfall is until they play Baldur's Gate 3. Could it lift you up 10 feet or so, or is that too close to what Levitate does? I think that's too close to what Levitate does. Levitate is a 2nd level spell. And all Levitate really does is lift you 20 feet off the ground. You can go a little higher and a little lower, but that's about it. So I think lifting you 5 feet off the ground is okay. It could prevent you from having to deal with, like, floor traps, basically. It's to help you reach slightly higher. If you only wanted to reach slightly higher, then what I would probably say is instead of it lifting you 5 feet off the ground, I would have it extend your reach by a certain distance for the purposes of interacting with objects. So it wouldn't extend your reach for attacks or spells or stuff, but you could, like, pull things off the shelf that were a little bit higher up. But in that case, that's just Mage Hand. So I don't think that you should make it Mage Hand. So I think you should keep it like this. But I think you got to make the language clear that you're not gonna you're gonna fall if you fall. I might even put the language in here. If more weight is placed, or if more weight is placed, yeah, I guess you could say. I might just say, like, when the spell ends, or if the weight limit exceeds 500, you fall. I do feel like it should require concentration, actually. That, I think, is the right call here, because it is a cantrip. So you could do this forever. So I do think, because even though it's going to help you reach up a little bit, there is still a pretty powerful benefit to getting you off the ground. There are certain creatures that only see things with tremor sense. There are certain obstacles that are only obstacles when you're on the ground. there's a lot of stuff you could take advantage of with this that I think is not busted. It's very minor, but I do think it would. And Levitate is a second level spell and it's concentration. Yeah, I think this should be concentration. But I think it's a fun idea for sure. I think making this a target on a willing creature, but make it have a casting time of forever until you stop. Well, casting times aren't a thing in D&D that are forever. You mean duration. That's kind of a fun idea. What if it was a spell? What if it had a range of touch instead of a range of self? I like that. What if it had a range of touch, but you could only hit a willing creature? You can't request uppies for others. Why not? I think if you gave it a range of touch and you made it have to be a willing creature, I think it would be fine. The benefit, Wyvern, of the 5 feet off the ground is twofold. I mean, it's really onefold. It's that you're not coming back down automatically. You're floating for a minute. So that could be a whole combat encounter that you don't have to touch the ground, which might be a benefit if you're fighting in a lake, or you're fighting in acid, or you're fighting in thick, thorny vines, or, you know, you're fighting really small monsters that can't reach above 5 feet. Or you're fighting creatures that can only see with tremor sense. So they need you to walk in order to spot you. If you want to submit an idea for tonight, if you want to submit, I would try to write your piece out as a piece of homebrew before you submit it. I don't want to just see a half thought out idea. But the way that you submit homebrew for any of my streams, if you're watching on YouTube, is you click the link in the video description. If you're watching any of my streams ever on Twitch, you do the command wheel. And every time I do a stream, it's a new wheel. So most nights there is a specific prompt. You can find out the prompts early if you're in my Discord, or if you are in my check the YouTube community tab. But other than that, you kind of just gotta show up and see what it is. You submit homebrew for the day, and then it's on the wheel for the day, and then after the day, we do a new wheel. Oh, shoot. Who's here? Who's showing up to my house? Well, if it isn't Mr. Shickadance. What's up, Mr. Shickadance? How's it going? What are you doing here? Are you dancing? Are you shickaing? How was your stream? I hope it was well. We're reviewing D&D spells that do not do damage. And we're smooth jazzing. Anyway, that piece was by King of Nido. King of Nido, very fun, very nice, very silly. Let's give them a little round of applause. Welcome, Raiders! Raiders of the Lost Ark. Let's be honest, that Ark was never lost. It was found deep below the bees and the waves and the seas and the slaves. All right, this is the wheel. Behold it. Pay homage to it. Show anger towards it. Whatever you need to do. Get your grooves out. Get your grooves out, chat. You can beg it. You can beg for stuff from it. You can plead with it. You can hail it. You can condemn it. But here's your moment to ask the wheel for something before I spin it. The wheel makes you so angry. The wheel makes a lot of people angry. But if you made homebrew for tonight that you're proud of and you want to show off, and it doesn't get spun tonight, or a homebrew that you made that you're just excited for and you want more feedback on, please, I encourage you to join my Discord, because there's a whole section of my Discord that is entirely devoted to you guys sharing homebrew and giving each other feedback on it. And honestly, a lot of the time that feedback ends up being better than the feedback that I would give, because there's a lot more of you than there is of me. All right. Let's see if it answers any of your prayers. Bo! It's the Phoenix, risen from the ashes. Hope you like it. Me liking it, it doesn't matter that much. What matters is, do you like it, and can we make it the best it can be for what you want it to be? But I appreciate that you want me to like it, but I also want you to know that me liking it is not a sign of it being good or not. The sign of it being good or not is if you like it. Just so you know. Just so you have an idea. Because if you don't have any idea, what do you have? I don't know. There's a 5th level spell called Fossil. Ooh. Fossil. Risen from the ashes. That's the best quote. You're the best quote. You take a deep breath. Casting time 1 action. Area. Touch. 5-foot cube. You take a deep breath and blow the powder. I would list the powder. I would name the powder before you say what the powder is. You take your deep, or just name it. Before you say the powder, we need to know there is powder. So what you literally could say is, you take a deep breath and blow a powdered concoction, or just powder, at a target or group of creatures in a 5-foot cube cloud within range, within 5 feet of you. The targets must succeed on a DC 18 strength saving throw or be petrified. And if the targets are touching an earthen surface, the targets become implanted in the surface. The targets are also immune to cold, necrotic, and psychic damage, and radiant damages. And break apart if it takes 20 of any damage type besides bludgeoning. The targets are freed if they take 20 bludgeoning damage, and the targets of the spell... Okay, the way you have organized this is fucked. Just so you know. If you want to do 1,000 different features, write it in bullet points, please. Can I show you what I mean by bullet points? Yeah, Cinder, please. Okay, sure. Here's the spell, right? The target becomes petrified. And then you would say, and gains the following effects. Or something like that. And then you would put a bullet point here. And then you would put a bullet point here. And then you would put a bullet point here. And then you would put a bullet point here. This would not be a bullet point. And then you would put a bullet point here. And then you would do that. Something like that. Now that being said, people are saying a lot of stuff in the chat. This is really fucking strong. You definitely should only be able to target one creature. Being able to auto-petrify... I mean, I feel like... What's another spell that petrifies? Is there a spell that petrifies? Surely there is. There's gotta be. What are the spells that petrify? Flesh to stone? What level is flesh to stone? Okay, so flesh to stone petrifies a creature, but they have to fail several saving throws. It only affects one creature, and it's just the petrified condition. Yours can hit multiple creatures. It does a whole petrification in a single action. Also, the saving throw is not 18. The saving throw is based on your spell save DC. So don't make the DC 18. The target must make a strength saving throw. You just say strength saving throw. But you can just fucking kill a creature with this. The way this is written, because here, I'm gonna reorganize. Let's look at the way I wrote it, the way I reorganized it. The target being implanted in the surface is kind of nothing. The kind of being immune to a bunch of damage types is kind of nothing. But this is fucking huge. The target breaks apart if they take 20 damage of any type aside from bludgeoning. Oh, hey, Gina. So, this is a 1-2 punch, kill any creature on one saving throw. Also, you don't need to maintain concentration for any amount of time. It's just instantly permanent paralyzed, as opposed to this one, or as opposed to normal flesh to stone, which you have to maintain concentration for a minute for. So, it kind of feels like you just took flesh to stone and made it a lot stronger. In my opinion. So if I were you... Yeah, and the upcasting is ridiculous. Get rid of the upcasting. So if I were you, man, I might just not use this spell. I might just use flesh to stone. And I think if you want to make a new spell, I think the question to ask yourself is, what is yours doing that makes it different enough from flesh to stone to make it worth existing? Because right now, that's kind of what it is. It's just a uppowered flesh to stone, you know? You know? Them be my thoughts. You don't have to apologize, Phoenix. None of this is a... Phoenix. You didn't do anything wrong, man. The whole point of this is you sent me something so you would get feedback on it so you could become a better writer. If your goal was to send me something just to get a high five, then I apologize. And I didn't mean to mislead you. But we're here to give feedback, you know? Well. What's up, the Mandil? How's it going? Welcome. The Mandy, excuse me, not the Mandil. Welcome to the show. We're reviewing some D&D Homebrew. All right, I think we need to change the music, actually. Just a little bit. I wanted to go back to the chill music. Ooh, yeah. But anyway, Phoenix, you don't need to apologize. What you do is you're like, oh shit, now I know that flesh to stone exists. Now I have to decide, do I want to try to make this spell different enough from flesh to stone? Or does flesh to stone kind of just do what I need it to do? And if flesh to stone does what you need it to do, great. If flesh to stone does not do what you need it to do, then try to figure out how to make this do something more distinct. But also, you really can't just be like, it's flesh to stone, but more. Don't do that. It needs to feel dramatically distinct from flesh to stone. And you might not have an answer for that. And that's great. You don't need an answer for that right now. Put it away. Think about it for a couple days. Come back to it. After doing that, you might have some fresh ideas, or you might decide, fuck, man, I'm just going to use flesh to stone. And that's not a failure, by the way. If you spend hours and hours working on a spell, only to realize at the end of that, there is another spell that basically does the exact same thing that already exists, doesn't mean that time was a waste of your time, because you still spent that time thinking and practicing. All of this is practice. All of this is flexing muscles so they get stronger. So there's nothing wrong with unintentionally designing a spell that already existed, because the process of designing that spell is going to help you grow. You know? Anyway, that being said, this is very similar to Flesh to Stone, and you really should not have your spell upscale by making it more powerful in the likelihood of it succeeding. Your spell save DC is tied to your spellcasting modifier. It's not tied to the spell. So this is going to grow naturally as your character gets stronger. Normally, when a spell upcasts, it does it in one of two ways, normally. There's exceptions, but the main two ways are it's doing a little bit more damage or it's targeting another creature. This spell is too powerful to upcast to target another creature. And it's not doing damage. So it probably just shouldn't upcast at all. That's what I would say. All right, thank you, Phoenix. Let's give Phoenix a round of applause as they rose from the ashes for us. Oh, Mandy, you're friends with Craig? Hell yeah. Yeah, Craig is great in that podcast. Craig is amazing. For folks that don't know, I'm on a podcast called Unbalanced Encounters. I don't know if you've decided you want to listen to it. It's an actual play podcast where I play my character in the briefest of nutshells is the Iron Giant if he had the vibe of being a Dark Souls monster. And that's Craig. Craig plays a guy named Isaac. And it's a good podcast, and you should go listen to it. It's on Spotify, every places that podcasts are. I'll post it on the thing. There you go. Promotion over. But anyway, hi, the Mandy. Oh, my God, the raids. The raids! People are going to start thinking I have a cockroach thing going on with all the raid coming through here. What's up? Who just raided me? Who was that? What's up? Oh, it's Beep Boo. It's Boopabot. What's up, Boopbot? Boopbot's a fun creator. How's it going, Boopbot? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Me and Boopbot, I feel like we used to have conversations years ago, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. But anyway, hi, welcome back. Boopbot is a very fun content creator to watch. Here we go. It's James at the bottom. Who's at the bottom over here? Ostrava. Well, well, well. Thank you, everyone that just hopped in, by the way. Welcome to the show. My name is CinderBlocksally. We are reviewing your homebrew. So if you want to send some in, you can do the... My takes never miss. That's not true. I'm wrong a lot of the time. But I appreciate that you think that I am smart. If you're watching on YouTube, you can submit in the video description. If you're watching on Twitch, you can do the command wheel. You need to get me in a one-shot one day. I'm down. I am not good at scheduling. And I am often busy. So that's sort of what it comes down to a lot of the time for me. Is that, can I make the time? If I can make the time, and I can actually do the scheduling, it needs to happen. Ugh. I'm wrong so much. Yeah, I know. Boo! It's the Aztechrist. The Aztechrist. What you got for us, Aztechrist? So the theme for today, if you just got here, is we're looking at D&D spells that do no damage. 0 damage. Treasure spell to be used whilst sailing on the high seas. Is this a locate treasure spell? I hope this is locate treasure. I hope this is locate treasure. Yes! I'm here for it. I hope this works. I'm not reading it yet. I'm closing my eyes. This is what I hope it is. I hope what it does is it works like the ranger's ability to detect its favored foe at a distance. And it's sort of like that. I hope it's longer distance range than locate creature or locate object. I hope it's like a mile. Now let's take a look. There it is in the Twitch. There it is on the tube. Locate treasure. It's a 3rd level divination spell. Let me just check. What's locate object? I think it's 2nd level or 1st level. I think it's 2nd. 2nd level, 10 minutes, 1,000-foot range. That's what I'm looking for. Let me check locate creature. Okay, locate creature is 4th level, 1,000-foot range. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look at this. Locate treasure. 3rd level divination, 1 action. So right between locate creature and locate object. Duration up to 1 hour. Bard, paladin, rogue, wizard. Weird choices. Why paladin? I feel like paladin does not fit. Unless, am I missing something, chat? Why is paladin getting this? Hold out the map of a desired treasure in front of you. The map burns away in your arms, and you can sense the direction in which the treasure lies. Once you are within 100 feet of the treasure, if it is hidden, you see a red X on the ground or wall it is hidden behind or under. If the treasure is no longer in the original location as shown on the map, this spell will lead you to the location specified on the map and not where it currently is. Okay, this is weirdly too specific, I think. I think that I don't like the idea that in order for me to use this spell, I need to have a treasure map that leads to the treasure that I'm looking for. Do you know what I mean? Rogues are spellcasters, arcane tricksters. But you could also make it, you know, the way that you would make this an arcane trickster spell is you would just make it a wizard spell, and it is a wizard spell, so it is an arcane trickster spell, but they're not going to get access to it anyway because they're a third caster, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, yeah, but do I ask how much is one part of a treasure map? Yeah, I don't really know. That's really where the issue is here. If I was gonna make this, I would probably make it more like detect treasure than locate treasure. That's what I would probably do. Gina says, should be any map, and the spell will show if there is treasure. I think that only works if the scope of how much geography is on the map is limited. Because if I show a map of the continent, I don't want to see all the treasure on it. You know what I mean? I feel like the map would have to be really small. And like what denotes treasure? Is treasure like I sort of feel like it's I think it would be a lot easier if it worked like almost like a detect treasure and it lasted an hour, and for the duration of the hour, if there was an amount of gold worth 1,000, like, you know, a gold and or magic items worth 1,000 gold or more, you know, or some amount of valuables. We would say it like this, like you detect the presence of objects or valuables worth more than 1,000 gold within a certain range of you. Something like that. Or maybe, I don't even know how you'd word this, but it would be like if the total gold value of all the objects in a 10-foot square is equal to 1,000 gold or more, you can get a sense of the direction that is if it's within 1,000 feet of you. Something like that. Can you find treasure in the smile of a loved one? Yes. Yes, you can. Hi, Crazy King. It's going well. How are you? The real treasure was the friends you forged along the way, for sure. We're back to the this should be a magic item. Magic treasure map part of it is consumed every time you do the thing. That's a cool idea, actually. Make it not a spell. Make it a treasure map, and that has a weird charge mechanic that has 3 charges, and every time you use a charge, a third of the map is destroyed. But it guides you more specifically towards the treasure. That could be really cool. The real treasure was the pile of gold you found along the way? All right, fair. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I think that currently it's a little too specific for it to be you hold up a map that you know is a treasure map, and then you find the treasure on the treasure map. I feel like that's too specific. You know, nobody takes detect poison for that sort of reason. It feels too... In detect things being poison is going to be happening a lot more than you're going to have a map with treasure on it. Like, this is a spell you're going to cast maybe twice in a whole campaign. Because you're not even going to cast it most of the time. You're going to cast it when you're within a certain range of your fucking treasure. Detect poison! Yeah. It's a neat idea. I would make it detect treasure, though, not locate treasure. Or if you want it to be locate treasure, make it more of a magic item vibe, I think. All right, as to Christ, thank you very much for sharing. Let's give them a little round of applause, please. Clonk. All right, friends. I don't know how much longer we're going to go tonight. The sickness, I know that I sound nicer, but it's because I gave myself the... I decided to allow myself to stop acting like I'm fucking tough, and I took medicine. So I'm still a little sick. So we're not going to go too much later. Just so you know. Just so you know. I'm not going to go to bed yet. I want to do a little bit more. I was planning on ending at 11, but I want to do at least one more spin. We'll do 2 more. All right, we'll see. We'll see. If the next one is really short, we'll do 2 more. How about that? If the next one is long, we're going to do 1 more. One, two, buckle my shoe. Oh, it's Josh. Whenever I see a name like Josh, it's so funny because all the names are like Gravy Mom 266, Celebrating Panther, Angelic Reaper. You know, everybody's got like their usernames. Then we have Josh. Fuck you, my name's Josh. Been a DM for a few years, working on my homebrew for a while. I love a little bit of homebrew that's been working on for a while. Ah, this spell, let's see. The Karen Call. The Karen Call. The Call of the Karen. Let's see what this does. Another serious spell. We got a lot of serious spells tonight. First of all, I'm sure that you picked this font because you like it, but it is a really skinny font, and it doesn't look great on the screen. It's a little bit of a squinty font to read. So I would pick a bolder font in the future. A 5th level conjuration spell, 1 minute duration while 1 minute while concentrating. So you just say 1 minute concentration. Not 1 minute while concentrating is a little weird. We don't get a spell school either, but that's fine. Pick up a spell school. Oh, no, we do. Conjuration. I'm stupid. The Karen Call is a spell whispered in taverns after the horrors it has caused, sometimes causing adventurers to feel sorry for the victims of its spell. You use the word spell twice in the same sentence. Use the word caused twice in the same sentence. And that's unfortunate because you're trying to do flavor text here. But because of the way this sentence is written, it doesn't feel like flavor text. It just feels like blackle blackle. So, yeah, the phrase is concentration, comma, up to 1 minute, for sure. But this is the way I would probably rewrite this sentence. The Karen Call is a spell whispered in taverns. Period. Some say that after the horrors it has caused, adventurers never use it again. Period. Something like that. But yeah, you gotta shake it up. Stop repeating yourself. Stop repeating the same words. It's chonky. Also, I would put this flavor text in italics, and I would put it above the title. As an action, you utter the words, "I want to talk to your manager," and point at a target you can see, summoning into existence the stereotypical human female Karen. I am going to make a big objection here. Karen is a not binary thing. There are so many male Karens. We need to stop fucking up women by putting shit on them. Get this fucking patriarchy out of this spell. Do you have any idea how many annoying Karens there are that are men? I have more dealings with male Karens than I do female Karens in my day-to-day. So get this shit out of here. Come on now. Karens who run over and begin berating the target. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a fail, they are unable to concentrate on spells. That's funny. And have disadvantage on attacks and perception checks due to Karen's constant nagging and berating. Did somebody just give me a sub? Thank you, Obscure the World. Obscure for the World. At the end of their turns for the duration, the target can re-roll the save. As a bonus action, you can redirect the Karen to a new target. When this happens, the initial target no longer suffers the effects of the spell. Okay, so there's honestly the main issue here is that there's just like a little bit too much patriarchy in your flavor text. I feel like the female, I feel like the nagging just makes it sound like it's like, oh, the old bag. I think we could just move away from that as a society. You know what I mean? Yeah, we don't need the spell to be misogynistic. But if we take about what the spell, we've talked about what the spell actually does. You summon a spirit to annoy somebody. While it's annoying them, they can't concentrate on spells, and they have disadvantage on attacks and perception checks. I like that. And being able to bonus action switch who it's on is cool. The mechanics of this spell feel really solid. I would just rework the flavor to make it a little bit less. Just a little less. Just a little less. You know, if you're gonna be pushing hard on the Karen angle, be a welcoming of all Karens, of all shapes, sizes, creeds, and everything. You know what I mean? I also agree with, I don't know if Rathanex gave this, yeah, call it the spirit of entitlement. Call it the spirit of entitlement. That is the way, that is a good thing. Yeah. Or instead of calling it Karen this way, spell it K-A-H apostrophe R-E-N in the way that Rathanex just did. Those are my thoughts. I think the mechanics of it are pretty fucking solid, though. I think the mechanics are pretty solid. Fifth level feels good. It's pretty strong, but it's not that strong. But it's also quite flexible. It's going to be effective against almost anything. Obviously more so against the spellcaster, but realistically, just giving a creature disadvantage is still good, and be able to ping it around to different creatures is good. I don't know if it should be a 5th level spell. I could also maybe see it being a 4th level spell, maybe. Let me see what the upcast is. For every level above 5th, the caster can summon 2 Karens into existence, or an additional Karen. I would probably say no. I would probably say no to that. I don't love that upcast. Or maybe make it a double upcast, where you gotta have a 7th level spell to upcast it. That could be fine, actually. A 7th level spell to get 2 Karens would be reasonable. So I would make it a double level upcast. The target cannot attack the Karen, because the Karen does not exist in the physical space. The Karen is a metaphor for the spell's mechanics. The only way you could attack the Karen is if it explicitly said the Karen has an AC of 12 and 14 hit points. But because it doesn't do that, the Karen is a visual representation of the magic of the spell. Sort of like Healing Spirit doesn't summon the spirit of a ghost that you can kill. Yeah, calling it something with spirit would help with that. I agree, Data. This one's great. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's got some solidness to it for sure. It's mechanically very sound. I do not think this should be an enchantment spell. I think because the flavor of this spell is you're summoning a little ghostly Karen. So, for example, there are plenty of spells that are conjuration spells that just deal damage, even though most dealing damage straight spells are evocation spells, because the flavor of the dealing damage is you're summoning a thing that's like exploding. Yeah, I'd probably change that into Spirit of Entitlement. You could sort of get the Karen joke in there anyway. All right, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much, Josh. Let's give Josh a round of applause. Yeah, we can definitely do another one, for sure. For sure. Oh, man, I am so... This was such a good... I am so proud of all of us. I am proud of myself for coming up with a prompt that felt like it really worked well. but more so I am so proud of you guys. Not every piece has been a banger. That's never the case. But every single piece I've looked at tonight, whether it has been complicated in the way that it was written, or overpowered, or underpowered, or whatever, for any failings that it may have in its current iteration, everybody showed up today. Every single piece is a little weird, or a little interesting, or a little bit of a different take. So, regardless of if your piece gets looked at tonight or not, everybody should feel very proud of themselves for the homebrew you made tonight. And I do really underline, bold, italics, encourage you to share it with other people. Whether that is a writing group that you have at home, or the writing group in my Discord, or wherever. But share these things. These are fun pieces of magic items. These are fun pieces of spells. These are fun pieces of homebrew. We need more fun, you know? All right, let's see. Anybody for the final spin? I think this is going to be the final spin for tonight. Probably. We could do monsters for the next one. I'm not sure. Usually if I take suggestions for prompts, I take them because they're such a cool idea that I just want to do. But the main place that I look for suggestions is in my Discord. So there's a section in my Discord, in the member section, where you can suggest prompts. That's where I usually look. Unless I have an idea that I'm really excited about. We could do oozes. I think we've done a CR1 monster or smaller before. Maybe we haven't. I feel like we have. Maybe we haven't, though. I don't know. Somebody that watches my stream a lot, tell me if I've done that recently. I know we've done them in the past, but I don't know if we've done one recently. CPR, Clear Power Ranger. We did CR5 or lower. Yes. So we did something close to that. I am planning on doing another Brewmaster. It's just a lot of work to actually run it. And I need to figure out how to do that in a way that it's more manageable with a one-man show. I need to either do more work to make it more manageable on my own, or I need to get somebody to help me actively when I'm running it. Like having a mod be doing back work, like editing documents live based on things we're saying, so I don't have to do it. Because the way that I ran it was I basically had like 2 versions of everything up, one that chat could see, one that I could see, and then I was editing them in. It was a lot to make it. It was too tedious, but it's a fun idea. We're gonna do more. We're gonna do more of them. This is designed as an investigation spell, but I'm unsure of the duration or the 24-hour restriction. This is a pretty blanket piece of advice, what I'm about to give. If your spell has a restriction that limits how often you can cast it, you have to be very thoughtful about if your thing should be a spell. There are some things that, if they need a real restriction, probably means they should just be a magic item, and they should be charge-based. There are some spells with restrictions, but very few. Wish, you could lose Wish if you cast it the wrong way. There's spells like Contact Other Plane, or Divine Calling, or Augury. All the divination spells that are like, give me guidance. If you cast them too much, they get worse over time. But other than that, there are no spells that, like, I can only cast them once a day. That's not how spells work. And that's not how spellcasters are designed. This is called Replay. It's a 3rd level divination spell, and it's a ritual. Interesting. Casting time 1 action, range touch. We need an hourglass with quartz crystal, which consumes the spell. Duration 15 minutes. What are people doing with these weirdo times? If there's not a reason that makes it make so much more sense for this to be an hour or 10 minutes. If you're like, oh, if I'm like, oh, this should be 15 minutes, I get it. But if I don't get it, make it 10 minutes. Or make it an hour. A ghostly translucent mist overlays the area, congealing on the objects and terrain. You could just say congealing on everything, because objects and terrain are everything. You can pick any time within the last 24 hours. Every visible and auditory event that has happened within a 40-foot radius begins replaying in the mist. Any sound has an echoing property, and while the image is fine enough for detail, colors are muted. You can skip, fast forward, or rewind to any times in the last 24 hours. But once the 15-minute duration of the spell ends, the mist dissipates. Okay. 2 things. People are not objects or terrain, but it looks like this spell doesn't just affect objects and terrain, so we don't need that language. It's extra words. How long does it take the creature to fast forward? Because if the spell lasts 15 minutes, the amount of time it takes a creature to fast forward or rewind or something is going to impact that. We have seen several spells like this before. We have not seen this spell before. So here's what I would say. I don't think it should last an hour. I think the opposite. I would make the spell last a minute. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes. And I would say you can pick a time within the last 24 hours and see what happened during that time. No fast forwarding, no rewinding. I also would not make it a ritual. This is a little bit too powerful to be a ritual, I think. It also definitely should require concentration. I also feel like it should probably have a casting time of a minute. What if it's a casting time of a minute, but an action to cast, and you instantly see what happened at a time period? You know, you can sort of tweak it that way too, yeah. I would say that you have to pick a particular time in the past 24 hours and then get to watch for the spell's duration. Yeah, I agree. It's too powerful as a ritual. You could spam it. That's the problem. You don't want to... This is too powerful a spell to spam. When you have a spell as a ritual, you can spam that spell. And this would be a tedious... There needs to be some element of mystery to the game still. There needs to be some surprise still. If you want to keep casting the spell over and over again, I think you should require the spell slots to be able to do that. It's sort of the same as the sending spell, right? The sending spell allows you to say 25 words to a creature, and they can say 25 words back. You can send it to them anywhere in the world. That is not a ritual spell, because if it was a ritual, then that 25 word limit would not be a limit. It would just be a thing, and you could just hand wave, I'm going to keep casting it as a ritual. If you allow this spell to be a ritual, the player could be like, all right, we're just going to sit here for 3 hours. Every 10 minutes, I'm going to recast the spell, and we're going to go through the whole day. Like, that would be tedious and annoying. So, definitely can't be a ritual. Unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on who you're talking to. You could do the thing Augury does, where it has a chance to be inaccurate. The problem with that, King Crusher, is that this is not showing something binary. Augury is like yes, no, or maybe. So it being inaccurate, the Dungeon Master doesn't really have to think about that. They can just decide it's going to be inaccurate. If this gets inaccurate, this is not showing yes, no, maybe. This is showing everything that happened. So the Dungeon Master has to very quickly just make up bullshit that happened. That's a lot of work, I think, for the Dungeon Master to figure out how they would do that and how they would navigate doing that, you know? And how much bullshit would be too much bullshit, how much would be the right amount, you know? But even less and less visible, like, what does that mean? Like, would the radius get smaller? I don't really know. I feel like it's still... Maybe each time you cast it on the day, the radius goes down by 10 feet. It could be that. You could make the radius go down by 15 feet each time you cast it. So if you cast it 3 times, it's a 10-foot radius. You could do something like that. That might work to tone it back a little bit too. But again, you would need something like that if it was going to be a ritual. Like pretty dramatic. But even then, I think it's still too strong. It's so much stronger than Augury. That's true. You could also do that. If you cast it again after the first time, the details go down. For each additional casting, the radius goes down by 10 feet. Then you could like write it out. The second casting, you can recognize humanoids, but you can't recognize people. The last casting, the casting after that, you don't see any creatures at all. You only just see the terrain and objects. I don't know. You could do something like that. But even still, I think it could be a little bit much. I don't know. I like it. It's a neat idea. You just got to tone it in and tone it down a little bit. I think if the casting time is 1 minute, then the effects you see 1 minute of previous events, and you are blinded, deafened as you see the effects would be interesting. Yeah, you could do something like that. That's a little bit of a different vibe. This is sort of going for like a holodeck vibe, but that could also work. That's more just like you're getting visions of the past. Like, you know, visions of the past. Etc. 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 You know what? I'm gonna be honest, friends. I think I got another one in me. Maybe. Yeah, I think I got another one in me. Let's give Clear Power Ranger a round of applause. That was a King and I joke. That's all for all my King and I fans out there. I have weird tastes because for a long time growing up, when I lived in the United States, for that part of my childhood, we didn't have cable and we barely had TV for a while. So most of the things that I watched were like old musicals and old Sherlock Holmes movies and old horror movies. So most of the things that I watched were either the classic musicals, old black and white monster movies, old black and white Sherlock Holmes movies, old Alfred Hitchcock movies, and Monty Python movies, and Marx Brothers movies. Those were all the things that I watched for years. And like Sesame Street and shit. The King and I is an old musical. I really want to play Helldivers. I think Tradosio, I'm going to try to download it. I don't know if A, it's going to fit on my computer, or B, it's going to play on my computer. But I think I'm going to buy it, download it, see if it runs. And if it does run, then I'm down to play it with people if people want to play it, because I think it'll be fun. And I think it seems like a game to play with people. And if it doesn't run, I'm going to get a refund, and I'm not going to mention it on stream ever again. Or maybe I'll mention it lamenting that I can't run on my computer. You assumed that everyone knew what the King and I was? Databank. I don't know how old you are, but you're an old person too now. If you know about things like the King and I and other people don't, the King and I is an old musical. It has not aged well, but it does have some excellent music. All right, guys, let's do one more spin for the ages. Getting to know you, getting to know all about you. Getting to something, or getting to like you, getting to know you like me. That's a good one. That's not my favorite one. I actually don't even remember the other ones. But I like, what is the song the King sang? What is the song that the King says? Somebody say a line from the King. I'm the Schwa. Say a line from one of the famous The King songs. And then I'll start singing along. This is from Luna Esta. This was part of an Elemental pack expansion stuff I wrote 2 years ago, lol. Is this a damaging spell? Nope. Mud Missile. You don't remember? I don't remember either. It's okay. We might do more spells. This is going to be a really short one. First level Conjuration, 1 action, 60 feet. You magically fling mud at up to 3 creatures. The creatures must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is blinded. The creature can end this condition by using its action to wipe the mud from its eyes. This is not a first level spell. This is not... Say it with me, class. This is not a first level spell. There is a spell that blinds a single creature already. And that spell is called Blindness Deafness. And I think that your spell is just better than it. Blindness Deafness allows you to target one creature within 30 feet, and you can choose for them to become blind or deafened, and they can remake the saving throw at the end of each of their turns. This spell can target up to 3 creatures up to 60 feet away, and they don't get to make a saving throw for free. They need to use their whole action. So they lose an action also. Color Spray does not work the way that most spells work in D&D. It works more like the sleep spell. It's also very short range. So Color Spray does blind things at level 3, at level 1, but very differently than the way that this does. It does confuse new players because they think they see 8d10. They're like, holy shit, I'm going to do 8d10 damage. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. It is an auto success on the action, though, but I still think taking that action is more impactful, personally. Because if you're a big, scary monster, sure, it's an action, but guess what? It doesn't matter how much multi-attacks you get, your whole action was used. And if you're a big creature and it's a saving throw, you could make a legendary you could use your legendary saves to save, or you could, you know, just have a high constitution or a high dex save, which a lot of monsters do. Yes, it's not stealing an action, but it is a big effect. And this targets 3 creatures. So it's a neat idea for a spell, but it's not a first level spell. If you wanted to make this a first level spell, what you could do is you could fling mud at up to 3 creatures. They must make dexterity saving throws. And on a failed save, they are blinded until the end of their next turn. Period. Or until the start of your next turn. Period. That could work. You could blind up to 3 creatures for a single round. That could be a first level spell, sure. But even then, I actually think it shouldn't be a first level spell because that's just what the spell Color Spray does. Color Spray is just a spell that blinds creatures very briefly. So, I don't know. Maybe if you're blinded for 1 round, it would work. I mean, honestly, no one takes Color Spray. So maybe that's an indicator that it's kind of just shitty and no one likes it. So making another spell that does something similar to Color Spray, but in a better way, probably is worth working on. And if you made this last a round, it would basically be that, and that would be fine. Why can't Rangers cast this? I don't know. Why can't Paladins cast it? Why can't Clerics cast it? If anything, I would say this makes more sense for a Ranger and a Druid than it does a Wizard or a Warlock or a Bard. But that's okay. I think Ranger should definitely be on this list. I agree. You could also allow the buddies to clear out their mud early as a reaction. Or not as a reaction. You could allow the buddies to clean the mud off early. But I think just having it only last a round is fine. You target 1 creature. It is blinded until the start of your next turn or until the creature uses its action to clear the mud from its eyes. Yeah, you could do something like that. But I think you would want it to target multiple creatures if it was just blinding them for a round, personally. Bigger creatures might count as multiple. That's actually a good way to do it. That's a good way to limit it. You could limit it by size of the creature. You fire 3 projectiles of mud at 3 medium creatures or smaller. You could choose to fire 2 projectiles at a large creature or 3 projectiles at a huge creature. You could do something like that. That could be interesting. Yeah, it still is a little bit almost better than Blindness Deafness, I worry. Unclear. It is better than Blindness Deafness to a certain extent. Not always, but to a certain extent. Just because it's so much cheaper. Yeah, I would go with the make it last a round, target multiple creatures. And then I think you're good. And I would probably just make them blinded until the end of their next turn, not until the start of your next turn. So it ends at their turn. So it's a little, that helps balance it down a little bit too. Thank you, Luna. Let's give Luna a round of applause. It is slightly different than Color Spray, for sure, for sure. All right, thank you. All right, let's do another one. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. I'm feeling it. The energy is still up. I thought it was going to end at 11. It's 11:40 something. I live forever. And a 1 and a 2 when I buckled my shoe. How do you share your homebrew? If you're watching on YouTube, you click the video description link and you send something. If you're watching on Twitch, you type the wheel command. But we're going to be ending stream soon. But if you want to know about these sorts of things, I do streams where I review your homebrew many days of the week. I'm doing another one tomorrow. And sometimes there is themes and sometimes there is not themes. Tomorrow is the only day of the week where I limit it to people that are paying members. So tomorrow, the only people that can submit homebrew are people that subscribe to me on Twitch, are members on YouTube, or are patrons on Patreon. And you will find the link to those things in the Discord. Make sure your Discord account is connected to those things. But every other day of the week, I look at homebrew that anybody wants to send in, and it just sometimes has a theme, sometimes doesn't have a theme. Well, a lot of these are really fun, so it isn't a surprise that it's lasting longer. That's true. I have a lot more patience when I'm not slamming up against 100 grammar mistakes. Or, like, really misguided design. Hapless. Prime subs do count. Just make sure that your Twitch account is connected to your Discord account so you get access to the Discord side of things. Thank you, Herp FTW, for the sub. Usually I stream at around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I usually post a schedule in my Discord, but most of my days that I stream from 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to around midnight Eastern Standard Time. That's my normal schedule. I do earlier days sometimes. But generally, that's the thing. Tomorrow is not themed. Tomorrow the theme is, are you a member? That's the theme tomorrow. And then next week we'll have one open forum one as usual and one closed forum. And one, not closed one prompt one. And maybe, depending on what my schedule is, maybe we'll do 2 open wheel nights or 2 prompt nights. We'll see. I have a minor bit of busyness over the weekend into next week that I need to just be reasonable with myself with. Oh my goodness, Invictus gifting some subs. That's very kind of you. All right, let's see what we got here. From Hapless.
Hooray!
Invictus giving out another sub. All right, Invictus, because of that, we will do a musical to end stream. So we're going to do another, we're going to read one more piece, and then we will have a musical ending to stream as opposed to a serious goodbye ending to stream. Because we hit the mark. 2 away from 69, true. What's the cheapest? The way that I have it set up, whatever thing you're on, whether you're on YouTube or on Twitch or on Patreon, the $5 tier is the tier to get access to the member submission stuff. That being said, an Amazon Prime sub doesn't cost you any money at all if you have an Amazon Prime account. You just have to link it and decide you're going to use it. So that would be the best way to do it. Hey, Cinder, I made this spell a while ago after a cursed idea of shrinking items until they can fit in your pocket. You can already sort of shrink items with the spell Enlarge Reduce. But let's see what we got going on here. This is called Pocket. There it is in Twitch. Let's see where it is in YouTube. Duration, until dispelled or triggered. You touch a medium or smaller object that isn't being carried or worn. The object becomes a tiny object in order for it to fit easily, or in order for it to easily fit into a pocket or something similar. This lasts until the spell is dispelled or a specific trigger specified by the spellcaster triggers it. Holy fuck, dude. Figure out a different way to say that. A specific trigger specified by the spellcaster triggers it. The way that you would say that is the object remains tiny until you speak the command word to end it early or something like that. Yeah, or we need to know what a trigger is. An example being a sword was pocketed into a coin bag and triggered if somebody other than the caster opened the bag. So we need very specific triggers. The trigger can't be anything, because if the trigger can be anything, this is a really powerful spell. At higher levels, you can shrink a large object to tiny. Here's what I'm going to say. I would completely remove all of the upscaling. I would keep it to a medium or smaller object. And you need to be specific on what the triggers are going to be. In fact, I would say the trigger probably needs to be a word. I don't think the trigger can be something that happens, because if you could turn this into like a weaponized spell, that's what it would be as a reaction. Like, it should just be like... I mean, I actually feel conflicted here, because I want to tell you that you got to drop the reaction trigger, because there's spells like Contingency, which basically does this already, but it's a 6-level spell, and it requires quite a lot of writing to explain. Data brings a good point. If somebody else opens the bag and the sword explodes to be big, what happens? No, I would say nothing. I would say the sword just falls out. So, I feel like this is, in a weird sort of way, trying to, like, trick us into accepting a spell that is intended to deal damage on a non-damage dealing spell night. Because what would the effect be of the object growing rapidly other than causing trouble, especially if the trigger is like opening a bag? So, the idea of a spell that allows you to quickly conceal an object and make it usable whenever you need it already exists. It's a spell called Wrist Pocket Wrist Hole, something like that. It essentially allows you to make an object disappear and then reappear. What does enlarge reduce say about objects? It makes them go up or one size in category, and their weight is multiplied by 8 or divided by 8. Their size doubles in all dimensions, or is reduced by half in all dimensions. Wrist Pocket. Yeah, Wrist Pocket. So this is like an alternative version of Wrist Pocket, unless the goal is that you're like doing traps with the things getting big really quickly. And if that is the goal, you need to have much more specific language about what is happening here. Well, I'm ignoring the upcasting because the upcasting doesn't work. The upcasting is somebody trying to take an idea and not knowing when to stop. When I used to teach, and I would do art projects with my students, most of the time they would take the paints and they would start painting something, and they would paint like something that kind of looks like a picture. But if you let them keep going and you didn't say, hey, I think you should stop here, they would just keep painting and painting and painting and painting until, even if it looked really nice and was a nice picture, the kind of thing you could like hang up on the wall, if you don't stop them, it just turns into mud, because they're just playing. They're having fun playing. They're playing with the paint. And I think that might be what's happening here. As these expand, it seems like they were playing with the idea, and they're almost using the expanding thing to like expand the idea of what the spells might do. But this is not how the spell should level up. It's going to be complicated in a way that is tedious, and it should just be a simple thing. When are you going to do feats? I already did we already did one on feats, but we'll do another one on feats. The reason this fails upcasting is because 9th and 2nd level spells should not be as powerful. Because, yeah, okay, let me rephrase that. Data says this. Brings up a good point. The reason this fails at upcasting is because a 9th level casting of a 2nd level spell should not be as powerful as a 9th level spell. Very, very, very well put. Upcasting a spell does not make it as powerful as the base level spell of those upcasted things. Because spells are exponential in growth. Scaling of spells are not exponential in growth for upcasting. So, it's kind of an interesting idea, but it also kind of exists already in spells like Wrist Pocket. And if your goal is to make it doing some rapid things expand or contract, you got to really be clear on the mechanics of how that's going to interact with things. And you can look at spells like Enlarge, Reduce for finding the language of that. There is not a big size. There is small, medium, large, huge, and gargantuan. And tiny. Friends, let us give Hapless a big round of applause, please. Where'd my applause go? I lost my applause. I lost my applause.
Clap.
Clap indeed. All right, friends. Big round of applause for Hapless. Big round of applause. Oops. I turned the wrong thing off. Okie dokie. 1-1 was a racehorse. 2-2 was 1-2. 1-1, 1-1 race. 2-2, 1-1-2. 2-2 was a racehorse. 1-1 was 1-2. 2-2, 1-1 race. 1-1, 1-1-2. You want to do one more? Fine. But then we got to do a dance party after it because I promised. King Crusher. We're ending it with the Crushing King. Spell I made for my party's chef. I'm wondering if I should make it able to be a ritual. There it is on YouTube. There it is on Twitch. Chef's Kiss, a second level transmutation. Duration an hour, casting time 10 minutes. It requires freshly made food prepared by the caster. You enhance food suitable for a number of creatures equal to your spellcasting modifier, +1. If each creature eats this food, you need to say how they eat it. Does the food last? So can you like hand the food to creatures? So are you creating parcels of food? Or do they have to eat it immediately? If a creature takes an action to eat this food, how long does the food last? Or does this just happen instantaneously? All of that needs to be clear here because it's not right now. They can add 1d4 to all ability checks, saving throws, and attacks. And attacks made with a score of their choosing for the duration. Okay, so I think what you're trying to say here is this. When a creature consumes this food, they pick one of their ability scores. For some duration, they get to add 1d4 to any ability checks, saving throws, or attack rolls they make with that ability score. Period. Write it that way or it doesn't work. In addition, they heal for 2d6 hit points and gain temporary hit points equal to your spell level. Period. Equal to your level, equal to your spellcasting level. Period. Or something like that. Okay, so this is doing a lot. First things first, completely remove the HP gain and the temporary HP. Way too much going on immediately. Second of all, how long does the food last? How long do the effects last after someone eats the food? And what in the action economy must someone do to eat the food? All of those questions need to be answered. It's not more busted than Hero's Feast, and if you're going to be a dick, I'm going to time you out. Well, the spell lasts an hour, but if I cast the spell and nobody eats the food for an hour and 30 minutes, then what happens? So, you see what I'm saying here? Because we're talking about eating food. This spell is not creating the effect. This spell is enchanting food. And if your goal is, no, that's not what I want this spell to target creatures, and I'm just using food enchanting as flavor text, you need to write it in a way that that's clear. Because right now it doesn't read that way. Yeah, there's lots of things that could be duration. The food existing could be that duration. The effects could be that duration. It's very unclear in that current iteration. Does this override the chef's food abilities in the feat? I think it does not step on those toes at all if you get rid of the healing temporary hit points, and it functions fairly differently. Because that's something that I think happens over a rest, right? I would make the spell, I would probably make the food go bad after an hour. And then separately from the food going bad after an hour, I would make the effects after a creature ate the food last probably 10 minutes. Something like that. Maybe after you cast the spell, the food lasts 8 hours. But anytime you cast the spell again, any food that it was currently had stuff going on turns off. Something like that. King Crusher, if you are trying to make an excuse for the genuinely shitty way that you expressed the mechanic, then I apologize that I need to shine a light on the fact that the way you express the mechanic is genuinely in a shitty way. So please, just accept my feedback and don't feel like you need to defend yourself. Because you're not going to do a good job of it. And it's going to make me have to push harder against you. The way you say that would be the way that I said you should say that earlier. When a creature eats the food, they're only human. Thank you. When a creature eats the food, they pick an ability score. Period. Any checks made with this ability score, blah, 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 they can add a D4 to. But that's the way you have to write it. No, I saw that bit. I directly referenced it. I wouldn't have been able to directly reference it if I didn't see it. No, I understand what this thing does. It's just redundant. Like, there's already at least 2 different ways that I can think of in the game currently where you can essentially feed someone to give them hit points or temporary hit points. I don't think we need a new one. I think the much more interesting thing here is the somewhat focused and longer lasting version of the Bless spell, basically. Or Bless plus Guidance in a weird sort of way. And I think that the healing and the temporary HP is redundant and unnecessary. It's not bad. It's just too much. It's too much. It's a little different than a 3rd level Bless, but it's because it's not all ability check. It's not all saving throws and attack rolls. It's all saving throws and ability checks related to one stat. Oh no, it's attack rolls too. I didn't even see that. Yeah, this should probably be a 3rd level spell. For sure, this should be a 3rd level spell. I would argue that if you took out the healing and the temporary hit points, and they had an hour to eat the food, and after eating the food, it would last 10 minutes, this spell should be a minimum of a 3rd level spell, because that is still essentially the bless spell without concentration on multiple creatures. So the bless spell on more creatures than the bless spell does, doing more than the bless spell does in many ways, or really one way, and not requiring concentration is very strong. Very strong. If you want, you could also make it require concentration, but that kind of pulls away, I think, from the interesting thing, which is like the set it and forget it, where you cast it, and then everybody essentially has a potion of bless on them for an hour, which is pretty cool. But guidance only adds stuff to your attack rolls. Like, literally, bless is a 1st level spell that basically does part of this spell. And it is very limited. It lasts a minute, and it happens immediately, and you have to maintain concentration on it. Because if I'm picking what ability score, I'm just going to pick the ability score that's the most important to my character. So sure, I'm not going to get that bonus to every saving throw, but I am going to get that bonus to every attack roll that matters for me. Guidance is also concentration. So, main feedback would be tone down the second half and tone up the cost. And get all your timing in there. Get all the timing in there. We need that timing. I don't really have more thoughts than that. If I were you, I would make sure you're thinking about bless as you design it too much. Oh yeah, no fucking way could this be a ritual spell. No fucking way could this be a ritual spell. This is a combat spell. You don't make a combat spell a ritual spell. It's gonna be overpowered. King Crusher, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you don't drop these 2 last things, up the level to like level 4, maybe level 3, and find short times for this thing to be active once the players actually eat the food, it is going to be overpowered. So you do not need to be thinking about giving it anything else. This thing, if you want this thing working in a way that I think is going to be good and usable and not sort of overshadow a lot of other spells, you should not be thinking about things to add right now. Just think about things to trim. I wanted to ask, is there a format where someone could present a live stream idea? A very new D&D person. As a very new D&D person, I've been doing a lot of research to bounce questions for newbies. I do call-in shows pretty regularly, but maybe I could do... Would people prefer a show that wasn't a call-in show, but like was a question write-in show? Is that something that would make people would like that more? Because I do call-in shows quite a bit. But if you guys feel like maybe like you could write a letter, like letter to the editor type show, if that would work better for people, like we could also do that sometimes too, for sure. Either way, King Crusher, I think it's a neat idea. I think the things to lean into... yeah, man. Bonus to attack rolls is that strong. King Crusher, how many fucking streams of mine have you seen? Bounded accuracy. Anything that is affecting your ability to... Anything that is affecting your attack roll or your AC is very strong. Always. Because of the way D&D is designed. The spell Bless, a first level spell, which does basically the most powerful part of this, is as good at level 1 as it is at level 20. Which is insane, because the only thing it's doing is letting you add a D4 to something. But that D4 is added to things that are as important at level 1 as they are at level 20, and they don't change that much. So that D4 has a huge impact. A huge impact. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. Yeah, +3 is essentially a legendary item. It's okay, buddy. You don't need to. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I know you watch most of my streams, by the way, which is why I was razzing you, because you're always here, which is not a bad thing. I kind of love it. But I wasn't trying to razz. I wasn't trying to razz you in a negative way. I apologize if it came off that way. Do I see YouTube chat? Yes, I do. You don't need to apologize either, Data. You didn't do anything wrong. Now, for me, it sounds more like some chef subclass feature than a spell, like embedding your inspiration in a drink or something. This could also work really well as a subclass feature. I'm not ignoring you. Shut up, nerd. You know I'm not ignoring you. You know I'm not ignoring you. I will say that I don't respond to every comment because I either don't have time to, or it's not super relevant, or I don't have an answer that makes sense. I think it's a good, interesting place to go from King Crusher. I like the idea of like you cast a spell and then you have like a little egg of some feature that you can pop later. I think that is the most interesting part of it. And that's the part that I would hone in on a little bit. Let's give Databank a big old round of, not Databank. Let's give King Crusher. I mean, we can give Databank a round of applause too. But let's give King Crusher a round of applause, please. Oh, thank you, thank you. All right, friends. We're going to do a little thing now. Some of you have seen before, some of you haven't. I do like the idea of enchanting food more than enchanting creatures, now that I think about it more. You think it should last an hour? What if it was 24, but the food disenchants if you cast the spell again? I would make it 8 hours. I would make it 8 hours, not 24. Make it 8 hours, like mage armor. I think that would work, though. I know. What can I say? You guys are fun. This was a fun theme. Who should we raid? We're gonna do a music thing, but I want to raid them afterwards. Let's see. We could raid Dork Tales. We could raid Hero Zone. We could raid some rando. We could raid Insomnia Night. Who do you guys want to raid? We could raid... I don't know what Nat 19 official is. I don't know what About Time Joey is. We could raid Julie. We raid her a lot. I don't want her to get the wrong impression. You know? She's a good kid. We could raid Good Enough Paintin'. Shadow Legends? I don't know what Shadow Legends is. Is that a streamer? Shadow Legends. One more? I'm worried that if I do one more, raid Shadow Legends. I got it. I'm an idiot. We're not gonna raid Moist Critical. Everyone always says raid the. You don't raid the giant streamers, guys. That's not worth your time or theirs. They won't care. They will say nothing. They'll be like, oh, cool. It's better to raid somebody that it has a minor impact on, you know? Encore! Well, before we end, we have 2 things we have to do. The stream isn't over yet. We've got 2 pretty big, important things we need to do. The first thing is we have to have a dance party. The second thing we have to do is that we have to say thank you to everybody that submitted Homebrew and other things like that. But everybody, calm down for a second, okay? Calm down for a second. Please. Please. Because we're going to be doing a special song tonight. This song was requested. It was put as a suggestion for us to add to the stream. And it's got a nice vibe to it, I think. It's a little bit different, but I think it's a good closing vibe. And at the end of it, we'll pick who we're rating. Does that sound good? Better sound fucking good. Better sound good.
Oh my child, I know you're hurt and you can't let go. It's not your fault and you don't deserve all the bad and the hurt. I know you tried so hard. I know you've done your part. It's not fair. You did your time. How much longer will you suffer in this life? But don't give up. Just hold on tight. It'll be alright. All your life you've tried to be a good man inside. Did everything that you thought you should. Didn't seem to do you any good. I know you've tried so hard. I know you've done your part. It's not fair. You did your time. How much longer will you suffer in this life? But don't give up. Just hold on tight. It'll be alright. I know you tried so hard. I know you've done your part. It's not fair. You did your time. How much longer will you suffer in this life? But don't give up. Just hold on tight. It'll be alright.
Friends, neighbors, countrymen, thank you so much for participating in the stream today. We will be back tomorrow with some new fun things, but we are getting ready to say goodnight. And so we are going to raid someone now. But who is that going to be? I don't know exactly. I'll be back tomorrow. That song was called It'll Be Alright by Cody Francis. And this song is called Don't Think About It. This is our normal ending song. You can't even hear it because I had them muted. God damn it. Let's start that shit over. You guys couldn't even hear it. This is the OG ending. All right, buddies. I'm trying to find somebody that's streaming that hasn't been streaming for 4 hours. All these people have been streaming for so long. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. When everything was built, just turned to broken leaves. What time is it today? Let's see. I don't think no. No. Wow, everybody's like ending early or not streaming. Everybody. Thank you for the 5. What warlock would be better? If it was a half caster like a ranger? No, warlock's good. I like warlock as it is. I think warlock's great. Gnome Ann? Oh, is Gnome Ann streaming? Yeah, let's rate her. Easy choice. And it always turns and turns and turns and turns and turns and turns. You don't think about it. All right, guys, I love you. Have a great night. We're going to go raid my buddy Gnome Ann. If you're on YouTube, here's the stream. Like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Does it scare you? Like it scares me. All right, guys, have a great night. Love you. Bye. What do we do? YouTube, with all this... YouTube, you get the special ending because I just finished on Twitch. But YouTube, you guys are good. So, did the raid go through? Oh, it did. Okay. Good night, YouTube. Good night, YouTube. Good night,